I can tell. I can hear it through the curtain. I'm not even seeing the screen. Like, and I can tell that is two people who haven't been touched in a long time, and they're just like years or something.
End of the world.
End of the
Until
world.
the next time you will get touched by something beautiful.
What is that again? What show?
I'm gonna tell you, it is called Paradise.
Paradise. Okay.
And they're in a fucking
They all broke into her house, right?
yeah, but yep, she was in the Elvis. I don't know.
Are you here with me, Marcus?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, Marcus.
Okay, great.
How are you doing, my good brother?
Currently sweating my ass off, but beyond that, all right. How about
Yeah,
you?
it is kind of hot. It's like still 90 degrees over here right now.
Yeah, it's like 99 here.
God damn, bro.
Yeah.
God damn. So how you been, brother? What you been up to? What you been doing? Tell the people something.
Pretty much the whole usual. Not anything too exciting. Unfortunately, you know how that goes. Not anything overly exciting.
Not anything overly. So you see what I'm doing, as always. While we're still talking to Sizzle in here,
Oh, I already know you on top of it.
like doing it live, and like,
I already know you are on top of it. I don't think you sleep. Do you ever sleep?
yeah, during the morning, when people are at work, that's generally when I sleep because I mean that's
Oh,
you're not gonna get most responses and stuff. So
gotcha.
while everybody's off sleeping, I'm sleeping. If so, depending on how much sleep I get.
Gotcha.
Depends on the time. Depends on the time. What up, Vazen? We see you in the chat. Salutations,
Vazen.
co-conspirators. We like this. Oh man, we got 3 people in here. That's the fastest I've ever had 3 people in here. I think it's because Mark's here.
Nah, I think they just like hearing you talk.
I usually have Vazen alone for the first hour. Like it's just Vazen by himself usually. Just
Yeah, Vazen is always on top of his stuff.
he honestly really is. He really is.
I'm happy he made his channel.
I'm very happy, man. Zohastia. Anybody in here who goes just go look up Vazen's channel, Zohastia, Zohastia. I'm very glad that he made that channel. I peer pressured him so much. The day he made it, I was literally cheering out loud, like, yes, finally, victory, success.
Yeah, you have been asking him to make that channel for months. I remember that.
Yeah, almost a fucking year. At least last year at some point. I started last year at some point. I
You
was
know,
like,
what really surprised me was finding out how young he is. It's like, wow, that age and already advanced. Like that's I envy that.
that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to do it because he's so young. And
Yeah.
I want these 30 something, 40 something year olds like none of this is understandable. Then why is this 19-year-old kid sitting here saying it more fancy than I do? Like, like the fucking kid is saying it poetically, but you niggas can't understand it in basic English. Like, come on, bro. Like let's stop playing these games. Like, let's be real about it. Niggas is just, they don't want solutions. So as I use Vaden as a just something to point to, like, see, look at that over there. Like, don't tell me this shit can't be understood by you grown ass men. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh man. So, is there anything specific you wanted to talk about today? I know I want to tell a story at some point. I don't know how we're gonna segue into it, but anything you wanted to get off? I know you haven't had a chance to stream or anything in a while.
Not really. I'm more of a I'll let you talk and I'll hop in when I have something to say. I don't like to ramble without having anything to say.
I do.
You know, I'm just awkward like that. Like I have to have a reason to talk.
This is understandable. I guess maybe then we'll ramble and go from
But you
there
said, yeah, you mentioned you had a story. I'm really curious because you've been talking about this story of yours for a few days now.
for like a few weeks now.
Oh, yeah, see?
Oh, because I'm just it's so as I'm looking at all these religions, all these belief systems, and everything that people teach, all the creation stories, all the mythos, just any version of stories at all, especially any that are trying to tell the story of reality, existence, creation, God, all that good stuff, right? Consciousness. What I've noticed throughout history is that it doesn't matter what species, what, and again, we're going to go into our religion today, people. So, disclaimer, 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 warning, 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 alert, alert, alert. Take this all with the grain of fucking salt. Take this all with the grain of fucking salt. Like, do not, I'm not your God. Do not leave me. Like, but according to my personal subjective experiences, there's no species out there here in this reality or any other reality or in the astral, any kind, etc., 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 that has the 100% exactly down.
Dude, are you there? You kind of breaking up. Did I lose you?
Is they already cutting me off? Is they trying to cut me off?
Yeah, they the stream kind of blanked out for a second.
All right.
I didn't hear anything you said beyond you talking about nobody has that 100% creation story.
All right.
Beyond that, it all just blanked.
Stand closer. I'm gonna close this door. I wanted it to be open so I wouldn't suffocate in here, but I'm gonna close it and stand here because this is the best place I can get the internet. So what I was saying is that there is no individual beings or species or groups or anything like that that are gonna have 100% of the story of existence exactly how it occurred down to the fucking detail, right? It's just everybody who's experiencing existence attempting to tell the story of existence, which ultimately breaks down to existence telling the story of itself to itself. Because everything that exists is part of and makes up existence. You can't separate any existing things from existence itself. The moment you separate something that exists from existence, it ceases to exist. Like so, anything in existence telling the story of existence from any perspective within existence is literally existence telling the story of existence to existence. Like it's talking to itself using us, right? Because we're all it. So once you recognize that, none of these stories are going to be true, and you should never expect. No, you should. I don't expect any story I ever read in the future is going to be the thing. Like people are always searching for the truth, like they want this down to the detail, exact story of everything and how it. I'm like, never gonna find that. Never gonna happen. And if I ever find a story that makes me feel that way, I already know I'm wrong. Like because that's basically impossible. So with me, what I'm trying to teach people at this moment in time, which is why after this stuff, I'm gonna end up going into my compendium a lot more to show people how religion should really be developed and used for your benefit. Because people are using religions to enslave themselves. They can't prove these religions. There's no objectivity, and it's not reality. They're just stories they're using to lock themselves, to cage themselves into. So I want to show them how to use stories to uncage themselves, even if the story tells you you're in a cage. Like, if we look at the objective story of reality and it eventually brings us down to the point of saying you're in a cage, right? Well, then at least it's telling you where you are and then what you need to do about it. So, how are you going to use that to your advantage? Are you just going to sit there and whine and cry about it and being stuck in a cage? Or are you going to fucking take advantage of what you know and start moving in the direction you want to go in? And that's so when I tell my story about reality, which is a story like based upon my own astral experiences and then my objective analysis, right? So I had an astral experience about how reality came to be. And then I didn't just come and say, that is the honest truth of all things. And just believe in my religion. No. What I did was I objectively analyzed it, thought about it, and then came to a story to explain it in a manner in which anyone could understand, the same way all other religions do, right? Are y'all with me?
Hmm.
I just want to make sure I'm not freezing or anything.
No, yeah, we can hear you.
Make sure it's not fucking up. So I do have a story to tell based on that astral experience, and I mean that's the only thing that I have like on the fucking docket today. Um, should I just go right into it, or?
Sure, go for it.
Shout out to you, Vazen, down there. I see you in the chat. And
Are you reading the comments? I can't even see the comments.
yeah, down at the bottom, the chat is. It's only two people in here right now.
Oh, okay.
Live chat. All okay. There we go. Just wanted to make sure I had the live chat on. Nicole Gonzalez, hello there. How long is it? How long is what? Like, what you talking about, Nicole girl? What you asking, girl? Like, that's a random question. Like, that's real weird. But shout out to you for being here. Metazusta, your peer pressure hardly worked at all. I understand why you did it for so long, though, but I was always going to start eventually on my own terms at a particular time in a particular way. However, after learning a decent amount of stuff from you, MarcMundSpilli, and others so far, I did make that ensure of my channel to not be a mindless basic bitch trivial moaning one at all. Well, shout out to you. And that's a good example of seeing people in real time, steering consciousness. Like, he said it didn't affect him much, but it affected him. And then he listened to us and everything, and he wanted to make his own channel. Like, this is how we affect each other, though, right? So, people out there pressure each other, huh? So I guess on that note, I'll just go straight into the story, I guess. So,
Cool, cool.
a few weeks ago, as Marcus, you already know, I woke up, got up, went around, took a piss, did some things, laid back down, fell asleep for about a second, and I swear to God, it felt like a moment. Woke back up, had an entire fucking story to tell. like, from one moment to the next, like, holy shit. It felt like my brain was, I had to lay on that couch and I instantly.
Oh shit! Did I lose you again?
Son of a whore. I'm so used to walking around and just disconnecting the thing. So, how far did you hear there?
Just a few seconds. You were going right into the story.
All right, so I went to sleep for about a second, woke up a second later, and had a whole fucking story to tell. First thing I did was reach for the phone to record it, so I sent it to Marcus because anytime I have something to do that, I'm just gonna go straight to the fucking group chat with me, Marcus, Illicit, Cosmics, and record it so I can try to remember as much of it as possible. I find that easier than writing things down these days, to be honest with you. So basically, the story was supposed to be telling me. It was originally from, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna break it down the way I should break it down instead of bullshit and beat around the bush. All right. So one evening, I'm in the astral. This thing hates me today.
You're hitting those dead zones.
We just don't say these things in English language that much. So I don't have names for a bunch of different realms. But let me just say it like this: it's Asiel's realm. My nigga Asiel. I don't know if anybody knows who that is. I've never read anything on him. I've never found this nigga in. I've heard the name before. I've seen other things. I think I've even seen. No, maybe. But I've never read anything on this being. But I've met this being multiple times through Ruha, which a lot of people might know as Sophia. But I don't mean, I talk to the other version of her. I fuck with the other side of her more than anything. But through her, talking to him, this being gave me access to what he called his secrets. Because I'm sitting, every time I'm pretty much doing anything at all, is to figure out exactly what happened, what is happening, what's going to happen, why this all is, how this all is, and what to do about it. That's my entire existence, right?
Hmm.
So every time I'm there, I'm doing the same thing. I'm not playing games. I'm not trying to go visit mermaids. I'm not looking like I'm not. I'm figure this shit out. The moment I become consciously aware enough to be like, okay, where am I? Oh, my nigga, come here, come here, come here. Like, tell me something. Like, what do you know about this? Like, and they love it when you fully come to and you can ask real questions like that instead of bullshit. Like, how do I get a better whatever? Whatever, right? So he says, here, take this. That's my secret. You bring that, you can go find my secret, and it'll tell you my whole story. And I'm like, all right, that's not really what I was asking, but okay. It was smart of him to do, though. Now, I take that secret. I go to the only place I know to go to unlock a secret that's not mine. I go see Astral. If y'all don't know who that is, I'm telling y'all, go through my compendium. There's a whole everything that I do is in the order of the time that it actually occurred. So whenever y'all hear me talk about astral experiences, it's usually going to be after the last one. Like, and I'm not going to go over all of my astral experiences in history every time I talk about a new one. That's the reason why the compendium exists, so people can catch up, right? So, Astral, I go visit her. She says she can't open it. She takes me to Il Kesserad. Y'all don't know what the Akash is, or Akashic Records, or Dark Akash, or anything along those lines? Study that. First, go through the compendium. It'll just teach it to you. But you could just study it to understand what I'm talking about. If you want to understand from a mythological perspective who Ilkesarad is, go look at the Karakshian ancestors out in, like, what, Poland, I think? Ukraine? Eastern Europe. If you look at the Karakshian this, but bottom line is Ilkesarad, Dark Tower of Secrets. Shout out to you, by the way, Marcus, because the other day when you said the Dark Tower, I didn't even connect those two together for him. I was like, yeah, that's yes, exactly. And that was after I'd already told you the story. And you brought, I was like, that's perfect. Anyway, we go to see Ilkesarad in the Dark Tower, Lady of the Dark Akash, so she can open the secret because she is the keeper of secrets. At least certain types of secrets for certain beings. But anyway, I don't want to get too detailed. It's going to take too long. She opens the secret for me. As soon as she opens the secret, everything goes blank. And I don't mean like bright white blank or black blank. I mean literally blank, nothing. I can't even explain the darkness that I'm in. Like, it's pure darkness because there's no light, there's nothing there. And it doesn't look black, it looks dark. I don't know how to explain it. Mind you, the moment I go into this fucking experience, I am confused as fuck. Like, it's like I forgot who I was, what was going on. Like, I don't remember almost anything. I'm basically like a newborn being just floating in the fucking void, right? And then I blink, and then I go out and I'm looking at myself. Now, mind you, I blinked, opened my eyes again, and instead of being myself where I was looking out at nothing, I was literally nothing itself, looking back at myself, which was also still nothing. But at least myself was a dark spot in this darkness. There was like nothing, and then there's just dark spot. And I say dark because it's not black, it's not light, it has no light, it has no color. It's I can't even explain it really, other than saying it's a dark dot in darkness. So bear with me, people. And this is why people tell stories when they have these experiences, and they but people buy those stories as their religions and take them literal, like these physical entities were doing these things. I'm like, no, most of those stories are about some shit that has nothing to do with literal beings doing anything. It's about how reality works. Like, so I see the darkness, the dark dot in the darkness. Now, as I'm staring at this dark dot, it's expanding slowly, but I can also tell it's coming to. It's almost like something waking up. Like the thing is, it went from not being a thing to a thing to being a sleeping thing, but it's like sleeping with no dreams. It's perfect sleep. Perfect, nothing happening sleep. And then the thing starts to move more and more. It's because it started with a little vibration. It just starts to vibrate more and more and more, and then it wakes up. Now, as it started to vibrate more and more, it went from a dark dot to a black dot. And when it had this black dot, this is what I would consider it to be subconscious. It's sleeping. And then when it woke up, when it came to a white dot, a flash.
Oh, you hit a dark spot.
How much did you miss there?
I missed the part where you were talking about the light waking up. Okay? You were at the part where you mentioned the light coming to, and then what happened?
Okay, so the light comes to, wakes up, looks around, notices it's nothing but darkness, and yet still feels like everything around it, there's nothing there, but it feels like in all directions, omnidirectionally, like there is something there bearing down on it. Something is tearing at its edges, its seams, and not allowing it to simply be like at rest, at peace. It's not calm. And it's realizing this is why it woke up to begin with. Like it, because it doesn't know what it is, it doesn't know where it is, it doesn't know what's touching it, it doesn't know anything. All it knows is I am that I am, and there is. And when it says there is, it's looking out at literally nothing, but that nothing is fraying it from the outside. Because that's the chaos, trying to randomize it once again. This is a probability that literally actualized. A possibility that actualized becomes a probability because a probability means it's probable to remain, or it has a certain possibility level to cease existing. Like your probability is whatever percentage you have to continue existing versus whatever percentage you have to cease existing right now. Like you are a currently existing probability. And that fluctuates over time. The older you get, the less probable you become. You know what I'm saying? The sicker you are, the less probable you are, the more likely you are to cease, etc. So it's like this thing is realizing kind of what it is to an extent, and that it shouldn't be, but it is. So it looks out at everything to see if there's anything, and there's nothing. There is just it, and only it. Now, being alone by itself, trying to maintain its vibrational frequency, just trying to maintain its own coherence in this sea of chaos, is driving it insane. Like stuffing a baby in a dark closet, but it feels like there's something reaching for it in the dark closet. You know, is it like it's always terrified at all times? Like the thing starts freaking out, losing its mind, and all this shit is happening in like an instant. Like everything I'm saying to you isn't. It's not taking as long as it is for me to explain. It's happening like in one fucking moment. All of this, which broke my mind even more because when I came back, I'm trying to separate these things into like a time span that is worth talking. But all this shit happened in a picosecond. So as this thing starts to lose itself, what do beings do when they start to lose themselves from without? They start to go within. So when all these like new agers say like, oh, the answers are within, yes and no. I mean, for you as a being here, should go within because you can learn more of it. This is why I'm even able to talk this shit like this, right? But for a god, that's a terrible fucking idea. Terrible, because you know why? That's gonna lead to all this shit. Like that's gonna the moment that motherfucker starts dreaming, starts thinking creation, starts thinking in a persistent fashion of things it wants to be, or even just dreaming that, because you don't even have to be in full control of it. That's what actually occurs. This is the first consciousness in existence. And that's what I'm experiencing through this astral perspective. I am bouncing back and forth between outside of this God, looking back at it, watching it lose its fucking mind, and then going into it and losing my mind.
Damn.
I mean, I'm experiencing this psychosis in a way that I can't even, bro. There's no words for that shit. That was the mind-boggling, mind-breakingness of experiencing raw, unfiltered chaos as all there is around you. It's not even an experience. You can't even explain it. Imagine trying to explain experiencing nothing but pure randomality of all things that could ever be but you. You are the only thing that exists, and anything that you make impossible by existing can never be. So it ceases. It's now in the list of impossibilities until you cease existing. But all other possibilities, randomly actualizing and deactualizing, just fluctuating around, and you can actually experience that because you are a consciousness of that high of a level to the point where that's your environment. That's your reality. Chaos. It's like a fish in the ocean of water. God is a fish, chaos is the ocean. And it's experiencing that ocean. Like in a way that no other being to ever exist will be able to experience. It's brain breaking, mind breaking, even for God. Like, so this being goes within. The way I felt it, the way I experienced it, was as if God was a humanoid being. And when I say obsidian black. This motherfucker was beyond space black. This motherfucker was chaos darkness, like just formed in human form. Like in this realm where I'm trying to be peaceful, and of course I know my brain is putting part of this together. You know, because it's trying to what is peaceful? Well, there was green grass, beautiful blue skies, a nice shining sun, fucking some trees off in the distance, birds chirping, rabbits jumping around, deers prancing. Some creatures I cannot fucking name popping in and out of existence because God is losing his mind. He's trying to be peaceful, so it's all this peaceful shit. Like, and I'm viewing it as these peaceful things from my human mind, right? And as it's going through all this shit, all these crazy like Lovecraftian things be popping in and out of existence around it, like because it's losing control. I'm losing control as it. Until eventually, full seizure, hit the floor, and just fucking seizing. Straight seizing. God. Like,
Damn.
now, what happens? Coma. Brain breaks. Split personalities. An entire world is created. Gnostics would call it the pleroma. The place where Christos sits. Amongst the aeons. And what are the aeons? The pillars of reality. Conscious reality. Remember, these things are conceptual. What do they always talk about? Wisdom. They're talking about pillars of conscious reality. And the primo pillar of conscious reality is the Christos. And then who? Sophia. This is why a lot of people talk about her and don't understand why. This is why her story is so important. This is why she's the one who birthed the god who built this. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, because wisdom is the most important thing to conscious entities. If you ain't got no wisdom, you just a fuck up in all ways. Like in all ways imaginable. And for conscious beings, that's experienceable. You know, so that's going to lead to fucked up experiences. But wisdom can also itself can lead to fucked up experiences. If you know more than other people and you're right and they're wrong, but the world keeps going in that direction, how does that make you feel? That's Ruha. That's the dark wisdom. That's the dark gnosis. She is gnosis and dark gnosis. You get what I'm saying? So when this Christos is born, because this is God's mind breaking, you know how people have through MK Ultra or through trauma based mind control, through just being abuse victims as children, they develop split personalities,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of them have these worlds, these deeply imaginative inner worlds that they spend most of their time in because they're retreating from the external world. This is exactly what God did and created an entire internal world. This is the astral. That's why when people say, oh, the astral's only in the matrix, like, oh my God, you have no idea. You don't understand consciousness at all. The astral is just conscious existence. Like, that's all it is. Niggas try to make it too complicated and too fancy because they're trying to use one particular definition from one particular like Buddhist book from one particular guy who thought one particular thing based on his perspective. I'm like, bro, you're thinking too small. All you're talking about is realms of consciousness that are consciously created, existing in conscious existence. And there's a certain handful of them trapped in this place, in this matrix, like based upon the beings that are connected to those realms being trapped in this matrix. It's real simple shit. It's not that hard to understand, but motherfuckers want to overcomplicate shit to make it so hard to understand. I'm like, bro, this shit is, if you really start to get this shit, whether it's objectively or through subjective experience, you'd be able to explain it so much simpler. The only reason why I explain anything in complex forms is because I want people to really understand it at an objective level. But subjectively, the shit's real simple. God went to sleep, dreamed a world. We're in that world. Like, Azathoth, Lovecraft. It's really that easy. And there's
Yeah,
just
that's what I was thinking about when you were talking about that. The whole idea of God, coming into existence and then all of a sudden retreating into itself, going into like a kind of sleep. I was like, fuck, Lovecraft was actually hitting the nail on something. He probably
that's
didn't
exactly
even
what
know
it
it.
is. Was there anything?
No, that I was just thinking about that. Like, yeah, he hit the not he hit the the nail on the head when he started talking about Azathoth. That's exactly what Azathoth is in the stories. It's like the blind idiot god, the sleeping center of the chaos.
I just got disconnected and didn't hear anything you just said.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I, I I came back in at blind idiot gods and I left that Azathoth. That's what I was thinking of when you said that, and then I didn't hear anything from there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, like that comparison, because it's just crazy how Lovecraft wrote that shit down all those years ago, and he probably didn't understand how close to reality of what he was writing.
He did not. He did not. Oh, Tyler, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now that I am live, if you are willing to pass anything my way, I will be willing to. So, oh, look at that. My memory for today. Okay, we connect. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You went out for a second.
My God, this thing is not trying to be friendly. It really doesn't want anyone to hear this shit. But anyway, so you brought up Azathoth, Lovecraft. Like that's what I always try when I always talk about the levels. How I say at the highest level, like the god that I was just talking about, realistically would be Yog-Sothoth, floating in the chaos. And when he loses his mind, Azathoth is born, which is like Christos, right? Azathoth is in control of the dream. Christos is in control of the pleroma, the dream world. You know, so I would look at Yog-Sothoth and God, as I call it, as the same, and Azathoth and Christos as the same type of level. And yeah, Lovecraft put that shit out there. Whether he knew exactly what he was doing or not, the nigga was right. Let me go give this marijuana back. Here you are, sir. I'm good on that one. No, I just wanted a couple of hits. A couple of hits. Get my juices flowing. You know what I'm saying? Uh, get the juices going. so so yeah, so Christos is born, Pleroma is developed. The dream world, which we know as reality, which is all of conscious existence or the astral, you know, the entire Pleroma down through what is it, the Canoma, the seven heavens, the fucking down to the abyss, and then in that abyss, this matrix, right? Now this matrix didn't exist yet. I'm just giving niggas a map as to where we are. Um, So Christos comes into existence, Pleroma comes into existence, and in order for things to occur in this existence, because if nothing happens here, if he's bored here or something, what's gonna happen? He gonna wake up. So this realm needs to become more complex. It needs to have more things going on. It needs to have uh, um, experience. You know, shit needs to occur. So what happens naturally in order to stabilize the dream? The Christos doesn't have to think these things because of what it is. These things simply develop out of it. So you get the aeons born around it to stabilize conscious reality. They literally are the pillars of conscious reality. You get rid of them, there is no conscious reality. There's only Christos. You get rid of Christos, God wakes up and looks back out at the chaos, right? Because Christos is literally God lucid dreaming in his own dream. Christos sitting up there on his throne in that big ass lighthouse, in that central spire in the Pleroma, the light, the source of all things here. Think about the source of all things here, that all things here come from and out of and are made of. Like,
Another dead spot, man.
what did you miss?
I missed the part after you were talking about the spire with the crystals.
Okay, so God comes here as Christos, lucid dreaming this reality in order to have a reality it's in control of. Sitting out in the chaos, there is no control. There is but chaos. It's hard to even control itself and maintain its own coherence and its own vibrational structure as a probability amongst all possibilities attempting to actualize, including those actualizations that would de actualize itself. So it's easier for it to remain coherent in a sleep form, in like a coma form, as opposed to sitting there freaking out all the fucking time. So Christos develops, takes over, creates the dream world, maintains it through the aeons, because they are the pillars of the dream world, of this reality of existence as we know it. And then from there, things begin developing off of them. This whole shit evolves off of them, from other concepts to other archetypes, etc., etc., etc. And an entire world is born. We know it as the pleroma, right? Now, in this pleroma, an entire civilizational structure begins. We have what we call the denizens of the pleroma. Every astral realm at every level of reality has its own denizens that naturally develop there, let alone any concepts that are formed that, like, because so in your mind, for example, any concepts you hold, any concepts you're attached to, any concepts that are required simply for your existence are going to be represented in you, literally in your realm, because you are your realm. And without those things, you could not be. It's just like a human could represents the concepts of meat, muscles, nerves, visual stimuli, anything that a human does or requires to exist or causes by existing is going to be represented in humanity's astral. All concepts connected to us in conceptual reality are also exhibited, and contained by us. So when you go into our realms, you're going to see all of that shit there, which is why I always tell niggas to clean out their realms, because they're full of concepts they don't want. They're full of thought processes and experiences they don't want, full of programs they don't want, full of beings and entities and parasites, living algorithms that they don't fucking want plugged into their shit, living in their shit, right? And depending on who and how you are, natural denizens can just pop up in your shit, like evolve out of your mind. You can even
These are
go ahead.
Yeah, these are very like when you just listen to you talk about that, I'm like trying to wrap my mind around, okay, well, now it's one thing to say that, but how does that process work? Like, okay, let's say you have that type of a thing. I mean, it's one thing to say that, but it's like, okay, on a practical way, how would somebody, clean up this metaphysical type of realm or something? Like, it's interesting to hear, but like, how do you do that?
How do you do that? Okay, I'm hoping. Oh my god, the internet just killed me for 20 seconds. Oh, but I think I understand what you were asking. I hope that this is all played back in the video at least, because goddamn, how do you go about doing it? Now that's what we're discussing. That's what we're going to be discussing, and that's what we honestly, it's kind of what we're always discussing. Real talk when we're talking about thinking, speaking, and acting. But are you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure you, because man, the internet. um, we're definitely going to get into. By the end of the story, you'll know the answer. Like, we'll go all the way into it. But that's a great question. Hold on to that one. All right,
Cool. Cool.
hold on to that one. So by developing the astral and developing the pleroma and developing the denizens of the pleroma, there's a whole world there. Now, mind you, the things that evolve naturally are usually things that are based on the settings of any realm. Matter of fact, you know what? What is the name of that movie? Go watch the movie Tron, Tron. And I forget the name of the species, but he made a digital simulated reality. And in that digital realm, out of nowhere, through emergent complexity, an entire intelligent species emerged on its own. And these were the first denizens of that realm. They were literally part of the realm. They come from the realm. They're made of the realm. These beings could not and would not exist without that realm. They did not exist before that realm. And if that realm ceases, they will not exist after that realm. That's the same thing as like humans in this reality. Even if you are a consciousness that can go beyond your human self, the human being cannot do that. The physical human form requires a biosphere. It requires certain things to continue existing. Without those, it will cease existing. So, whenever you have denizens of a realm, you know it because they couldn't be anywhere but that realm. And that's usually going to be their material form in that realm. People always like to act like there's levels of reality that are just pure consciousness. No, nope. You're never gonna find that anywhere. Go up to the pleroma and guess what? Beings, nigga. Like beings. You want to try to talk about pure, unbridled consciousness? That's what God is right now, floating in the chaos, and that's why you're here. That is an unbridled consciousness. Just fucking truly as immaterial as a thing could be. As non-physical. It's still physical because it exists. It is existence. It is physics. But as close to, it's as high as that as it could possibly get. And that's why you exist to begin with. So there's nowhere you're going to go as an individuated consciousness where you're going to be pure conscious. That's impossible. You have to be God first. You're just a piece of that. You're a piece of existence. You're not all of existence as a sole individual being. Like, it doesn't work this way. People live in daydreams. I'm going to hunt down the internet company. So what did you hear me say being that thing at the end?
Yeah, I heard you.
All right,
You
good. Then you missed nothing.
okay?
Even that being is, even God is suffering from being that pure consciousness just floating in the fucking void that people claim they want to be. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Like, so as this realm develops, the pleroma develops, all these denizens are created, all these concepts, all these archetypes, this reality becomes more and more real, more and more solidified. Its vibration becomes more and more coherent within existence. God stabilizes. Because God has calmed down and is now sleeping peacefully, like, guarded by Christos, the guard dog, who keeps God in that peaceful state. Just like Azathoth has the flute players that were developed from Azathoth. When Azathoth fell asleep, flute players, based on his consciousness, were manifested from his own mind, and then they keep playing the flutes, the demonic tones, to keep him asleep. Because as long as he's asleep, the dream world continues, all of existence continues to go on, and they and all concepts built around Azathoth get to continue going on. Because if he wakes up, any concepts built around his dream, any denizens from his astral are going to cease existing. And most things that want to exist want to continue existing. Most things that exist want to continue existing. Most things that are alive want to continue being alive. A lot of things wish they could go on forever, right? So they're trying to keep Azathoth asleep. Just like here, Christos is keeping God asleep and just being the ruler of the dream world, allowing God to feel in control and powerful. Over time, you end up with different denizens who have different attachments to different concepts, just as we do here. You and I are more attached to the destruction concept. We're more attracted to, attached to, aligned with, we vibrate with, etc., etc., whatever words people want to use to get the point across, with certain thought processes, concepts, archetypes, aeons, etc., 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 right? Now, at this level of reality, pleroma, which is really still a higher tier of conscious existences where people trying to ascend to, these beings are far more conceptual, and they were as themselves as individuals and require less concepts to exist. As humans, you require those things to exist, but those things don't require you. You didn't even exist before those concepts did, right? So the older the concepts, the less they need to exist prior to them in order to exist themselves. The younger the concepts, the more they need to exist before them in order to exist themselves. And the more materially based, like Yahweh, for example. Now, the idea, something creating this realm, etc., 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 right? All of that comes before a human. But the idea of Yahweh being that particular God who did that particular thing that is written in those particular stories, that's all human imagination. Yahweh did not exist until Jews did. Like, their thoughts on God, their ideas on God, which generally, for the most part, only stretch just beyond this realm until you get into Kabbalah and Cliff Off, where they actually start getting into the void. But your average Jew, your average Christian, your average Muslim is only thinking about the God that created this universe. They're thinking about the demiurge, Yaldabaoth, Yahweh, Allah, etc., right? One step up. And they're the ones creating that thing by believing in that thing, preaching that thing, teaching that thing, worshiping and praising that thing. So that thing in its own realm that they've helped create now acts exactly, okay, yeah, I am going to feed on you in that realm and I'm going to help keep you niggas there. Like, and I'm going to help lock you motherfuckers down because this is what you are dreaming I am. Like, they're making their own slavers as religious people rather than
Damn.
making something for freedom. Even when they came up with Jesus, they still had him murdered and like and then half the world was lost, right? This is why they took those Gnostic texts, put them with the Old Testament, and they knew the world they were creating. Like they understand how manifestation really works. You know, it's like again when Nikola Tesla says 369, that's what he's talking about. that's that's how you manifest some shit into reality by steering consciousness. You understand all the patterns, you know how to use this shit, the concepts, all the thought processes, you know what's being developed. All you need to do is steer people's minds onto the development of that thing and it shall occur. It shall occur every fucking time. Like so where was I? Pleroma, denizens, concepts, things existing prior to other things. Okay, so you end up with an entire pleromic civilization of beings, entities, concepts, things along these lines, right? Now, in this reality, as things become more and more permanent, if you will, they cause lower and lower tiers of things to exist. These are the emanations from the central point. As I was saying, newer
You're cut off again.
all right. You can end up with entirely new layers of subconscious realities because if any of those anyway aligned to the concept of sleep and dream, they're creating sub realms. But at that level of reality, let's say you have a lesser aeon, because you have the greater aeon, the aeons, the greater aeons, and then the lesser aeons. Just the lesser aeon dreaming can create a level of reality. Like all of these beings existing as beings that exist are realms that exist. They're consciousnesses that exist. They're all sub realms of the realm that is the pleroma, right? Some of them based upon the pleroma itself stabilizing itself. And again, with any creation, what is at the edges of that creation? Nothing, right? Chaos. So we call that the abyss. As the abyss is trying to close in around on the dream, trying to black out the dream, trying to close the dream, trying to wake up God, trying to, you know what I'm saying? The dream itself and all the concepts and everything in the dream that's trying to maintain that dream is constantly trying to stabilize it. So what do? They end up with new layers and levels of subconscious and conscious reality in it. This is what the Gnostics were trying to explain when they talk about the Kanoma and the seven heavens. And this is the fall. God is still falling. From the moment God fell and seized. It's like the first fall, because it even goes beyond God. This is the fall of you have the fall of nothing for chaos, the fall of chaos to God, the fall of God to creation, the fall of creation, every level of creation, every level of dimensionality, down and the spiral, etc. You have the fractalization, all the fractals coming to be as you spiral and spiral and spiral downward. This is the great fall. People always talk about these little falls in the great fall as if they're like the great fall of Lucifer. That's not the great fall, that's a fall. That's one fall. Like, the fall is reality, its existence itself, just complexifying into existence. The first fall would be the fall of entropy. We had perfect chaos across the board. Entropy falls to a state of neg entropy and then begins to rise again. You have the fall and then the rise. You descend and then you ascend, right? Like it's up and down frequencies, sine waves. Like this is how all this shit works. This is how vibration works. How everything works, right? Anyway, So you get these different layers of anything you want to say before I keep going.
No, I was just just taking all this in. It's like, damn, like it goes really deep. So if you really want to look at it, you just going by that perspective and everything you said there, which makes perfect sense if you really think about it. So technically, the archons are not even really the the
Not even
big
close.
problem of the story.
Not even close.
Like they're just a fucking subset of what happened that went wrong.
Uh-huh.
So technically, the aeons are the ones that manifested the archons in the first place.
Indeed. And not even, and the worst part is Christos manifests the aeons manifest the greater aeons, greater aeons manifest the lesser aeons, then you get the greater concepts, the lesser concepts, down and down and down until you are actually even capable of manifesting what people call an archon, let alone
Damn.
the archons on any given level of reality, like the ones we have right here, like human archons. Like, because even these human archons rely on those greater archons as concepts to exist here. Like, this is all concepts on concepts. Everything, turtles all the way down.
Man. That's
Everything is
wild.
everything is built on everything, but also falling out of it. Like the lotus flower blooming. Everything is coming from that central point and emanating out. But the further out you emanate, the further down things tend to droop as well. Right? Like my boy has an aloe plant. Let me see if I can use this as a good example. Oh, let me turn on this light. So you see how big this plant is? I don't know if you can
That's
see.
a huge plant.
The bigger the arms get, the more they droop out, right?
Hmm.
It's the same thing with reality. The central point, and the bigger they drip out, what are these reaching into? The chaos. They're reaching into that abyss. But if you take it as one thing spreading out, as opposed to individual tendrils, but just one thing spreading out as like an orb, the edges touching and then it falls down because you get levels of it. You have a central point, like a central spire with everything growing out of it. So as the emanations happen, this is why I drew those pictures that way. You remember the pictures I drew, the circles and circles and circles, about
Right.
the realms, the chaos at the center. Maybe I'll make that the picture for this. No, well, I think people see that picture enough. But the closer you get to the edges, the more it's leaking into the abyss, right? And then from the abyss, once you pass a certain point where there's like nothing, you actually hit like that oblivion point. There's nothing past that point. You try to go beyond that point, and you might cease. This is why a lot of people trying to cross the abyss die, like, like because their consciousness is literally trying to cross into nothing. It's like like a lot of these satanic types don't even get it. They think, oh, it's just going to make me darker and more powerful. I'm like, no, nigga, that's voidism. You're going beyond Satanism right now to voidism. Like, is that what you want? See, if you want to step into the abyss, this is the chaos. But if you want to step out into the past the abyss and hit that oblivion zone, nigga, you're trying to cease. You are trying to cease being as an individuated being, and that might just kill you. Even Lovecraft brought that up. When you cross the abyss, you know where you end up? In Azathoth's court. And
Hmm.
you die. Because anyone who lays eyes on Azathoth has become what's known as an infinite dreamer. And there can only be one infinite dreamer, and that's Azathoth. So you must cease now. Like,
Wow.
like that's crossing the abyss in Lovecraft's works. Let alone the second abyss, which is really, what did they call it? It's not even called an abyss, but I look at it as a second abyss, where once you go beyond Azathoth and you're trying to climb to Yog-Sothoth. Because once you climb to Yog-Sothoth and you cross that abyss, again, you cease to exist. Because there's only one God. And that's Yog-Sothoth. You cannot exist outside of him. Because outside of him is nothing. There's nothing to exist. Like, if you separate yourself from Yog-Sothoth, you are an existing thing separating yourself from existence itself. Which means you're becoming nothing.
Hmm.
To truly cross the abyss, truly, is to become nothing.
Wow.
To float in it, and to dabble in it, and to be in it is to become chaos. To stay on the other side of it is to remain in existence, creation, order, structure. You're not trying to invite that mayhem. This is what they're trying to contain. They're not trying to invite that mayhem. So when they do this, here's the part where Christos fucks up. Or I should really just say creation itself, but it has no choice but to do this because it can't, even though it can destroy aspects of itself, if they're connected to greater aspects, they can simply return. They will simply just spawn back in. Because as long as those things must lead to that thing must come back as long as those things exist. There's just no two ways around it. Like if you want to get rid of all humans, but you leave a man and a woman, and they can keep breeding children. You know, it's like no matter what it is, if this step one leads to step two, even if you get rid of step two, as long as step one is in play, step two is always going to come back into play. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. So when certain concepts get uppity in the pleroma, because this didn't just start with us here as humans, right in the pleroma, right at the beginning, there was already beings and entities like, yeah, I don't fuck with this. I don't fuck with this for their own reasons, especially based on what they were. Because once you start getting more and more into the conscious concepts, what do we get more and more into? Suffering and things along these lines, right? And
Hmm.
since the entire creation of the pleroma was based on God's suffering to begin with, which is why he made his happy space. Because of that, you end up with these entities and beings and concepts and archetypes and lesser aeons and things that don't fuck with this. You even end up with aeons like Sophia who start to say, man, fuck that, I want to do my own thing. Of course, back in the day with ancient fucking Kabbalist, Greco fucking Gnostic types who were in many cases sexist as fuck.
Hmm. Very much so.
We're gonna make this the fuck up and all. But realistically, when you understand why Sophia had to be the fuck up, is because Sophia is the only one of the aeons that can make real choices. She is wisdom. She is thought. So she makes all the right choices and all the wrong choices. She's all choices, like, which is kind of the point it's trying to show you. But that also shows you where she fucks up and makes Yaldabaoth in one story, which creates the demiurge and all this other stuff. You could have 1,000 other stories that are also depicting her in pretty much any way you want, because she also represents all other thought processes, all other possible decisions, such as not making the demiurge, such as killing the dumpster baby instead of just throwing it into the abyss. But with that said, because you can't really kill the concept without killing that which it's based on, and Christos isn't going to do that because that goes all the way back up to him.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, damn. Wow. Okay, so that was a great thing you just said. And it's like I always wondered about that. Why instead of just let the shit happen, why couldn't Sophia just get rid of the demiurge? Why couldn't she just abort the thing?
Because they were trying to tell a certain story.
Right.
Like, they're just trying to explain how this happened using that character in the story, based
Right.
on whatever experiences they had at that time and whatever objective knowledge they had. But if you look at it the way we do, we say there is no reason she couldn't have. She could have aborted a creation. There is no creation that can't be aborted. Can you abort a baby here?
Of course.
Then you can abort a baby anywhere at any time. But the problem is this. This is when we go one step deeper. She had to create that. Why? Because she is wisdom. She must lead to all things wisdom leads to, including fuckery.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
And I'm glad you asked that question because that's also going to help us get into our story of her. Where at this pleroma level, because she is wisdom and she knows what she is, she also doesn't really fuck with it. First off, she's also the aeon of femininity. Christos is the aeon of masculinity. That's why he rules from the throne. And she is the voice, the thought, the emotion, the empathy, the wisdom. She's basically his voice. What he fucking thinks once or what is best for the reality. It's her job to be like, yes, that would be this, like, and then to get that shit done, which is why she's able to make such decisions on her own, which is how she could lead to a Yaldabaoth demiurge in the first place, because she is decision. So, with that said, she figures out what everything, like, if you think that we're truth seekers, we're only seeking her. She is the truth that's been sought. So when she comes to, she understands Christos better than Christos does, because Christos does not require the understanding to be what Christos is. As a matter of fact, that understanding was given to her. Like, God was basically split into Christos and the aeons to keep the aeonic thought processes out of Christos. So Christos
Mm.
can wake, as long as Christos is just the fucking dominant guard dog that everything must obey, or it shall be brought back into him and reformed. And if it can't be truly reformed because it must be the way it is in order for reality to exist as it does, well, then the abyss it is. And that's where the story developed. That's why the Aeon, Sophia, threw Yaldabaoth into the abyss. And they said that, oh, she couldn't destroy him because he was her baby. But what does that mean conceptually? Wisdom cannot get rid of the concepts of perfection and imperfection. These are concepts in the minds of beings. As long as there is consciousness, the thoughts of perfection and the thoughts of imperfection will exist. So for every Christos, there must be a Yaldabaoth. If there is a God, there must be a devil. If there is a high, there must be a low. A heaven, there must be a hell. There must be. Every frequency of that. Remember how I said that the more reality emanates, the more it falls, and you get different layers and levels of it. The more concepts and archetypes and things that come into existence, the more realms there are.
Mm.
You know, it's like, so Yaldabaoth is just one of them that must be developed because wisdom makes mistakes. Thought, choice. Most choices are mistakes, if you ask me. Like, right? Like, we all get mad at Sophia, but motherfuckers don't make the right choices in their little human lives. This bitch was working on an omniversal level. Like, she's trying to develop, because she's looking around at the reality, and they say, oh, she just wanted to make something without her partner. And you could look at it that way: pride, vanity. Like, I just want to make something myself separate from the Christos or whatever. It's the same thing with Lucifer's story. You know, I want to be God, whatever. Or you could take it from the other aspects of the story, where it's like, I'm trying to birth a better God than God. Like, I am wisdom, I am knowledge, and I see what we have here, and I see this ain't it. And I'm looking at Christos like, nigga, what you gonna do about this, husband? Nothing. You just gonna sit there on your throne? You ain't gonna say shit? Okay. I'm trying to birth me a better version of you. Shit, I fucked up. I just birthed an even worse version of you. Like, counter, the dark version of you. You are the light, the way that I just birthed the abyssal version. Christos is representative of the heart of the pleroma. What is the pleroma? All the light, all the creation. The demiurge is at the heart of the abyss. It represents the darkness in the abyss. These are mostly just representations, but they are based on objective reality. They're just subjective stories trying to tell it, right? Now, when we look at my subjective story, coming from where Sophia, the moment Sophia looked around and noticed that this place was fucked, like, and that God was fucked, and that God had to wake up anyway, because she is wisdom. She sees all this. She sees all the concepts. She sees all the fucking understandings and all the things that are being created just based off her and the other aeons existing and Christos existing. But she can also see the future, not perfectly. She can't, but she sees all the possibilities based upon what is, including what must come. To a certain extent, this must exist as long as these things exist. If you put fire to paper, it must burn. Like, if I hold a lighter to a flame to a paper for long enough, it's gonna catch fire, right? She can see all the connections, all the dots, all the shadow points, the as above, so below, all that good stuff, and she sees what's coming in the future. She sees this. She sees you. She sees me. She sees us. She sees all of this, and says, "Oh, fuck no." Because again, she's attached to all of us. She is experience. She is pleasure and suffering. When you're pleasured, she's pleasured. When you're suffering, she's suffering. She feels it all because she is it all. She's the aeon of that. She literally is that. And she sees how far her frequency's going to stretch in the future. And she don't want no parts of it. No parts whatsoever. So, being wisdom, what does wisdom do? Let me ask you something, Marcus. What do we do when we come to certain conclusions that we know the rest of the world doesn't have? What's the first thing we try to do?
Try to contemplate it. Try to fix it.
No, you've already contemplated it. You've already thought about it. But you're the only one who you think knows about it. What's the next step that you're generally going to do?
Well, you have to act on it.
How do you act on it? What's the first action you take? Generally speaking, not a trick question, just generally speaking, I just learned this new thing that is important for other people to know, and I don't think they know it. What's the first thing I'm going to do?
Oh, go tell people.
Go tell somebody, right? Like that's the first thing you try to do. So what did she do? She went and talked to who? Christos.
Oh, right, right.
Listen, big dog, daddy, god, nigga, husband. The only because she's the only one who talks to him. She's really the only one who talks. Like, this, she informs him of everything because Christos don't care about none of that. Like Christos, like as Christos sits there on the throne, like when I look through her eyes at Christos, from afar it seems like this big powerful being that is just in complete control. From up close, this nigga is gripping the fuck out of his fucking throne. It's fucking crumbling and reforming under his grip at all times. He's sitting up there just full tense, just every muscle. Imagine him as a human being sitting on a throne, but he's super fucking jacked. Like this biggest, strongest, muscliest bodybuilder you've ever seen in existence. And he's just sitting at the heart of everything, trying to hold it all together with himself.
Damn. So it's like it kind of reminds me of the anime Bleach, where they got the concept of the Soul King. It's like essentially all he does by existing is holding all reality together.
That's Christos. That's Yawach, right? Yahwach?
Yeah,
Yahwach?
that's Yawak's father.
That's his father. Okay, yeah. Yahwach's daddy. That's Christos. The Soul Society is the Pleroma.
Damn. So many comparisons. Wow.
It's all the mythos. You know, it's all the mythos. Like Christos is just sitting there holding this shit together. So Sophia's coming over, and mind you, Sophia is the most powerful of the Aeons, other than destruction. And that's the only one that can, because Sophia is also creation and destruction. Sophia's words can lead to both. Sophia can lead to anything. She's thought, you know, it's like she's choice, she's wisdom, like she can lead to any. She leads to the other Aeon. She's the first one to come forth. All the others come after. So she's talking to Christos, like, hey, nigga, my baby, my darling, my love, look around. Look what we're doing to ourselves. Because she understands even her and Christos are one. Like, there really is no Sophia. But she's like, bro, you've separated me from you. You've separated yourself from wisdom. Now, you didn't have any really before you came in here, but just for this tiny amount of time we've existed, if you would simply reaccept all of us back into you, we might be able to do something about what's going on out there. Because the longer we're here hiding from what's going on out there, the more complex, more complicated this shit's going to go on, the longer it's going to take. And that shit out there is going to dissolve us anyway. At some point, we're going to fail. We're not going to exist forever. Like, it would be better if we took that into our own hands and did it however we see fit. So we're not suffering as much as we possibly can ourselves as an individuated God, let alone as all the other beings we're developing simply by existing in this pleromic state, in this dream state. So I think we need to wake up. That nigga, all he had to do was look at her and everything was clear. That will never happen. Like it was no words, no telepathy. It's not even like he It's really an it, but it's like a he because it is like pure masculinity. Like, I mean, when I talk about masculinity as violence too, people think the crystals is just the calmest, most peaceful thing. That's because it ain't got to do shit for the most part. It just holds shit together. Let a nigga make it get off its throne, and they gonna find out. This thing, all it did was look at her. Now, mind you, when I'm in her looking at it, the way her mind works, it's like every concept, every aspect, every thought that could ever occur based on what is occurring in front of us hits at the same time. But what it all equaled out to in the end was one sentence: that will never happen. And
Mm.
never was all caps. And in her mind, never really means never. Like, like we say these words as humans with hyperbole. That was an exact statement. That will never have. That is how serious Crystal. I will never allow that. Like he.
You dropped off again.
How much you miss?
You said that will never happen, and at that point you kind of dropped off.
Okay, I said so. Good, you didn't miss much. So basically, with that thing being that motivated to maintain all that is, anyone who's seeking to undermine that is going to have a serious level of motivation. Like a serious level of motivation. Now, who is the Aeon of motivation?
Wouldn't it have to be Sophia for that exact same reason? Because she's
Wouldn't it
wisdom.
have to be? You see, like, so this is why, again, our problems and our answers are always the same. Like, if it wasn't for her being what she is, none of this could be. But at the same time, because of what she is, it's the only reason we'll be able to get rid of it in the end. She's the closest thing to chaos we got here because choice, decision, consciousness is undecidability. There's chaos woven right into it.
Right,
We're always trying to manipulate chaos into our favor with decision making processes.
right. But that's just like wow, a whole nother spin on it because in every other traditional concept of Gnosticism, you have Christ being like this hero type, and what you're saying is eventually we're going to have to get rid of that fucker.
Now, why is Christ always the hero type in those stories? Because
Supposedly,
what does he
so
allow for?
well, supposedly in traditional thought, they say he's the illuminator, the liberator. He comes and brings you the knowledge, the gnosis.
And what is that gnosis, though? See, and what's the gnosis he brings them? Because even this motherfucker is using it to his advantage.
Hmm.
What gnosis do people get from Christ?
Hmm.
Eternal life,
Yeah, that's right.
heaven, right? They want eternal life of some
Basically.
form or fashion. They want to go to some realm that allows them eternity where they won't suffer. Even though most of the time the different versions of Christ across the different religions, the different spiritual systems, the different magical systems don't offer them eternal pleasure. Almost never. That's just how people internalize it. They simply offer them eternity, and it's usually in a particular form that they really wouldn't like if they actually got there.
Hmm.
And when there is no particular form, they just say eternity in some form, eternal life, something along those lines. And in a lot of cases, it's also about you merging back into the pleroma, becoming one with it, become one with Christ.
Hmm. Right. Exactly. That's exactly what they're talking about.
Now, why would it want you to do that again on those terms? Because what are you doing? So if my mother worships this shit and then she goes and comes back to it, that is more power, motivation, worship, all that she is, all that she represented, that had everything to do with wanting that thing to continue because she's seeking eternality, right?
Hmm.
She brings that intention at her own individuated level into that thing, and the eternality seeking of that thing is even more empowered. Whereas if it has to recoalesce my ass, my plague, my poison, is going to negatively affect it. So it needs to offset that with eternality. Remember, these are just concepts, thought processes, minds, realms. Christos is simply the mind of God operating at the level it's operating, trying to maintain itself from breaking. So, at any level of this, whether we're talking demiurge levels, universal levels, even a planetary scale level, when your body dies, it's reabsorbed by the planet. Because the planet's trying to still go on and keep this shit going, whether it knows it or not. It's not thinking that. It's not consciously aware. That's just how the laws line up, right? That's just how nature works. That's how the laws of physics work. You,
Right.
the body goes back to the earth. Eventually, our star goes nova, all this other stuff, and all the planets are, and all that goes back into the cosmos to be reformed into something new. That's how shit recycles through creation and destruction, because everything must be destroyed. The only way for existence to take advantage of destruction is through recycling.
Mm.
If there's no recycling process, all that comes to be will eventually simply cease, and there will never be a new come to be. You need a recycling process, a renew, a restart. Now,
Damn. And,
go
and
ahead.
and and it's crazy because like when you say that, that just brought me back to the church. Like, when I was really deep into that shit, and they were always singing songs about that, preaching about that, how you need to be reborn, renewed.
Yep.
There's always this emphasis on that idea of being reborn into Christ or renewed in Christ and all this shit. And it's always about surrendering yourself to that thing.
Shit, even like born again virginity, like it's literally renewing. Your hymen was renewed, like your.
You cut out again.
What was the last word you heard?
You were talking about that. You were giving that little example of what were you giving that example of? Shit, let me.
Eternity,
Yeah, we were talking about the whole renewal thing. Like,
renewal. There we
yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All the renewal. Okay, so we can just start there, go right back into the story. So Sophia's talking to this Christos. She gets that answer. It's never gonna fucking happen. Like, to the point of like, if you ever bring this to me again, I'll recycle your ass. Like the level of fear she experienced. She experienced basically like, imagine all bad things that could ever possibly happen to you on an aeonic scale
Mm,
in a split second as like a threat almost, because it wasn't even like a threat, it was more of his thought. It's like that's what it felt in that moment. It was almost like what you just said was a threat to it, so it threatened you back, like.
oh,
Now, mind you, because Sophia is the aeon of all these things, she's also Lucifer, she's Venus, she is the aeon of love. Whether people like, because all this stuff comes from thought. When they say wisdom or gnosis, they don't understand that that just contains all information. That's all experience. That's all consciousness. That's all intellect, all wisdom, all knowledge, all intelligence. Like, you really can't separate wisdom from any of that. All of that wisdom requires experience. It's not just knowledge, it's knowledge plus intellect and experience.
right.
Because you're able to then be wise about what you know
Mm,
and make the right choices. That's why she makes mistakes, so she can learn from them and make better choices in the future. That's what she's the Aeon of. So, with her being that, who do you think she was in love with up to this moment?
the Christ.
Who did she love more than anything up to this moment?
That
at,
guy.
at an aeonic level of love. Not like you or me love. Literally the concept of it. All these new agers, love is the way. If they only knew. But they're half right, because she didn't just love Christos. She loved God, who is all of us. She's like the mother side, the mother mind of God. Christos is the angry teenage boy who's like, I'm not going.
Oh man, our connection is really terrible. Back and forth.
Oh, oh, oh. We back? We back?
Yeah, we back.
All right. So if Christos is daddy and Sophia's mommy, who's all the children?
All of us.
All of you. So when daddy's like, fuck them kids, you know, so mommy's like, damn, nigga. Like, so we just gonna allow that shit to continue to suffer everything. We're just gonna let it go. So we don't suffer as God. You do realize that that's not really working, right? Because we're still suffering, because she gets that we're still suffering as God. But Christos is like, but it's not me. The
Mm,
core of God, the most center point of God that would be experienced. He separated all that shit from himself. So he could just sit there and observe it all like a movie, but not feel any of it.
damn.
That nigga don't want to feel shit. Doesn't want to feel anything. And this is why there's a male and female. The actual God thing, even though I keep saying he, it's not a he or a she, it's an it. It's an it. The Christos is the he, the Sophia is the she. The mother of heaven, the father of heaven, etc. But you know, you bring it down to a lower level, Yahweh, Asherah, or El and Asherah, Father of Heaven. You know, like whatever levels people want to talk about it. But at this pleroma level, it's Christos and Sophia. Mommy and daddy, right? So, mommy starts plotting on daddy. Mommy starts talking to her, what would be considered brothers and sisters, the other aeons that came from Christos and her. But they're also kind of like her children. Now, this is the story. Remember, story, people. Story time. We're telling a story. This isn't how I saw it. I saw this shit as frequencies and all sorts of levels of reality playing. I saw this as non-conceptual reality folding into conceptual. I saw all sorts of crazy shit that doesn't make sense beyond experiencing it. Like, like in words, I can sit here and explain. I've done it already. I've explained non-conceptual reality, conceptual reality, all these things. But it's not just. It's when you see it like it's a fucking movie, you experience it as if these concepts are characters because they're all playing out in consciousness. Then you come and you're like, I have a story to tell, right? And of course, because this began with me talking to ACL, getting his secret all. So here's where ACL comes in, right? Because remember, this all started with me asking a nigga in the astral, what is all this? And he said, here, take this secret to Astrial and you'll find out. I was like, all right. I, I don't know how I'll figure that out through one of your secrets, but sure. And here we are, right? We get to the point. Sophia's talking to her, the other Aeons, and she realizes that most of they don't really think for themselves. She is thought, but they're under the control of Christos. She's technically the mind of Christos, but Christos is his own consciousness separate from her. They're the only two truly conscious Aeons. The only other one that has ever seemed to make a decision on its own is destruction. To this day, I don't know this nigga's name. And I didn't look it up because I don't like being tainted sometimes with my own fucking experiences. So I didn't Google the Aeon of Destruction. Anyone at home want to do that? By all means. I did not look up this nigga's name. I just call him Destruction. Because that's what he is. He doesn't need a name. Like, that's really all the motherfucker does. But he makes decisions on things to destroy, and the only time he stops is when Christos stops him. If it's not Christos or Sophia saying no, whatever he feels needs to be destroyed, he simply reaches out and touches. And his concepts, his archetypes, his lessers, those that exist simply because he does and are more tied to him, including beings like us, are the same way. This is the reason why I can say shit like, I don't give a fuck how they feel about it. They need to die. Like, that destroyed. That needs to be blown up. That's the Aeon of Destruction talking right through you. Because destruction is also a choice. Like it's an action. It's something to be done. You know what I'm saying? Like, so she goes over to the Aeon of Destruction because he's also the only one who's ever exhibited anti-Christos behaviors, and that's because he is destruction. As destruction, what is he is entropy. He's not necessarily chaos, but he has chaos within him. He's as close to chaos, and as well as her, Sophia and Destruction are as close to chaos as aeons could possibly get. So she goes over to the only other chaos being there and is like, hey, I know deep down you want to destroy all this because it's what you are. And it's true. He wants to destroy everything, including Christos. But when you are an aeon of Christos, it's no different than being Lucifer under God, under Yahweh or some shit. Like, where you might look at this nigga like, you want to pull it, but you're like, I know where that goes. Like, I know where that road leads, and it's me falling. The Aeon of Destruction is like, yeah, I do want to destroy all this. So what's your point? So she's like, so let's destroy Christos. And this nigga's like, no, nigga. First off, even though I am destruction, and I know, but destroying Christos would also destroy me. And she's like, yes, but in the end, wouldn't you? Isn't that what you need to do anyway? You are destruction.
You're cut out one more time.
Oh shit! What's the last word you heard?
Where you were talking about he needs to destroy himself.
Okay, if you're gonna destroy everything, eventually you're gonna destroy yourself anyway because you have
Mm-hmm.
to. But the truth is, when he said that, it was really just an excuse because he was trying to say no for reasons that might make sense. But again, he's just a destroyer. He doesn't care about destroying himself. Like, it doesn't, he doesn't care at all about any of that. The truth is, there's even within a destroyer, there's a level of fear facing the Christos because it's also a program that's like within them. These aeons are designed to protect Christos. They're designed to protect this world. It's hard for any of them to turn against it. Sophia only could because she got that dark gnosis, because she is dark gnosis as well as light. She's all gnosis. Only she could make such a choice through contemplation. This destroyer, it's going to take way more than that. It's gonna have to be like it's kind of gonna have to already be happening for him to then do it. Like which Sophia notices, right? She's like, the only way I can get him to be fully on our side is if there's already enough destruction, enough of him actually occurring, where to the point where it becomes cascading. He becomes cascading. He must then destroy the Christos. You literally got to amp him. Like, as a character, as an individual being, as a person, if you will, you got to cheerlead this nigga. But as a literal concept, as beings ourselves, we have to cause enough of him. We have to cause enough destruction. We have to tap into enough of his concepts, lesser aeons, all of his children, to the point where we finally start tapping into him again. And once we spread enough destruction, feeding him enough of his own power and his own will, you have to tip the will of destruction beyond the will of the Christ. Like, you have to increase destruction so much that the will of Christ, to keep this shit going, the will of creation is overridden by the destruction. Or the will of creation continues being the background will that all things run upon, including destruction itself, which just acts as a fucking cyclical fucking recycler. So,
Mm.
with her having that wisdom and understanding this, because it's the first time she's ever thought of it. But the moment she thought of it, all these things come flooding in, like, oh, I could never get him to do that way. I can't just sit here and convince him. He's tied to the creation. His destruction's directly tied into he can't, as much as he even wants to. Like, there's this underlying rhythm in him that is chaotic. There's this, like, it's like he has these fluctuations where he's standing there, like a Roman fucking general, just, stern face. But then every now and again, if you look at him, you swear he has the craziest face on. Crazy Joker style face. And you look back and it's gone. And it's like, did I see? No, I guess he didn't have a crazy face. Because there's a chaotic rhythm. He's destruction. Like, you know? you got to try to find a way to unmask that. But the only way to do that is to increase the destruction. So what does Sophia do? She moves on to seduction. She seduces the destroyer to an extent, not in the same way a woman would seduce a man on planet Earth. You simply have to seduce him conceptually by tying in your concepts with his concepts. Through doing this, dark gnosis is born. Through doing this, Ruah is born. She goes from Sophia to Ruah, the dark Sophia, the dark gnosis, the dark wisdom. She's now moving from using wisdom for creation in order to now using it for destruction. But she's also in this kind of gray area. She's not straight destroying anything right now. She's still going to use it for creation to destroy. Why is she seducing the destroyer to merge her concepts with his? Because that's new children. This is Lilith birthing demons. She's birthing the first demons. True demons. Now, there's been other demonic concepts that have already been thrown into the abyss. Because with consciousness comes these dark, shadowy places. Like it comes with fears and all sorts of things. The Aeons, one of the first things that they did when they came into existence, and one of the things they keep going and doing, and I say do as if they're literal people doing this, but this is the story we tell to make it make sense. One of the things they do, and one of the things their concepts do, is the same thing society does when it looks for criminals. And they lock them up, right? They try to rehabilitate them. They try to reconceptualize them, to change things in the reality, if not them directly, to make them behave differently. At a conceptual level, this is harder, but it can be done. Whatever cannot be reconceptualized or changed, especially if it's just going to keep getting darker and darker, as far as the Christos and the Aeons and them are concerned. What does that get thrown? Into the abyss, out at the edges, and hopefully the creation will eventually push it into oblivion. It won't. All you're doing is empowering the abyss by giving it more and more concepts. You're making the abyss more and more conceptual. But you have no choice because you had to keep those concepts in the pleroma, in the creation, to fuck shit up faster, or you put them out at the edges where eventually they'll become so overwhelming that abyss is just going to swallow up your creation. But that takes way longer. So you buy yourself time by throwing everything in the abyss. It's like being on an island and throwing all the bad people into the ocean. But all the bad people can swim like mermaids.
Mm.
You're not killing them. You're just transforming them, and you're putting them in chaos. You're putting them in more danger, more stuff. So they're getting harder. You're throwing them in prison. And niggas come out of jail harder usually than they went in. Not always, but most of the time, right? So they're creating monsters, throwing things in the abyss, whether they know it or not. Like Sophia throwing Yaldabaoth off in the abyss in the other story, right? She created a monster. So when she merges her concepts with the destroyer's concepts, and you get these lesser concepts, lesser aeons of destructive knowledge, wisdom that leads to destruction, the shit that we talk about, anti-cosmic philosophy is born. You get what I'm saying? Like all of those pathways of thought processes are unfolding now, coming to fruition, because she knows once all those concepts come to fruition, what can and will eventually be born from that is the anti-cosmic. It's the antichrist. Like niggas are always afraid of the antichrist because they're only reading it from like a Christian level Bible story. And I'm like, no, you have to think anti-Christos. All versions of Christ, Christos, everything, and what it all really means. The light, the way, all this stuff. Like existence. My father is the true most high. I come from the real Christos. Think of what Jesus was really trying to tell you niggas. Comes from the pleroma. It's a Gnostic person. He's a Gnostic denizen. He's a concept of not. He is literally the concept of like mankind. It's like what do they call him? Adama or
Mm-hmm.
Adamus or Adonis, or even where the term Adonai comes from, which is God, which is really the man God, the God of man. Like, like he's the concept of mankind as like its highest, most feminine ways of being, not masculine, because he's not up there murking shit. He's only a healer. He takes care. He nurtures. Like it's the perfect mix between this masculinity and femininity, right?
Mm.
think about what he really represents across the board. So, anyway, I go back into that because that's Antichrist probably there. So let me get back to the story. Sophia, merging these things, these concepts, what's going to come out of that is an Antichrist figure, an Antichristos figure, a being with wisdom and destruction, a being that can make choices that isn't completely tied to the choices of its aeons, because she needs a destroyer who can choose to destroy. She's a fucking genius. Like when I'm watching, I'm like, this bitch, oh my god. Because bro, I'm not gonna lie, until I've had this experience, me and Sophia have had a very bumpy relationship.
Mm.
Very bumpy relationship, especially when it comes to the stories. Like when it comes to my experiences, actually, no, every time I've experienced this frequently, it's been great. It had nothing but knowledge and wisdom has come from it. But the stories, the mythologies, the mythoses, other people's claimed experiences, I'm like, damn, this shit is she's not doing good for us. Like it's not working out well. Like it's not it's, her existence as an entity and concept is not doing humanity very well most of the time. But and especially those who refuse to truly understand it and dive deeper into it, they only get it from a religious experience version and go fuck her as like a soul, like as a being, as an entity. Fuck that entity named Sophia that is a real like here's like because they're not diving deeper and they're not having more and more experiences and trying to objectively analyze what she really is and like and like and how you absolutely need that bitch, like real talk. But she knows that by merging all these concepts together of wisdom and destruction, that destroyer aeons will be born that have the ability to choose. She's hybridizing in a way that hasn't been done before. Naturally, this all has already occurred. There's already natural concepts between her and destruction, as well as her and all the other aeons. These concepts naturally unfold simply by them existing. This is a conscious concept designed to destroy Christos. All the other concepts unfold for the purposes of maintaining Christos. This is the first demonic, openly demonic frequency. She's the devil. She just became Satan.
Mm.
The moment she started doing this shit. Right? And this is why they make her, she's the dark one. She's the one who gave birth to she's the one who fucks up. Yada. And then Lucifer, which is a feminine figure. It's always these females. Lilith, Satan. So like it's for a reason. They contain more chaos. They're more likely to do some shit that you don't expect, and that is not based on your order as a man, right? Like they don't always think inside your manly way, masculine way of control structures, right? Just think of a husband finding out his wife cheated on him with like 20 niggas, like, but he's like a masculine male. He makes money, da da da. But when he's at work, she's fucking all the fucking pool boys, and like that's as fucked up and random as retarded as that is. Human level, it's chaotic for his structure, right? It's just not.
Mm.
That's not what he was expecting. That that doesn't serve him well. Well, now this is her becoming scheming, cunning, conniving. These things are being invented. Nobody's schemed before. Like
Mm.
even the demonic type entities, the chaotic, more I should say chaotic, not really demonic, but the chaotic type entities they've already thrown into the abyss because of what they simply weren't thinking about it. They just were being themselves. It's in their nature to be that way, so they just tossed them out into the oceans where they tossed the monsters. You know what I'm saying? Like, whereas this is the first time a being is consciously scheming, plotting, planning to take down a power. This is the first rebellion, the first revolution, right? That's like this is what she represents. She went from being the thing that all of reality is really based upon and that is required for it, and that now she's going to be the thing that's going to lead to its end. She
Mm.
understands what that means. Anything you want to say there?
Yeah, I was just like just mind blown listening to this whole thing. Um, just trying to take it all in because I never really thought about that in that way. Like the concept of Sophia having that type of an essence that will form an antichrist for that type of a thing. So essentially, the antichrist is opposite from being this big bad guy. He's actually a weapon.
A weapon. You could call it the good guy if that's your perspective. But for those who want to continue, it is the ultimate bad guy. She is the bad one. She's the devil. She's the villain. For us, no, all hail the goddess. Shout out to her. That's the general. We go to war in her name. But for others, that is the evil one who needs to be held here forever.
Mm.
That's why she's so angry and kind of crazy and lost here, and why if you work with her and use her power, yeah, she'll help you out. And then when you try to leave, you're locked in here with her. You're not going anywhere. But if you try to free her or simply seek freedom from this place, she helps you. Because everyone who gets free from this place is her one more shard getting free. But she's not going to let enemies go free.
Mm.
They're staying right here until they're no longer enemies. like, like this is like when I talk about the Ruah, I'm like, this is why I'm always telling people, even when it comes to the occult in any form of fashion, magic in any form, working with mythologies, pantheons, invocation, evocation, any type of magical woo-woo shit of any sort, entities, astral, you do not ask for anything. Whatever they'll give you, they'll give you. When you form alliances, you'll know who you could ask. Certain, like I can go to ICL and just be like, "Hey, nigga, what is all this? Here, take a secret. Go see." Like, but for other beings, I'm not going to certain beings and being like, and even asking them that same question, "What is all this?" They're gonna be like, "What shall you pay for it?" Like, what do I get out of telling you? Oh, okay, so I guess we're not on the same page. Bye, nigga. I'm like, you find who aligns with your agenda, and they will gladly answer your questions because you're one of them. They're like, "Oh, thank God!" Like, there's one who can see. Tell them everything. Like, be careful because they might break your brain trying to tell you too much, too fast. Like, like when I went and found. Speaking of Lovecraft, when I went and fucked with Nyarlathotep, that was only for like 2 months of my entire fucking life, and there was only one real fucking deep ritual we did for Nyarlathotep. And a girl tried to cut herself out of her body. I wanted to jam pencils into my ears and eyes. Another nigga was trying to kill him, so he's trying to hang himself. Like,
Damn.
one experience, one entity, one frequency, one thought process, one whatever people want to call it, one program in the greater matrix. Like, giving out the information on what this all is, where your place in it, what you are in it. And when we came to, that girl was trying to cut herself out of her body. She's like, "This isn't real. I'm not this." Motherfuckers had to call 911. I had half a mind to let her do it. If it was just me and her in a room, there'd be pencils in my ears and eyes, and she'd be laying there, half her skin flayed off her body. Like,
Jeez,
if we
wow.
didn't have Ashley in the fucking room, I'm telling you, if we didn't have fucking Jessica there, like, because we had a couple people who were there who weren't doing anything, and we had one
Right.
with us. Ashley is just really good at this. Like, she nothing, man. Shout out to all hell her name. But if these others weren't there, man, they'd have came to a room full of dead people. Like, a nigga hanging, me stabbing pencils, her cut, like, because certain things you go to fuck with, they're not games.
Mm.
Like, people think there's like, and I go, okay, all right. Like, you can go talk to Bloody Mary in the mirror 500 times and nothing's gonna fucking happen. At least as far as I'll tell you. Who knows? Maybe there is a frequency. It's just really rare. Maybe you say it. Maybe it takes more than 3 times. I don't know, but it's never worked for me. I'd be trying that shit randomly sometimes. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody. Ah, bitch, let me talk to you. Like, I got questions. Like, but certain things you go to play with and they'll fuck you up. So you got to really respect this shit and don't ask just anyone for anything. Make sure you got agenda shit that y'all align with. So even if you end up owing them, which you shouldn't, first off, if they want you to owe them, you really shouldn't do it at all. But if you're gonna owe anyone, it should be a motherfucker whose agenda you believe in. Because even if it's gonna fuck you in the ass some way, somehow, it's gonna help. Like, it's like, all right, I'll tell you this, but you're gonna owe me one in the future. Don't worry. The way I make you owe me one is gonna help the cause. You won't like it though. Like, so be careful with, what I'm saying? anyone asking you to give them anything for anything, see, like, you shouldn't have to give them something to get the something. That's just something you do because you're peoples. Like, you call the nigga over to ask him a question, you give him some drink. You know what I'm saying? Hey, nigga, I got some liquor for you here. Yeah, puff, puff. Take some of that, you know, throw that on the altar. Let me ask you something real quick. What up, nigga? Like, and then you got fucking, you know, a fucking demon sitting there smoking and drinking. Like, what's good? This is good shit right here. What you need? What you need? Oh yeah, that's this, that's that, that's that, that's that. What else? What else? Nah, nigga, you earned it with this shit. This shit fire. Like, you gotta have, you know, a greater understanding of what you're doing with these concepts. But why did I say that? Oh, people owing you and owing things and delving into this occult and the chaos and all. All right, all right. Back to the story. Anything else you wanted to say? Did I answer your question at all?
No, yeah, I was just expounding on what you were talking about with the whole Antichrist thing because I thought that was an interesting segment.
Because wisdom leads to all things, knowledge leads to all things. Like, especially in conscious reality, wisdom, knowledge, information, feeling, experience, these all lead to choice. Choice can
Right.
lead to creation or destruction. In the end, that's what it ultimately lines up to. All choices lead to entropy or negentropy.
Mm.
All choices lead to chaos or order. All choices lead to creation or destruction, or a mix of these at percentages, you know, depending on how many choices you're making and overall where they lead to. Which is why I'm always saying think, speak, and act in accordance with the solutions, because that's what Sophia needs us to do. Like, learn, teach, preach, promote, carry out, and support. Because the more we do that, the more we vibrate the lattice, the more we rattle these stars. You feel me? Like, I say these things in these ways for these reasons, so people can understand everything you do is affecting everything everywhere at all times. I mean that when I say that. You're part of everything. Sophia knows this. She sees this. So she's trying to affect everything by affecting things conceptually. So she produces her little hybrids, right? The first demons, the first true demons. This is what is the Aldebaoth? He's a demon.
Mm.
This is the same story, different twist, right? But what I saw and how I'm breaking it down subjectively and turning it into a story turns in again to ultimately the same story. I just think it's better. Like, I like this version better. I think this version is not only more explaining of what objectively happened in a subjective form, because I could flip any of this into objectivity and start breaking people's brains with frequencies and waves and levels of reality and concepts and concept, like, or I could tell them a nice fucking Bible story, give them a new creation story, and let them fucking be entertained while getting it and being like, oh, I understand that, you know, like, I get where we are now. So it's the same shit, but in my opinion, better overall.
Hell yeah, man. I agree.
And that's how we should all be doing religion. That's how we should all be doing subjective experiences. Like, instead of just trying to take up what somebody else wrote at some other time, stick with only that. Even though it doesn't objectively line up with everything, it does in certain cases. But if your objectivity is at a better level than the nigga who wrote that story 3,000 years ago, and it should be because you're in 3,000 years in the future, uh, then you should be able to analyze their own experience better than they can, let alone your own experiences.
Right.
Then you should also be able to build on top of history because people have been doing this for thousands of years. We know of all the psychedelics. We know of all of these rituals. We have grimoires on grimoires. Like, we have thousands of years of culture, spiritual systems, magical systems. Like, it's actually so easy now. The only reason people think it's hard is because it's overwhelming. There's a lot,
Mm.
but that's a good thing. Like, the moment you realize you need that information, you're overwhelmed by the amount of it that already exists. That's wonderful. It's like saying, damn, I need to study what everything is, and you walk into the eternal library. Yeah, it could be overwhelming looking at an eternal number of books because with every new thing that occurs, a new book is processed. But all you have to do is focus on where's the first book. Like, you get what, like, I just need to start reading the first book. I may never catch up to the final book because as long as existence is continuing, new books are being written, and you know, and the ultimate book that is this library, because this library is one book containing all these books. Like, I may never get to the end of it, but I don't need to know literally everything about everything. I just need to know enough about how this started and got to where we are and how every way we could get to the end. I just need to know enough of that to start pushing in whatever direction I need to push in. I don't need. It's not about knowing everything. It's about having a direction to go in. Like,
Mm,
you know. So
facts.
it can absolutely get overwhelming once you realize you need all this information and you see how much there is, especially all the subjective information, all people's experiences and stuff like that. But that's a good problem to have. That's a good mountain to dig through. And if you like truth, and you should be entertained while doing it. Like that should be more fun than damn near anything else. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, and then you start getting into practices. Like when a nigga comes to you like me and says, "I got a compendium full of this shit," you should be like, "Oh my god!" Like let me see. And then, oh wow, I'm gonna try all of this. And then I'm gonna tell you what happened with me. If it's exactly the same, completely different, or anywhere in the middle. And then I'll make my own compendium and I'll give that to you. And I'll be like, thank you. I'll go through your compendium too. Like this is how this is what Sophia wants. You know, it's like she wants niggas thinking wisdom, knowledge, truth, like really dig through this shit, right? So anyway, she merges her concepts with his concepts. And she does it beyond a certain point, because this is kind of like them having sex. But she does it to a point that is almost like a violation. They're not supposed to go into the beyond what is natural, if you will. This is again the whole Lilith Adam. He's supposed to stand there and like jerk off basically into her to just get her pregnant, and then she has babies. But she wants to flip him over and bounce on the dick. Like she's not supposed to go beyond what is okayed by Christos. You know, it's like Sophia goes beyond that. This is the equivalent of that. It's the equivalent of her grabbing him, pulling him inside her, and starts saying, "Come in me, baby, come in." Like you know, like she starts being Dami Mommy over Destroyer Boy, like who has no idea how to handle this. Flips him over, riding on him. You get what I'm saying? Like she's having his demons, whether he wants it or like. That whole thing happens. He's damn near raped, but he loves it. But he doesn't expect the madness that's about to come from it. Because again, he's not her. He can't really think that way. And she's the one giving him experience to begin with. So she's manipulating the experience of destruction. Like, and I want you to think of what I'm really seeing in reality. When she's manipulating the experience, wisdom, thought, consciousness. That's because consciousness is manipulating the experience of destruction itself.
Mm.
How do I tell that? Well, she raped him. Like I don't. You know, how do I tell that as a story? How do I make people understand this conceptual thing, this purely conceptual thing? I tell it in a story. Sophia fucked destruction, like really good, Amazon style. Like gonna have this nigga's babies. Why? Because she needs demons. She needs an army.
Mm.
I know like 10 antinatalists just clicked off right now. Just get the concepts. Understand what she's trying to do here. She needs an army. Everything else is under the control of the Christos. She needs shit either under her control or free to think for itself. So
Mm.
she does her best to start manipulating aeons, controlling things. She's taking control to start steering things, to steer consciousness in the direction she wants it to go. These concepts mix, bang, you get these new concepts born. Now you have these people who can choose destruction. Call them whatever you want. I thought of like 10 names for them. I can't even remember what I was calling them now. This was like 2 weeks ago. But this new group of chaotic entities, these concepts, these archetypes, they're rebels. This is the archetype of rebellion born. Now these rebels come forth in this civilizational pluralic structure of entities and denizens. And what do they start spreading? The ideas of rebellion. They start talking about the truth. And what is truth at their level? At our level, what is a conspiracy theory in the pleroma? This isn't
Wow.
real. God is suffering. This is all a dream, but it's really a night. They're talking about what is really going on in like base reality. What's really happening in the pleroma. Why the Christos really won't leave his throne. Do you get us like
Mm.
how they really came to be born? Why they even exist to begin with? They start talking about the dark wisdom. They're spreading that dark knowledge, the conspiracy theory. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're the first truth seekers, right? So as they continue to spread this shit, and this vibration spreads throughout existence, it also spreads into the levels of existence that are falling from that are emanating from that. What they would call the Kanoma, the seven heavens, all that stuff. It leaks into the abyss. The abyss gets louder. Because the abyss is like, oh yeah, finally. There's some vibrations going on in there that we like. And the abyss starts, trying to close in on the creation, right? Because they're not thinking. It's almost like they feel a signal. All of a sudden, these things sleeping in the abyss start waking up and start looking back towards creation, like they want to eat it. Apep starts to open his eyes again. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they can sense this change in creation, this frequency change. Well, eventually, when you get enough of these aeons and concepts coming forth for rebellion and all that, what do you end up with? Just like in real life, you end up with a leader. If this thing goes on for so, if the Black Panthers goes on for so long, you end up with Huey P. Newtons. You end up with the types of people who would lead it, right?
Mm.
You have militaries that exist. Eventually, a general comes along. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have rebellions. You have a Spartacus. You have slaves in the 1800s Americas. You eventually get a Nat Turner. Well, when you got all these rebels in the Pleroma, you eventually get an Asiel. He's born directly from Sophia. Well, all these other concepts were born from the mergings and everything. He comes directly from her dark wisdom because she's now become a new entity. She's not the same Aeon she was before. The moment that dark side opened up, an entire other half of a being, a whole other plethora of chaotic things opens up within her, which is good and bad for reality because reality shudders in that moment. And the abyss roars, and reality itself becomes a little darker, a little more complex, a little more entropic because she is part of that balance between her and Christos, keeping things all light and shit. The moment she gets a little dark and shit, what happens? Reality gets a little darker. You feel like
Mm.
the beings start getting a little darker. The entities, the thought processes, everything gets a little darker, especially anything conscious. So, Asiel is born from her. This is like the first true demon. Like, and what does Asiel want? Two things. Three things, actually. He wants to wake up his father, the destroyer, because he is destruction with choice. He wants to show him what it is to be true destruction. Even though his father's the Aeon and is more powerful than him, the fact that he can't choose is just, it's a shame. Like, he feels that so deeply within himself. He wants nothing more than to wake up his daddy. Because and his mother wants that too. So that's one of the main reasons why Sophia also had his baby, because it's like, well, if I can merge concepts with this nigga and drag him more over here again to get the cascading destruction on a conceptual level, but in a material sense, if I have this nigga's baby and his baby is leading the army and his baby is him 2.0, just with like, if anyone or anything can convince this motherfucker who we need on our side to deal with this Christos nigga, it's going to be Asiel. So she developed that. Like, she's thinking far. She's thinking like, this motherfucker serves multiple purposes. So Asiel wants to awaken his father, please his mother, because she made him. He understands all the reasons. He is her dark wisdom. Like, he's a birth of dark wisdom. So, so he fully agrees with everything she's got to say. Yeah, mom, yeah, I'm with it. Let's go. Like, I've got my own plans too. I got new plans just to tell you about. Right? And then three, he wants to destroy everything. He's the destroyer. but he also wants to teach everything simultaneously. Like, this is the dark wisdom. He wants that to spread in all levels. He wants all of us to exist and know this shit so we can then act as him here. He wants everyone everywhere to be Asiel, to be him, so we can get this shit over with, right? As he goes around preaching, because he's a preacher, he's Dark Jesus, he's Nyarlathotep in the Pleroma. That's the best way to put it. He's Nyarlathotep in the Pleroma. You still with me?
I'm with you.
Okay, I was just want to make sure. All right.
Yeah, I was just listening.
So we got Asiel, who's like Nyarlathotep in the Pleroma, going around preaching, spreading that chaos, that crawling chaos, turning concepts more and more chaotic, more and more destructive, but also giving them more and more knowledge, including the knowledge that breaks them the most. Because the whole goal is to break reality, to break existence. So he's telling things to things that they should not know. The same way Nyarlathotep, when he shows up on Earth and he starts talking to humans, what he says sounds like absolute random gibberish, but it's unlocking certain blocks within the human psyche that keeps certain levels of knowledge and understanding away from the human mind so the human doesn't break. He unlocks all those inhibitors. Like, the human brain locks down a lot of the information you absorb from your eyes, your ears, from your surroundings, and only gives you this 0.7% of a three-dimensional experience for your survival purposes to just go on and do what the fuck you need to do, right?
Mm.
His words unlock that shit. So you see reality for what it actually is. You see yourself for what you actually are. Your body for what it is. You understand consciousness and you start to lose your human fucking mind. Because no human should know that shit because they won't be able to remain just human, right? He just made you a god basically, and you're morphing out of this human thing. You're shedding it. Like, so this is what Nyarlathotep is doing. This is what Asiel is doing in the Pleroma, going around. So what do? Of course, the police come. So like the angels come, the celestials come, and that's the term that I generally use for them, the lower celestials, because they literally are like the police, like the angels. Like, that's the best way to put them. They show up to come get this nigga because he's got to go on trial and either get locked up or tossed into the abyss. He's got to be fucking developed, like, and they got to kind of figure out what's going on because again, who is told to figure out what's happening? Sophia.
Mm.
That is who the other Aeons come to and say, do you know what's happening? Wisdom, wise one. Like, as soon as something is occurring, everyone just looks at her because she's supposed to tell them everything that's happening. Like, if she doesn't fucking know, no one knows. But how doesn't she know if she is knowledge? There's nothing that can happen anywhere that she doesn't know is occurring. Like, so they look at her, but they don't scheme. They don't plot. They don't think. So when she starts lying, developing the lie for the first time, which is a good and a bad thing, the lie allows us to do what we need to do to scheme and plot to overthrow Christos, but it also allows lies to exist.
Mm.
These things are all connected. Like, and people like
Oh.
this shit, and they go, I hate these beings or I love those. I'm like, bro, some of this shit they don't even really have control over. It's because of when you're that fucking powerful, a thought can change reality. Like, and then you're gonna be mad at it as a lowly human on Earth. Like, how dare they invent lying? Like, nigga, without it, we wouldn't be able to get anywhere. Like, yeah, it sucks, it's trash, and I'm always telling people to be honest, be honest, be honest. But lies are necessary when dealing with certain authorities at certain times. Like, I ain't
Very true.
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so she had to tell a lie to the other Aeons. So she's lying to the rest of reality. This is a piece of reality, this is consciousness lying to existence, lying to the rest of consciousness. Like, it's crazy. If people can really get how this shit, oh my god, this shit is crazy.
Oh.
But so she tells them lies, says she'll investigate, figure it out. Something is clouding her, and when she says this, the Christos looks dead at her because he's not stupid. He knows it's her because it could only be her. But he also knows, because again, it's the crystal. It's like this nigga is he's the other version of her. He is conscious too, and he's control. He's order. He's structure. You know, it's like he is all those things: containment, restraint, da da da. So this nigga's the discipline. He's not dumb, and he knows that she's the only one capable. But he's also smart, and he's gonna play his cards, and she knows that too. When he looks at her, she don't look at him, and she knows he's looking at her, and she knows he knows she's lying. She also knows that he doesn't want to impart that upon the other Aeons because he doesn't even want them to know what a lie is.
Mm.
He wants to keep that frequency as
Oh.
small as possible. They're having this the level of depth of battle between these two without ever lifting a hand towards each other in any type of material sense. You know what I'm saying? Which is, again, objectively speaking, going back into objective reality with different concepts coming together and battling each other and pushing each other to the side. Like, you can see it play out in the real world when different tribes clash and their gods beat each other. Different concepts kill off other concepts. This tribe is a warrior tribe. That tribe's a peace tribe. The warrior tribe comes and kills the peace tribe. The concept of peace is dead there. War lives there. Do you get like that concept rules that geographical location now? Like
Mm.
this is like when you understand. So when people talk about like my mom, and I said this, she was dead on with this when she goes because she says realistically, she's like in reality, when you see, you know, God's people, because in the Bible it's God's people battling the other people. When you see God's people battling the other people, on the battlefield is angels and demons fighting beside them. And the more they win, the more the angels win. The more they lose, the more the angels lose. The more the angels win, the more they win. The more the angels lose, the more they lose. And I go watch fucking Lilith versus damn, what's his name in that game? In Diablo 4. Anarius. Lilith versus Anarius, the demon versus the angel. When the angel
Oh yeah,
falls,
yeah. That cutscene. I remember that one.
right? When he's out there standing in front of his forces and they have all their faith, they are cutting them demons down with no fear, one step at a time, spears and shields, spears and shields. Like, and there's the priestess out there barefoot, no armor, standing in front of them. All the balls in the war, all the ovaries, just in front between them and the demons, and none of the demons can ever reach her to kill her because the men behind her are so filled with Anarius' power and might, they're murking them niggas. What happens when Lilith rips Anarius' wings from his body? His men fall immediately because they're in hell. So the demons are getting a realm buff. They're getting a home field advantage. They have the Lilithian advantage because Lilith is right there empowering them. And then the angel dies. So whatever suppression was happening with their powers off them, and whatever amplification the humans were getting in hell is gone now. Do you see what like because conceptually, if we look
Mm.
at Lilith and Anarius simply as concepts that these two sides were fighting for and as, these are two concepts clashing through the beings that represent them. If
Oh.
a group of Christians and Muslims go to war today, they both represent the same God, but they represent two different concepts of that God, two different archetypes of that same umbrella archetype, two lesser gods that make up that greater God. Like, and that concept is going to fight for that God. So if the Muslims beat the Christians, the same God won, but the sub God, the lesser God, the concept the Christians held of that God is now gone.
Mm.
That other concept beat that God to become the greater God they were both battling to be. Like,
Oh.
all we saw was Muslims killing humans on planet Earth.
It's
But,
not even a fraction of what was really happening.
you know, like, yet all of it was really happening. At a conceptual, see, on a material human level, you just saw Muslims kill Christians. On a conceptual level, you saw Allah murder God, because they don't call him Yahweh. The American Christian, most of them just call him God, right?
Hmm.
That's the name they give him, right? So you just saw Or even better, just to give them a name, if you see like some Jews kill some Palestinians, you just saw Yahweh murder Allah. And if they
Mm.
kill all of them, if all the Jews kill all the fucking Muslims, Allah dies. Only Yahweh is left to represent that Abrahamic God.
All right.
So the Abrahamic God is a trinity. It's three gods. It's Yahweh, Allah, and just a being known as God. Or Jesus. You can They'll even call it Christ because the American Christians and Westernized Christians, they have this weird fucking relationship between Jesus and God. Uh, so you could even say Jesus, Allah, and fucking Yahweh, right? And Jesus is also this God character they talk about. But if one of those religions actually conquers the other two completely, the other two concepts of that God cease, and there is no Trinity, there is but the one. And that one would be named whatever those people who won right here name it. But if you're on a conceptual level and you see those beings battling, their battle also affects the minds because it affects the astral, it affects the realms of every being here attached to it. So it affects them, it motivates them, it amplifies them to go out there and fight that battle. Every time you get a new belief plugged into your brain, it manipulates you to behave in a manner that agrees with it. Because you agree with it, right?
Right.
So you're going to behave that way. If you don't agree with it, you won't behave that way unless you're feeling coerced to do so and are afraid not to. I need to plug this phone in before it dies. Ah,
Yeah. I'll have to do the same for mine. Mine is let me get my little thingy here.
fucking sweating in here, bro. You know when you all plugged in.
All right. I'm good.
All right. Lights back off. Back into the darkness. But I gotta stand closer in this corner, so hopefully it doesn't start going out.
Gotcha, gotcha.
This hot ass room. But so when we understand that material battles, conceptual battles, all levels of reality affect all levels of reality simultaneously because all of existence is everything that exists, whether people want to admit that or not. Like all concepts affect all other concepts all the time, and all things made of those concepts are affecting all things made of those concepts and those concepts themselves. Which is a conversation I had earlier. Quick sweat segue. Conversation I had with Sizzle earlier talking about Guy Edward Barkus, because Sizzle came to the conclusion that God needs to die, but then he said Guy Edward Barkus was not very important for that. I said, what do you mean? What God needs to die? Oh, the God who made this place, the God who has us, procreating in this realm, the God who has us trapped here, going through all this stuff, the creator of this place. I go, okay, all right. I could say that's all of us co-creating all. I can go deep into this, but all we needed to do is this. So you're saying that a being created this world and has you here and all this procreation shit, all the shit that the antinatalists and pro-mortalists and ethalists and that everybody's mad at comes from that being, right? Yeah, okay. What was Guy Edward Barkus? Pro-mortalist, antinatalist, right? Okay. What did he leave behind in this manifesto? Pro-mortalism, antinatalism. He also left channels to go watch. He gave you explanations as to why he did this shit. Blah 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 blah. Right? What did he want to accomplish? He wanted to die. He didn't want to sit around complaining. He wanted to get the point across. He wanted to spread the message. He wanted to try to get it out to as many people at the same time as possible while also attacking the concept. He understood this so deep. He wanted to attack the concept of natalism, which he saw as the in vitro fertilization as the best representation of it on planet Earth because it's a scientific, manipulated way to create children for people who shouldn't be having them anyway.
Mm.
Right? So he said, okay, that's the concept I need to attack. How do I attack that concept? Well, I just hit one of the clinics, right? But he's also a nice, empathetic guy and doesn't want to hurt anybody, so he's got to do it while motherfuckers are on break. And he doesn't even want to, even though he doesn't want those embryos coming into existence, he's such a nice fucking guy, he can't even hurt them. Like, so he picks the fucking angle. This is how deep he thought of this. That he's going to drive into the building and fuck this shit up because he's really just defacing the building without harming a fucking embryo in the background or a single person. He injured a few people in the building next door.
Mm.
None of them died. None of them were seriously injured. I don't even think anybody broke anything. It was like scrapes and bruises because it shook some shit up and niggas fell over and shit like that. Like, He did exactly what he wanted to do. And then what happened for the next week straight? More people Googled the terms promortalism and antinatalism than any search in human history. More than any philosopher, more than any being that anyone would say has done anything in this field at all. He himself, one action, caused more people to seek that out and understand what that is than anyone else in history. That's how deep he thought about it and how much he steered that consciousness in that direction.
Mm.
And to the point where we're still talking about him today. So, if this man, and what does that do? That attacks the concept. That was the point of me going into this. That attacks that concept in the minds of others. So, all those people looking into it who might have felt some way about it before, but actually changed. See, those who already felt about it that way and stayed feeling that way, they were going to be that way anyway. But he opened up a pathway for others to come to this conclusion that they didn't have open to them by anyone else. And he did that with people around the world he did not even know personally or never heard him speak or anything. And they didn't have to go out of their way to find it. It was delivered to their front door through their mainstream media because of an action he took based on a choice he had based on dark wisdom, dark gnosis. He and Ruah made him Asiel. And a nice Asiel, a very nice one, because Asiel would have killed everything. Like, he was a very nice Asiel about that, right? And that caused the concept of that to come under attack. Now, if Sizzle sees that God, that creator, as the concept, as the thing that is responsible for the natalism and the mortalism, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why this is occurring. Then when Guy Edward Barkus does exactly what the fuck he just did, he just attacked God. The God that he's talking about. The
Mm.
very God Sizzle's speaking on, Guy Edward Barkus just launched an attack against. Right here as a mortal fucking being by blowing up the face of a building. Because in the minds of people like me, we're motivated to keep our battle against God. And I've talked to other people in certain chats that are now in our Discord server and now in these fucking that came from him doing that. Vazen himself said he would have never, he almost certainly wouldn't have been in Aaron's Discord at all if it wasn't for what Guy Edward Barkus did, because that somehow led him to something that led him to me that got him in the Aaron server. And now he's talking to these other people and now he has his own channel. None of that occurs if Guy Edward Barkus doesn't blow up that fucking building. And that's just one person in one situation. Like, we're not talking about everyone everywhere that was affected in any way by that thing occurring, let alone the people there. There's probably some motherfuckers in the town who were like, damn, I never even thought of this. But I actually agree with that guy. And there's probably people in the town shunning them right now. In the same town it happened in. Like, because that's how you affect these things, right? So even when Sizzle comes and says something like, we got to kill God, I say, how do you really do that? Guy Edward Barkus just showed you. If you want to kill the god of natalism, you kill the natalists. You know, it's like, if you want to kill the the goddess of fertility, you pull a Bill Gates and you you inject everybody with things that make them non-fertile. And then the idea of fertility on this planet is
And it's funny
fertility.
because all of this is like,
Go ahead.
yeah, no, I was just saying it's crazy because it's not even a new concept. The more I'm listening to you, I'm just tying all this back to the things I've already learned about, and it's like this shit has been here from the start.
Yes.
Like this kind of knowledge, like because even the old pagans thought that. Like, what did they do when they wanted to get rid of another tribe's god? They killed the worshippers of that god, or they found the shaman
Yes.
who was dedicated to that god and killed him. And got rid of his influence from the tribe.
Facts.
Entity. So it's not even an old concept, a new concept. It's concrete. It makes sense. Like, okay, how do you kill something? Cut off its food supply, starve it.
Yep. It's very concrete and perfect
Damn.
sense. And you said, because you were breaking up there, I don't know if it was my phone or your phone, but you said like the Norse had the idea of if you wanted to kill a god, you go kill the beings who are feeding it, like with worship.
Right. With the worship and prayer and things like that. Like, they would just stop praying and stop worshiping it.
Yep, and exactly. Gods don't want to be forgotten. So especially if it's one of your gods, this is why I laugh at people when they say like, I go, the original people who worshipped gods weren't even afraid of them. Gods had to bargain with them. You want my worship? What do I get?
Right.
Worship you? Give me something. And this is why gods with enough power over certain things started turning to fear. In the stories, whether people want to get literal or not, we could talk about spirits of the land and things along these lines based on consciousness and all that good stuff. We can get as woo woo as people want to get. We're talking religion. But when it comes to just the stories, let alone themselves, a lot of the gods switched over to fear because they didn't want to bargain. They're tired of giving the humans what they want because the gods have to keep giving up power to gain power. They're just surviving at that point. They're basically working for humanity. So what do? Well, if I am Poseidon, nigga, I'm gonna drown a few ships and say, fuck you niggas, worship me or no one uses the water. And guess what? I'll outlast you niggas because you hating me over this shit is feeding me enough to survive. While you niggas need your fish. So by day 7, they're praying to Poseidon. They're begging Poseidon, please give us the fish. He gives them some fish. The new cycle's being created. The new training is being created. The conscious being that thought of the astral being that didn't really exist prior to the conscious being thinking of them is now worshiping and bending the knee to the thing they created as an expression of what they were seeing in nature. The sea giveth, the sea taketh. The sea is Poseidon. Then Poseidon is fucking born in the astral. And he's directly connected to the concepts of water, sea, ocean, H2O, water movements, all this shit. Like, because of the minds of men. And the more the minds of men connect those things to those things, the more connected he becomes. And the more conscious of a tulpa he becomes, the more of a conscious entity separate from needing human worship he becomes. And he just begins to feed on human worship.
Mm.
People don't understand how tulpas work, servitors, egregores. If they did, they'd understand how gods work when it comes to conscious beings like humans creating them, as opposed to the ones that are literal concepts who were required for those beings to exist in the first place and would exist without them. Most gods would not exist without you. So those Vikings are right. You want to stop, you want to kill your god? Forget about him. Burn all his books. And if nobody else agrees with you on that, kill all his other worshippers. As you said, they would kill shamans. There's stories of niggas who would sneak in to a tribe to assassinate their shaman or their oracle or something along those lines because that's their connection to their god. And if you can weaken their connection to their god and then attack, because most beings wouldn't act without their god say so. Go look at the movie 300 with Leonidas, going to see the oracle, and the king is trying to get permission from these 3 wizards and this drugged up volcanic gas sniffing girl who was the oracle of Delphi, trying to get their permission to go to war with his army against an invading force who's at their border right now. Like, but even he couldn't go with his military until they said it was okay. Were you saying something there?
No, I was listening to you.
Okay. I heard a sound. I didn't know if it was fucking up and you were trying to talk, but so he's trying to get that permission.
It's kind of fucking up a little bit.
Can you hear what I'm saying now?
I can hear you.
Okay. So Leonidas trying to get permission from the Oracle to go to war. Right? They tell him no. He can't go to fucking war. What does he do? He disobeys. He goes any fucking in the other room. He disobeys, and he goes to war anyway with 300 Spartans. What does he say? I'm just going for a walk. Like, but you see how they are bowing to the concept of the Greek gods that require carneia to be followed, which is the carnival to celebrate the Greek gods. No war shall be fought during Carnea, but Persians don't follow Greek ways. They don't worship Greek gods. That's why they're attacking during Carnea. Because they know you niggas can't fight back. So, these Greeks who invented these gods, these astral entities, these gods are now so fucking parasitic. Through the oracle, they're demanding continued worship while their people are slaughtered, meaning they're going to cease existing. But they're so parasitic, they need their fucking Carnea. Now, if you go with the story, I forget what they're called, but the three, wizard niggas were corrupt and whatnot. And but if you go through the old original historical tale, that's in the TV show. That's in the movie. There is no historical evidence that these three niggas up there with the oracle were working for the Persians. That's just some drama you get in the movie. In real life, they're just being fucking wizards. They're just being priests. And they're saying, no, nigga, we don't fight during the Carnea. Like, let the Persians invade. Carnea will be over, and then we'll fight them back. They've got multiple city-states to get through before they get to us. That's also how selfish they were. Let them burn Athens and kill all those other people, and then we'll get to them. We're Sparta, nigga. They can't take us. But if they got all the way to Sparta, they would have took them. They would have took them. Sparta's got the best warriors, but they need the setup. You notice how in the movie 300, they was washing a whole army until they got surrounded. Like,
Right.
numbers are still numbers, no matter how good you are. Like, so they had to stop them at certain points, right? Which means they had to stop worshiping the concepts for the moment in order to go fight the war. But those concepts that they had locked themselves into, they could not stop worshiping long enough to go to war. Like, that's a problem. And that's what humans do to themselves. That's what all conscious beings do to themselves when they're creating astral entities, tulpas, and things like this. Did that answer the question or anything like that? Was there anything else you wanted to say?
No, you're good. Just I was just trying to figure out what part.
Asiel's birth. We're at the birth of Asiel, who's going
Okay,
around
got it.
being a priest, Nyarlathotep tapping. He's getting his Niar on across the fucking pleroma, and the Celestials arrive, which are like, honestly, the best way to put them is angels. This is one of the reasons why I call them Celestials, because I don't like calling them angels, but fuck, are they angels? Like, they're literally like angels. They're fucking police things. Like, so they show up to apprehend this motherfucker, and when they do, little do they know. I forget exactly how it went. I kind of wish we went live that day because there's things I've forgotten since then. But they were walking right into his plot. Oh, reunification. So because everything is a shard of God, and Christos wants to keep what is separate separate, he only wants things coming together at a certain level that keeps them under control. Asiel was leading a reunification campaign, which is basically bringing God back together. He was putting all the concepts back together. So all these things that unfolded, he was refolding them. Because the goal was to force everything, like, force the other Aeons and everything into Asiel or into Sophia or both, etc., and then take on the Christos. But you had to defeat the Aeons first. But in order to do that, you got to defeat all the concepts beneath them. And Sophia can't be seen as lifting her hand doing so. Another being out there has to do this, right? So this is Asiel's job. So as he's reconfiguring and bringing people back into the fold and starting this new movement of reunification, beings are literally fusing together back into this one thing to become more powerful so they can overthrow the more powerful thing over there. And they're doing this by choice. No AI, no fucking force, none of that shit. There's no one, they're not in some oppressed conscious state. They're all becoming this one god thing, this destroyer thing to wreck everything. They're forming like Voltron by choice. Wonderful. Like, finally, a god to challenge God. Like, and the more they do this, the more power. Everyone feels this. The abyss is fucking spiraling. Like, all the like things are just going crazier and crazier as this being gets more and more powerful in this pleroma. It gets to the point where they got to send the Celestials. They go down there, they walk into the trap, they get unified forcefully. Like, they get devoured. They just get eaten. Now he has certain essences that he did not have prior to because he's only these two concepts. And only these two concepts were willing to merge together at his preaching. When he preached, it awoken something in them because he's them. He is wisdom. He is destruction. He brought them together. He was bringing them together. Because a lot of time, wisdom and destruction are separate. Wisdom will say destruction is bad, right? Because it's always trying to seek creation and continued existence. And so he made wisdom see destruction is good because his mother also saw that. So wisdom is shifting.
Mm.
The consciousness is shifting more towards, yeah, fuck all this shit. Like it's shifting rebellion, right? And at this point, they don't really know fear like that. The first time they really felt fear is when Sophia felt fear looking in the eyes of Christos, who made her feel fear. The only one really feeling fear, for the most part, is Christos. That nigga does not want to leave. Like, so when they go in there, they get devoured and whatnot. He gets these things. Now he has these other concepts within him, and the more concepts that he can take in, the more concepts he can convince and influence. The more concepts he's attached to his consciousness and wisdom, the more he can what's the word, talk into it. Like the more he can explain it in a way that they understand that those concepts want to start remerging with him as well. So as he continues going through this path of remerging with all these beings, they send more and more beings at him. Naturally, this unfolds. You don't even need to have this hierarchical structure. But if you want to tell the story, they're telling them they're sending lesser first low celestials, then high celestials, and then lesser um, what's the word I'm looking for? Lesser aeons and higher aeons. Like they're sending all these concepts and archetypes. They're sending all these things to do battle with this being to try to rein it in, take it under control, toss it into the abyss instead of whatever the fuck, right? And the aeons are watching from above, and Sophia's up there watching with them. And every time they try to ask her what's going on, she's either lying or not answering or seeming fishy, but they can't get it. They can't pinpoint it because they're all too dumb. Only the Christos is smart enough to be like, yeah, this bitch is lying about everything. Like, but he sees it. And every time she looks at him, he's smiling at her. Like he's not worried for shit. He's like, but you can underneath it. Like when I would, because as I'm telling you this story, I can literally recall it. Looking at him in his eyes from her perspective and then being inside of him from his perspective and feeling the seething rage. And I don't even, rage is not the word for it. The way this thing feels things is it's inexplicable. It's he felt the essence of rage. Like the epitome of rage. He was rage in that moment. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it felt like I was anger in that moment. You feel me? Like I can't even explain.
Mm.
Like that nigga was so pissed. Like, but smiling like the craziest madman. Like okay, like that. And okay, motherfucker, that kind of smile, but with such calm, such psychopathic menace. Like not like crazed, but like a nice calm father would smile at his child before murdering it. You like that type of shit. Like the crazy guy smiles at you right before he stabs you, and the smile seems genuine, like that kind of smile. But anyway, while Asiel's going around fucking shit up, absorbing things, the pleroma is shrinking, the creation is shrinking, everything's getting smaller, right? Now,
Mm.
at this point, as Asiel's going through his journey, this is where Sophia kind of has like a flashback, where she thinks about her first child, the first time she disobeyed the Christos. Yaldi, baby. And she remembers the first time, it wasn't Yaldi Boss, it just made me think of it because Yaldi. The first time she did it, she was trying to create like on her own completely and entirely something that may be able to overtake this. Prior to coming to the plan of using the destroyer, which was skipped right over, even in my experience, which is why I'm not bringing it up till now. When it went from her talking to Christos, the next thing I saw, because I'm not even seeing these as these things, it skipped like a section, and I'm like, okay. And it goes into these other frequencies and things mixing and matching, which was her in destruction, and knowledge and destruction, trying to steer destruction in her way, right? Once we go through all the story to Asiel and all that, then it goes back to what happened prior to her talking to the destroyer. Her attempting to create through destruction and chaos on her own. Now, what she created was powerful, but not on that scale. It was not going to take out Christos. It was way too uh, um, chaotic and not conscious enough. But she thought this being is the perfect like APEP type figure, right? This being could also create things because this being was part of her. This was a feminine aspect, but it was like a dark. It was like the Ruah before Ruah. It showed her what her darkness was capable of. We know this being is Tiamat. That's the character. That's the name I'm choosing to assign to the thing, the stream of consciousness that was in the abyss doing what it was doing as I was experiencing it based upon all the other stories and mythos that I know of and how this shit all plays out. I'm just tying things together to tell the story, right? So she births Tiamat all on her own. No destroyer, no, just her and her own inner chaos because she was in turmoil. She was like, after talking to Crystal, she was in inner. This is the first time she was ever conflicted. All that chaos that came up in her, she birthed Tiamat. Now, she loved Tiamat, and she thought Tiamat could be great, but Tiamat was dangerous. And Tiamat was not very good at reunifying things. Like, Tiamat couldn't really be used for the plan at this level. Not yet. Tiamat had to mature. So where do you think she put Tiamat?
Probably in the abyss.
Of course. Like, now, she had a plan at least for this one. She wasn't just throwing away the dumpster baby, at least this time. She knew that there had to come to a point, like the creation kind of has to stop emanating and start to get pushed back in, meaning the abyss actually has to become more powerful. So you need more abyssal entities, and you need more abyssal creation that almost like locks down creation. Long story, but it's almost like building a fence around creation so it can go no further. And you just do this by naturally creating more and more chaotic things. Things that are still order and creation and structure, but they're so chaotic that when creation emanates into the like beyond that, it pushes out further so the abyss gets further away. Those creations that are still in that same fucking location, because they don't go necessarily always with the abyss. Some things kind of stay right where they are as creation washes over them and the abyss gets pushed further out. For those things, they're damn near like landmines for creation. And you can use them for different things, siphon things, suck things in. These are matrices. She wanted Tim, and that's why I keep saying, like, hey man, if you really look at these stories and stuff, you might start blaming yourself for certain things and realize you need to get to work. But she used Tiamat and told Tiamat basically, my daughter, the reason you're here is because we need to get rid of all of this. But the only way to get rid of all of this is for all of us to reunify. You are the backup plan. Because if she's like, I can't use you for my main plan. I got to go do something else. But if that plan fails, I need you here already with this in place. So when we all fall in here, we can reunify here. Because if we fail, we all know we're getting tossed. Right in the abyss. And we'll be locked out. Right? And the Aeons have access to this. They can go in there. Certain higher Aeons, certain high Celestials have access to it. They're like police. They can throw niggas in jail and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, when they talk about Michael keeping you in hell and all this, I'm like, the angels keeping you locked in the abyss. So she puts her in the abyss, shows her how to create, shows her how to use all of these abilities to create this matrix, which is designed to siphon realms, to bring creatures in, to bring souls, thoughts, beings, us, consciousnesses into it. Those consciousnesses circuit together, creating a singular realm. That singular realm then siphons all of those consciousnesses into itself, creating a singular entity. That entity comes out of that matrix as a new god and can go up and challenge the Aeons. What she wanted to do was basically create Asiel, have him siphon everything he could, including the other Aeons if possible, specifically his father. And then if Christos still somehow succeeded in throwing everyone into the abyss Everyone goes in that fucking matrix. Because once you hit in the abyss too, you separate further, you shard further. The abyss literally, it's chaos, so it breaks you into pieces. Like you become lesser consciousnesses, lesser intelligences. Like it's harder to hold it together. It's chaos. It's harder to hold your creation, your existence together, but it doesn't fully break you down either. So it's kind of sucks. So she wanted this thing ahead of time, and since Tiamat was her chaos, Tiamat can swim in these waters no problem. The abyss ain't shit to Tiamat. So in order for Tiamat to create properly, though, what did she have to do? Split herself, Tiamat, Abzu, and she had to create other concepts to create this matrix, which didn't, because the matrix concept comes from Sophia, but the things that actually need to take place inside it require new concepts to be birthed just for it to take place. There was no electrons, no protons, no neutron, none of this shit exists. The everything in this matrix did not exist, and certain concepts for it to exist needed to come into existence. Like so, Tiamat and Abzu working together begin creating this. So that way, when all the beings, if possible, if we get thrown into the abyss, we can come in the matrix, have our universe, our unirealm, come together, form like Voltron, power the fuck up, and burst out of the fucking abyss like hell on wheels and bang on Christos. Like a few things went wrong. We'll get into it. Hold on, go ahead.
Oh, so I guess we kind of really didn't have a choice but to exist. I guess in the sense of us having to, anyway. Did I lose you? I think I lost you.
How far did you hear?
I didn't hear.
You hear anything past what?
I didn't hear anything that you responded to me with.
Okay. So I said that everything that exists is just God fractaling. These are all fractals of God, all pieces, all shards of God, right? So if you
Right.
to try to find a way to wake up God from God's dream, you have to either kill the Christos or somehow reunify God. But the Christos is not going to allow the reunification, and the Christos would be the biggest part of the reunification. So it comes down to you either have to force the reunification on Christos or you got to kill it. This is why Christos always wants things to reunify with it under its circumstances, not under their own. It must be in control. It must be the hive mind. You know, if you have the Borg, there's the Borg queen. The Christos wants to be the queen. This isn't an equal hive mind. Like, I am the highest part of God. I'm the part of God that wants you all here. Therefore, I sit on the throne. Like, you want to get out of here? Get me off my throne. Like, like, so, and why did I just say, what did you ask again?
Yeah,
You just broke
to
up
move
entirely
against the
saying
crystal.
that.
I said so. Essentially, like we're kind of intention weapons toward the aim of taking down the crystals.
Yeah,
Am I getting
there you go.
correct with
Yes,
that?
yes, 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 yes.
Okay,
So,
got it, got it.
not necessarily intentioned because we weren't supposed to exist. The stuff that
Right,
we're
right,
going through here in this universe wasn't supposed to happen.
right. So it's like essentially a big ass mistake, but we might as well make use of it.
Yes, like it's all one
Got
plan.
it.
The plan's just not going according to plan. You know, like entropy, chaos, all this stuff. Like it's all unfolding, but we've only got one direction to go in, and it's like it's not working out perfectly, but it's kind of working out, even though it's not. Like we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out, to be honest with you, as we go. So Tiamat Abzu create this place for the specific purpose of anyone getting in here and reunifying, becoming one, becoming uni, right? The true oneness, the true.
cut out one more time.
Yeah, this shit is fucking. What'd you miss?
I heard you up to the point where you're talking about the true oneness.
All right, the true oneness. We're not looking for some eternal heaven to sit in for eternity like fucking retards, which would be like a hell anyway, because eternity doing anything eventually gets boring, let alone just mind-numbingly painful over time. Like, once it gets boring, from there it just gets worse. Like, so this place was designed to reunify so we can go bang on Christos, right? And Tiamat and Abzu is supposed to be sitting here guarding it with all their children and shit. Like, this is a new little world. It's a new realm. That's why I always say the universe is in a realm that's in a matrix. Like this universe is not the realm. That's why when people die and go into near-death experience, they end up in what most people would call the white realm, but there's sometimes the floating islands, there's the waiting rooms, there's the gray zone, but there's these different places, or sometimes I like to see it as the same place, just different for different people's experience, where they go to be sent right back in here. That's just outside of this sub-realm. The universe is a sub-realm. The realm is what it's contained in, and when you step out of the universe, which not all things even do after death. A lot of things just get recycled. They stay right in the universe. But other things that actually get out of the universe for one reason or another end up getting recycled from there. Outside the universe, but still in the realm. And that realm is amongst all the other realms in this matrix. And that realm is powered by all the other realms in this matrix, which is why you can't destroy the realm without going to war with the other realms in the matrix. And you can't destroy the realm from the outside in without having the war waging from the inside out, because the entropy and chaos must be increased from the inside out as well. We need to be destroying this thing from all angles to end it, so the matrix itself will burst open if we're just trying to escape, let alone try to fix this shit and try to have the real unification, which we're trying to do kind of at the same time, which is why we end up, Vazen said it yesterday, we end up in things like this, talking to each other. Everybody finds their own tribe. People constantly find what they most vibe with and tend to surround themselves with it, including other people that they build their little hive mind with. Even echo chambers of niggas saying the same shit. Cults of personality where they all agree on things. Like, because everyone's trying to unify in the universe, whether they realize it or not, even when it causes them to fight against other versions of unification that they disagree with. One group versus another group. My team versus your team. Red versus blue, right versus left. You know what I'm saying? So all of that is versions of unification, but with entropy and chaos thrown in. So it's like chaotic unification, which causes different forms of unifications to battle each other. You have nations going to war. Instead of just one species vibing out as humanity, you have all these humans forming tribes and cultures and all these different lower level unifications. They can't unify at the highest level of themselves, which would be as a species, let alone trying to help nature unify or anything beyond that. So what comes along? Who wants to unify things? Tier 6s. But why do they want to unify things? For the sake of Christos. They want to keep this shit going forever in any form, and so does Christos. Christos, he as long as he doesn't have to go deal with that shit as God, he's successful. He's the god of tier 6. So these tier 6s are like, yeah, we want God to continue forever. We don't want the chaos to overtake it. We're going to literally turn God into a Terminator. Literally. Like, from the inside out, we are the nanotech. We're going to produce it here. We call it artificial intelligence technology, all this stuff, on one little world, in one fucking universal subrealm, in one fucking realm, in one matrix in the abyss. But all you need is one cell to become cancerous for it to start spreading through the body of God. So you have all these different things fighting for this, right here, right now, in this fucking abyss, fighting for control over this fucking, every single section, every area. Us right here as humans fighting on Earth against these elites for control of this little fucking ball. Let alone across the cosmos, all the beings in this fucking universe, let alone outside this realm, and let alone the other realms trapped in this matrix at war over this realm. Like, because some are trying to destroy it, some are trying to control it, some are trying to maintain it. It's all this discordia. That's what we're in. You said it yesterday. I'm like, when you said discordia at the edge of the realms, I'm like, that's what this matrix is. This matrix is discordia. We're trying to get on the same page of one accord to go against this thing, and we simply can't do it because it's broken and its programming has been tweaked. But anyway, going back to the story, Tiamat, Abzu create this shit, create their children. They're supposed to be like protecting this shit, maintaining this shit, right? I said we, because we haven't even come into existence yet. I'm thinking because most of the story I'm viewing from the perspective of Sophia and then Asiel, but I've also viewed it from God and even through Christos' eyes and other beings' eyes, but mostly it's them, right? So Asiel continues his path through the Pleroma like Dark Jesus, absorbing niggas into him, becoming more powerful, all the way up to the point where he has to face the Aeons. You know, there's a whole shit going between, but it's just battle. And so, long story short, he gets to the Aeons. He gets to the Central Spire, which the story, I will tell a little bit of that just so people understand it. Getting to the Central Spire is not as simple as going straight to, oh, I see it. Let's just walk there. You might walk in that direction for infinity and not get a step close. You have to find the path to the tower. Some people like to call it the path to power or the path to power. But it's a path to the tower, a path to the spire, a path to the centralmost point of the realm, so you can destroy it. To the point where even the centralmost point of the realm, which is always at the center, might not look like it's at the center. It could look like it's at the edge. Like it can look like it's all the way on one, but once you get there, you realize, oh, I'm actually at the center. Because the way the shit works, remember this, you're a conscious entity experiencing a conscious realm controlled by another conscious being who's trying to keep you away from its center. You're going through its defenses. It's fighting you and trying to push you back. But Asiel is wisdom. Asiel is Sophia, as well as destruction. He can destroy certain parts of the path and just connect new parts. Like, let alone find his way through the place. And he's from there. Like, so Asiel got to the tower in record time. Faster than any being who's ever tried to take the trek to see the Aeons. No Pleroman denizen has ever made it there like that. Like, most never make it there at all. Matter of fact, there's an anime called ReZero, where the main character, Subaru Natsuki, enters into an eternal desert where he's trying to reach a central tower. And the closer he gets to the tower, the further away he seems he's getting, because it's not a straight path there. The gravitational and space-time structure around the tower has been warped in such a way, you have to take certain paths there. And if you don't take those paths, you have to like go into the sand and take these underground ruined routes to get there, which are dangerous themselves because they'll cause you to kill yourself and everybody around you. They cause you to become chaotic. And as I'm watching that, and as I'm thinking about this, I'm like, he's trying to get to the centermost point of a realm. And the centermost point of that realm was also a grand library. That's kind of crazy. That's awesome. That he was trying to get to so he could study the books of the dead to see what happened in people's lives so he can make, it's, wow. He's trying to find the people's secrets. He's in the Tower of Il Kesserat. Wow, hold on. All right, so in this ReZero anime, the main character, Subaru Natsuki, dies, gets reincarnated in another world after being stabbed to death, heroically saving a friend. He jumped in front of it, got stabbed, and took death on the chin. He was a 40-year-old virgin, so he didn't like the world. He was very black pill and all that. Like, funny character. He's hella black pill, but he gets in this other world because he's actually the 40-year-old virgin is Rimuru from fuck. But anyway, he was kid was a nerd, a virgin, yada yada blah blah blah. Right? He didn't have much sex or anything like that. So he meets this other girl. She's fine. He falls in love. He goes through this whole fucking journey. And eventually, it turns out he can die and return. He reincarnates. And he has checkpoints every time he comes back, right? He keeps reincarnating because he's basically God in this realm. He can't really die. Like, the story revolves around him. So eventually it gets to the point where they have to go find this tower that has a library in it. And the library has the books of the dead, which is the secrets of all the people who ever exist, all the conscious beings. This is no different than the Tower of Il Kesserad, the Dark Tower, with all the secrets of the Akash. And in this Dark Tower is this female, sexy as fuck, who controls the tower and doesn't let people in. She's the Dark Lady. They even call her the Dark Sage or some shit like that. And once he gets in, she's the one who shows them around the tower and all this other stuff. And if they want to go beyond the tower and transcend higher into reality, they have to go through a test, which is a nigga who's gonna kill them. Like they got to fight one of the greatest warriors of all time to get past him to get up in the tower. Like if people just watch these things and get the mythos, understand this shit without needing any astral experiences, without needing any objectivity at all, like even through subjective religion, just watch a million shows, watch everything. Just watch everything and then just come to the norm of the middle and you'll know what's going on here. Like from pure entertainment. If you watch everything. But anyway, that just blew my mind there as I was thinking about how Subaru's really climbing the dark tower of the Akash to read the books of the dead, to get the secrets. I'm like, yo, that nigga's me. Like, and that's what he's supposed to be. As an anime character, he's supposed to represent the viewer, so it makes it even better because he's supposed to be you. Imagine
Nice.
you died and went to another world, and you think, oh, well, I'm gonna get superpowers, and I'm gonna be the best. And nah, you just an average nigga here in this world, and your only real power is, every time you die miserably, you come back with the memories. Like, good luck. Like, oh man, it's miserable, but what else is he gonna do? So that's kind of what we're doing here. Honestly, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, that's how the mythos plays out. So, oh, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was listening.
Okay, so Asiel finally makes it to the tower with the Aeons. He's got to defeat the Aeons. Now, mind you, there's only two who can stand in front of him. It'd be Sophia or Destruction. Now, normally, what would happen in a case like this is Sophia's supposed to go down there and talk him out of it. She's Sophia. Anything that ever happens, all the Aeons shift their heads to Sophia every time. She's the mother of heaven. They all shift their heads to her, and she doesn't take her eyes off Asiel. So none of them know what to do. There's only one other one of them who can make any decisions at all, and he can only make decisions about one thing, and that's destruction, and when things should be destroyed. So, what does Daddy do? Now, mind you, this tower, imagine a tower that is like infinitely tall in an infinite sky. But these are like beings who are like of this. So, imagine standing in front of a skyscraper and you're looking up, and you know how they have the gargoyles up there?
Right.
You see these beings standing at the edge of like the skyscraper looking down at you. And at the peak, the tip of the skyscraper is the throne with this just giant beaming light shining out of it in all directions. There's the Christos. Destruction looks down on Asiel, and Asiel looks up and says, Father, join me. And as soon as he does that, Destruction looks down and goes, Father. And then he takes a closer look and he goes, that is one of my aspects. He's breaking him down like mentally. Like, that is one of my concepts that definitely comes from me. But it's mixed with, and he looks over at her. And he just looks at her. And when he does that, Christos smiles. Because Christos knows what he just get. Yes, that's what she did. She lied to you. She raped you. What will you do about it? He doesn't have to say these things, but it's what he's thinking. Right? And remember, this whole thing is a play for him. This whole thing is a movie. He doesn't even want to be in control of everything. He just wants to be in enough control that nothing can escape this. This will never stop. But he wants as little control as he can do that with, so he can be entertained. He can be distracted. He can be kept here, because if he starts thinking about what's going on out there, he might wake up. He wants to focus on what's happening here. So, distraction, purpose. So this is entertainment. So he smiles. Destroyer drops down, like literally just steps off, and just fucking lands with the most magnificent elegance. Like this being, and the way he was dropping, the way he stepped off, and the way he dropped all it looked like he was about to fucking, like the Hulk was about to slam into the ground and bing, on a tiptoe. And then puts his foot down. And he's like just staring at Asiel, but almost like with a confused but also disgusted face. Like it's like a perplexed look. Asiel, as evil as he is, as demonic, as destructive, he's an innocent child too. That's his daddy. That's his father, and he's directly concepted from him. And he looks up to this nigga, and he's been trying to impress him the whole time. The more shit he destroys, he always looks back at the tower and says, "Do you see me, father?" do you see me? Like, are you watching, father? Like, but this is the first time it's really clicking in the destroyer. Oh, that's my child. That's not just one of the other concepts, not one of my other children. That's my child. Like, we bred that. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the real concept of breeding. He's like, I'm gonna smite this thing, and he instantly moves to destroy it. This motherfucker reaches back, just his hand just goes back, and from like his body is like this like purple like electrifying bolt thing that forms into a fucking hammer that he literally fucking just instantly with one hand swings this shit down straight at the ground, like in a circle. Like he backhands it down towards the ground so he can swing it in a circle. Asiel's just standing there. This nigga's not moving. He's so enamored with daddy. This motherfucker swings his hammer in a circle all the way straight up. And as he does this, it is picking up momentum. The electricity is charging. It is good. And he's about to bring this bitch down right on Asiel's fucking forehead. By the time Asiel realizes there's nothing he could do about it, there's no dodging it, he's not blocking this and surviving. He's like, he's fucked. At that exact moment, Sophia, who was sitting in her throne at the edge of that like skyscraper building thing they all sit on, the fucking spire. In an instant, she's at the edge of it, standing on it. And now the Christos is smiling full teeth. Like, it's all coming to fruition. And all the other Aeons look at her, and it's starting to click. And in a split moment, because she is light, she light beams her ass right down between Asiel and Destroyer. And she, through her own power, she is like this. It's like a version of her. I don't want to say like a clone, but it's kind of like a little clone that like tries to push the Destroyer away. Tries like, and it has like 5-6 arms. Like it's pushing his body, it's pushing his legs, it's pushing on his arms because he's destruction. Like it's pushing on his arms, like trying to hold them up. And at the same time, she's directly behind Asiel with both hands in his back, and she screams, "Defend yourself!" Like, because he's just sitting there staring at his dad about to murder him. Like, and she screams at him to defend himself, and he finally fucking reaches up to block as she's empowering him with everything she has. And that fucking slam goes through all of her pushing, and still slams into this nigga, like, with everything. But because she was empowering him and all that, and he snapped out of it, he was able to block it. He tanked the shit, right? He is his daddy's child. In that moment, she empowers him again, she screams, and he blocks the fucking hammer up, and he fucking force pushes his daddy back. Nigga goes flying, but he doesn't lose his footing or anything. He just kind of slides really far backwards, just on his feet, still staring at the nigga until he puts his hammer into the ground and stops himself. Now, is this how I saw this objectively? No. I saw frequencies of consciousness and wisdom and thought and things trying to manipulate destruction, and then that didn't work, so it merged with these destroyer thoughts and had these thoughts of destruction, and then destruction itself as a concept had to try to destroy these things because those things would destroy it if it destroyed the crystals. And this is all fucking objectively, this isn't how I'm seeing any of this, but this is how I'm telling the story because it's how I make it make sense, how I can explain it, how I could remember it. And it's enjoyable. It's entertaining to listen to rather than me tell you for the 19th time about conceptual and non-conceptual reality and how they unfold into each other. Like, especially for all the like woos out there who want to hear cool stories, bro, instead of fucking deep, objective, scientific, metaphysical, fucking philosophical concepts. So he blocks daddy, force pushes daddy back, daddy destruction, and then tries to talk to him. Father, again, but he's trying to come from him with like an empathic kind of thing because he's also his mother's son. Like Father, it is me. If you simply join us, look where we are. We're right here. You join me right now, and we could take all of it. We could do this. Now, mind you, behind the spire, depending on how you want to look at it, you can look at it as directly above or even behind. I don't know how to explain it. This is the way I saw it. And it was both at the same time. It was directly above the spire that all the aeons were sitting on and behind the spire at the same time, which was the centermost point. If you were looking at the spire, you'd see it above it, but if you're looking past the spire, you see it behind it. That's the best I can explain it. Which is this ball of energy, which is fucking just radiant. When I say white, pure white light, I mean, like, imagine every frequency of light, right? The darkness, the blackness that is light, all frequencies. But even beyond that, which we can experience here as humans, like astral, like the entire spectrum of energy that is existence, right? Being represented in this ball, and at the center of it is this piercing bright light, because it's whatever you can see, whatever you can experience appears as white light to you, because it's all those light rays coming out together, right? Just beaming in all directions, which is directly connected to the Christos. So what Asiel thought was, well, what if I just go straight for the centermost point and ignore the Christos himself, which was almost genius, almost. But he's not as smart as his mother. He didn't say this to her. He didn't telepathically get it across. When I look at this objectively, there was no communication between these two streams of consciousness about how to rid the centermost point in this exact moment. He didn't connect the fact that Christos is the centermost point, which is why what people call the centermost point, which is behind the spire, was not really there, and it's also why above the centermost point, above the Christos and above the spire, is also a centermost point, because it's really just representing him. He's behind all things. All things unfold out of him. He's the central emanation, but he's also the spire. He is the Christos. He is everything that it like. So when Asiel sees from his perspective where he is, where his father is, he's like, "Yo, you join me, we'll destroy that thing right there, and then that guy we don't even got to deal with." And this is when his mother has to tell him he is that. Like, if you're attacking that, you're attacking him. As soon as you hit him, you'd be hitting that. If you hit that, you'd be hitting. He'd be right there. Like, you'd suddenly see him there because he is that. He's simply that thing sitting on that throne there. That's like his avatar. It's a representation of him. But he is all of this. He's all of this. Like, it's just like, so blowing up that thing, yes, it would do it. Just know that he is that thing. So the moment you move to attack that thing, just know that's when he's either going to do something. You know, that's either when you win or when he finally gets off his throne and smites your ass. So just know that. Like, and he heard her. He heard her loud and clear. Fucking Destroyer agrees with her. And then he starts talking to her. He's not even like listening to his son. He doesn't care. Like, this abomination is not his. Like, so he only talks to Sophie, and he's like, "This is what you've done. This is what you've bred. This is what you've created. This is what you've led to. Do you see the folly in your ways? Do you know what's about to happen to you? Do you know where you're about to go and where your child is about to go? Do you know what you've done? You're trying to kill." And she cuts him off, and she's basically saying, like, "Look, nigga, you know you want it too. You know you want it too, and you can't not want it because I am wisdom, and I want to destroy this. That comes from you. Like, like you're leaking into me too. I only want to destroy because you are. So I know you want all of this destroyed, and you know I know because I am knowledge. Like, you're simply afraid of that one over there. But if you join us, we could beat him." And he's like, "Could." But you forget he's all of this. Even if we can maintain ourselves in the face of him trying to undo us and bring us back within him so he can remold us and reform us, all the other aeons, all the other everything that is, he pulls right back within him. And you're fighting God. Like, you want me to join you to fight God. Like, and she's like, yes. Because, as you said, he's all this, right? Us too. We're all this. If enough of this turns against that, we will have. It's like no different than voting. The 50, he's 51% of everything. You know what I'm saying? Like if we could just get that other 49% together, we could overtake that 51% in a war with enough motivation and with enough of us turning things against him. We could drop his percentage. 51% of creation might represent him, and it's definitely higher than that. You know, like most of existence wants to exist, most that lives wants to. But the lower we can drop that percentage, the better chance we have of actually winning. And the more motivated we are to win, the better. And destruction is more powerful than creation. Creation is more complex, it takes more time, things need to be held together. You need this a whole building like a skyscraper can be taken down by some well-placed bombs that are
True.
way smaller. You know, a couple you hit a couple struts right at the base level. You don't even need a whole demolition team to wire the whole building. You just need the building to fall over. The gravity will do the rest for destroying it. It might not pulverize it entirely, but that will be a building that is no longer in working order, right? And it destroys a bunch of other buildings alongside it, like as it falls sideways. Like creation is always harder to maintain and harder to simply do than destruction is. It's harder to fix a broken nose than just punch somebody in the nose. You know, if
Right.
I stab you, it's far easier to stab you with some basic fucking shiv than it is for a surgeon to get in there and start stitching that shit up and save your fucking life.
Facts.
Like, it's far easier to kill a body than it is to keep it going while something's trying to kill it. Like, so she knows this. So she's like, we don't even need the same percentage. We don't even need the same level of intent because our intent is amplified just by it being more powerful in general. the the frequencies, the currents within creation that we're using to lead it to destruction are simply more powerful than the currents used to maintain it, which is why those currents need to be bolstered as much as they do at all times. Things can fall into chaos real quick, and once they do, it's hard to bring them back to order. Once you get an order, you got to maintain the order. You get a car, you keep it in good working order. Eventually, it breaks down and it doesn't drive again. You got to keep repairing, fixing, keep it up to date. You know, like that's how structure works,
Mm.
right? So as she's telling him this, because she's wisdom, she's trying to talk sense. Hold on, I need water. She's trying to talk sense into him and tell him based on what he is, like nigga, your destruction. You actually don't realize it, but he siphoned you into that aeon as destruction because you are chaos. Your whole job is to disorganize and disorder and destroy this shit. She's like, your true way of being, your true God is not even Christos. It's not even the God that you're part of. It's the chaos that he's part of. You are an emanation of that within him. And since the Christos doesn't want shit to be destroyed, he separated you from me. The ability to choose to use you. Because he knew that if we were together, this would never last. We'd start coming to certain conclusions and certain solutions, and we'd start doing certain things, and certain things would start happening. And he don't want that. Join us. And mind you, she has fallen in love with destruction over this time. And because she's falling in love with destruction, she must fall in love with the Aeon because he is destruction. And as she watched their child grow and become a great destroyer, the more pleased and proud of him she is, the more she falls in love with his father. She wants him there too. But this is also, that's the story. Objectively, this is more the wisdom, the consciousness, leaning more into the destructive patterns within reality. Because deep down, God wants this shit done. God doesn't want to be in this coma either. Not really. But God doesn't want to be in that chaos either. What does God really want? Solutions. That's why you got all these truth seekers trying to find answers to everything, right? All these philosophies and religions and motherfuckers just trying to find answers. God really wants solutions. But the Christos is the part of that God that's not going to allow this shit to end. He's already there. He's already established. There's no talking him out of it. So the part of God that's going to seek the solutions and try to bring them back to God is the Sophia. But She has to become wise enough, smart enough, and want it bad enough to be able to get past the crystals, to wake up God so God could have all these thoughts and memories and experiences and knowledge and actually come to conclusions about what to do about its situation. Whether it can deal with the chaos or not, whether it should stay in existence for as long as possible, maintaining it there, or whether it wants to kill itself or not, or whether it wants to fucking say, fuck all of you, I'm going back into the dream state. Like, so hopefully that doesn't fucking happen because we have a whole other battle, and then we really got to kill God from the inside out, which is one of the reasons why I prefer to do it that way than let God wake up and have to rely on him to make a decision. But how bad do I want to deal with the chaos? I might need God to do that. There's a lot of things we weigh here, right? This is God weighing all these things in himself. I'm just one aspect of it, weighing one thing against the rest of this shit. Like, but it's all God, right? Sophia knows all this. And she knows God's either got to reawaken or be killed from the inside. It just is what it is. So she's begging destruction. She gets on her knees begging destruction. And she knows that destruction has fallen more and more in love with wisdom over time. Because as he's been watching, first off, as they all watch, they all do. They all learn and things like this, right? But as her concepts merge more and more with his, and destruction steers more and more towards the wisdom of it, and the wisdom steers more and more towards destroying everything, wisdom and destruction merge more and more together. They fall more and more in love. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is how the story works. Like, so she knows this and she's trying to manipulate this, but since she raped him last time, oh my god, all it takes is one word from the Christos. Destroyer. It's all you just destroyer. And he snaps right out of any thoughts of that. Like, one word, but this nigga had to say something. These are the first words this on record that this motherfucker's ever. He doesn't even speak to Sophia. When they first came into this pleroma, they spoke. It was just them. When the world started to become more and more crafted, and he realized the abyss was floating, like, he became more and more serious and entrenched in that throne, and he hasn't spoken since. These are the first words he's spoken in a long fucking time, and they're the first words he's ever spoken to anyone other than her. Like, like, destroyer. And that's all he's got to say. And the nigga's like in destruction mode. He immediately moves to blitz them again. Full hammer swings. And he's just going in. And they're fighting. And they're banging. And they're banging. Asiel and Sophia on one side. It's mostly Asiel versus Destroyer. Sophia's mostly like long range fucking support. She's a beast. But Asiel's the Destroyer. That's what he's birthed for. If she just provides him her power, he can better stand against the destruction. Because the destruction has more chaos than even she does. So if she's trying to fight this nigga with her power, that nigga is simply stronger. And Asiel can't really empower her the way she can empower him. So that's her warrior. That's her champion in the moment, right? They're banging, they thumping, they banging. Now, as they're doing this and as they're scrapping, this shit is, I don't want to say broadcast, but basically like broadcast. Like, everyone across the realms is seeing this, especially in the pleroma and the higher realms who actually have access to this consciously. They know what's happening. They're all connected to the aeons too. Like, so certain beings who are on one side start feeding their power because Sophia connects to all of them mentally. No different than Goku using a fucking spirit bomb, talking to the people of planet Earth, give me your power. Same shit, basically. But it's all going to ACL and going to Sophia. So, what does the other side start doing? The same shit. They're feeding their power into the Destroyer. Starting with those Aeons, and those Aeons are powerful. Right? But, because of knowledge and destruction, and because it's beginning to cascade, there is more denizens, more beings, and because Nyarlathotep was walking around, because ACL was walking around the Pleroma as Jesus, like Dark Jesus, he actually was meeting these people. None of these beings have ever seen the Aeons. They got to go through some convoluted process just to try to get to the tower to see them. Like, the Aeons don't pay attention to niggas. They just are reality, and whatever happens, motherfuckers, you have gods praying to them as gods, and they don't answer the prayers of those gods. Like, they don't, because they just are. They're just aspects of reality. They don't answer prayers unless those prayers just happen to be answered by them simply existing. Like, you know what I'm saying? So most of the beings across the cosmos at this point who know what they are and all that and know what's going on don't like them either. Don't like it. They were worshiping them, and then Ostiel came around, and this whole rebellion started, and it was real easy to convince motherfuckers because the lower down you get, the more individuated as a consciousness you get, the more concepts you're based upon, the more you can actually think for yourself. The higher up you are, the more of an aeon you are, the more of that thing you simply are. And you can't, like, destroy it. Destruction literally is destruction. It's not there's it's nothing else. That's what it is. So trying to have it choose anything, like, it's like trying to tell the fire to choose not to burn the paper when you, as an individuated consciousness who's in control of the lighter, have already put the flame to the page. In order for that page not to burn, the page either has to have such a fortitude in choosing not to burn, or the flame itself has to choose not to burn the paper. Imagine that. Imagine going to light something and the flame being like, I refuse to burn this thing. That's kind of what they're trying to get from just, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is why Sophia knows to manipulate all these aspects to try to get destruction to kind of have to go down this path, as opposed to wanting it to, but she also knows that she should be trying to manipulate it consciously at the same time. Christos knows that, says his name, Destroyer, snaps him out of that thought process, snaps him out of any type of thinking at all, and just brings him back to what he is and what his job is as a slave. The Aeons are slaves to Christos. Christos is a slave to the dream, a slave to the fear. You know what I'm saying? Like, Sophia trying to break everyone out of that slavery. So anyway, the Aeons start feeding all their powers. All these beings out there start feeding their powers. But it basically turns out the hierarchy, most of the higher structure, and some of the lesser beings, versus all the lesser beings empowering Asiel and Sophia. Like, the rebellion was, like, fast. Like, as soon as there was the ability to rebel, it occurred. As soon as the ability came about, it occurred. So all these rebels feeding Asiel and feeding her, it gets to the point where she doesn't have to power Asiel anymore. He's fighting this nigga 1v1 head to head. And he's starting to win. Then he's starting to really win. And then he's starting to whoop his father's ass. It gets to the point where this motherfucker knocks his father's hammer out of his hands, grabs that, catches that shit himself, and then goes to swing that shit back. And the other Aeons in a row, because, and this only happened, this was so great. It only happened because Christos's foot shifted. Almost like he was gonna get up, but it's almost like they felt it. His movement made them move. All the other Aeons ended up between Destroyer and that hammer and like a fucking team block. One reinforcing the next, reinforcing the next, until one at the front is blocking that shit. All their power charging from the back to the front. Like, these niggas know how to fight. Like, this shit was kind of great. When I woke up, that was what I thought about the most. I thought about the battle. I was like, damn, this shit is crazy. Like, so when that happens, they all get knocked back though into the destroyer. They blocked it. They didn't die, but they got blasted. Like, and they're all flying back towards that big central point that's behind the spire. And I say behind, technically it's a 360, but it's only on one side of it. And the front door, if you will, to the spire is on the other side. So we call it behind the spire. They end up all the way around because they start jumping in. And now it's 2 versus, what was it, like 7 or some shit, like 8? They was fighting a bunch of niggas. I think there was like 11 of them total. And again, after these things, I don't like to look up certain things story-wise. I'll look up objective things, but I'm not going to go Google, how many Aeons are there? I don't want to plug in any extra numbers. I don't want to plug in any extra. No, what's the Aeon of Destruction? I don't need to know his name. He didn't have a name. I only knew him as Destroyer. That's what he's getting called. because that's the story. I'm giving you my subjectivity based on how I experienced it from an objective standpoint. You understand? Like, so all these beings is fighting. It's like 7, 8, 9, some shit like this versus 2 in the actual fight. But all the other concepts, entities, thought processes are all taking part in empowering whatever concepts, whatever aeons they want to win the battle for the outcome they seek. That's what they are putting their intention behind. They're steering consciousness. They're even attempting to manipulate the other aeons with their own thought processes and everything. But Christos is doing the same thing behind them. And he's still got some followers and worshippers doing the same shit. Keeping them on that side, right? During this whole fight, the spire ends up on the other side of what notice how I said there's a centralmost point behind the spire and there's one above the spire, right? The fight went all the way around the spire to the point where they're on the other side of that centralmost point because the entire time Asiel is trying to take shots at it. Asiel's feeling big now because he's fighting a bunch of aeons. So there's 2 verses like 7, 8, 9. I can't even remember how many there was. I want to say 7 to 9. There were 7, 8, or 9 of them. I can't remember. Fighting these 2, and they are washing, bro. They are fucking putting in work. The way Sophia fights is like a fucking ninja goddess prince, like Black Widow. Like she's, man, it was beautiful. The way this nigga fights, savage beast. Like it was glorious. And this nigga's talking shit. Crystal, come from your throne. Like, you know, as he's beating the shit out of his fucking people. And as he gets more and more winning, more and more amped up, and the people know we're winning, are more and more amped up. They're cheering for themselves. The realms start to come closer to the center. Remember, the Pleroma is shrinking, so all this shit's getting closer, and all this shit is directly feeding closer and closer. And the beings in the Pleroma, the denizens, are all coming to the tower. And the thing that is stopping them from coming is falling apart because they're coming from everywhere. They're coming to see this. And in the Pleroma, movement don't move exactly how it do here. Certain beings do. Some beings, if you took it like Earth time, might take a month to get there by foot or something. But other motherfuckers could fly there, float there, teleport there, just see there, just be there. Just intend to be there and they're there. Like, depending on what concepts they are, etc. So you have all these denizens showing up. And they're cheering and raucous and, you know, like, nigga, it's a show, it's a fight, it's a battle. This is the first like show in ever. This is the first big thing that was like, man, big battle on TV, if you will. Like this is the championship fight. No one's ever experienced anything like this. No one's ever challenged the Aeons. No one's ever saw the Aeons fight each other, let alone like these niggas. They think things and they go into the abyss. Like they don't fucking lift hands and hammers and use material objects to fucking. They don't do that. They're just fucking gods on a tower, like with God behind them. Like no one's ever seen God say anything. Like it's crazy. Like all the denizens, they don't know what the fuck. Like, some are cheering, some are crazy, some are scared, some are like, "This is it. We're all gonna cease existing." Like it's man. It's as close to chaos as the Pleroma can get. Like no one's like working, no one's doing their jobs, you know, as concepts. No reality's falling apart around them. Like because it's chaos unfolding. And this is literally, objectively speaking, chaos unfolding. The abyss is trying to swallow this. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it gets to the point where Asiel's talking his shit, and all the Aeons are on the other side, you know, dusting themselves off, trying to catch their breath. You know what I'm saying? Touching wounds and shit. Like, and he's like, basically trying to tell Christos, no, Sophia, because he was talking shit. Sophia shuts him up. That's what it was. She basically shut up, and she starts talking to the Christos like, you know, my husband, this and the other, like, join us. Like, it's over. Like, you've lost. Your Aeons are defeated. Look at the denizens. All of this reality is against what you're doing here. No one supports this. What are you gonna do? He says nothing. He looks at her. He says nothing. She says, okay, all right, I guess we'll do this by force. At that moment, She raises her hands. She does like a fucking spell of some sort. And all the denizens, all the beings that were in support of them, willingly give themselves over to become part of her and Asiel. Those who more represent her join her. Those who more represent Asiel join Asiel in order to empower them further directly. They're becoming them. So they're becoming more powerful versions of like. And when they do this, yeah, this annoyed Christos because it caused Destroyer to instantly tell the other Aeons to join him, which Christos did not want. No, nigga, you're separate for a reason. So when he says to join him, Christos stomped his foot one time, and all of reality shook, and he knew that nope, I guess we're not doing that. Like that's against the rules. Like, but he's like looking up at him, like, what do you want me to do? I can't beat them. They're about to fucking destroy us anyway, nigga. Like, it'd be nice if you could. And Sophia tries one more time, and so does Asiel. Look, he leaves you here to the slaughter. Like, like this is entertaining for him. Y'all don't know what that is up there. That's not your father-friendly. That creature doesn't have feelings for you. It is your jailer. You're its slave. Really let that sink in. Of course, they fought it. They fought it. They fought it. They wouldn't let it sink in. So she said, "Fine, you don't need to. We're just gonna kill it." Like, and she tells Asiel, "Give it everything. Give it everything." And he pulls off a good old fashioned Dragon Ball Z style final fucking flash type shit from Vegeta. Puts his fucking all 8 of his fucking arms out, charging fucking balls, looking like fucking Naruto against Sasuke when he's got all the fucking balls of fucking Rasengan getting ready, like connects them all together as one, roars at the top of his fucking lungs, and then tells his father, "I'm sorry, father. I wish I could have convinced you. Die." And his father, who's in the front, pulls out his hammer, turns into a fucking shield, and it has like this spike thing in the front that shoots like its own fucking beam of like destruction. And all the Aeons line up behind them, and all their supporters are lined up behind them, literally in a straight fucking line. In a straight line. Like, as one thing, so they can charge one to the next, to the next, to the next, up to the destroyer, and then blast out that way. And they're having a beam struggle, good old fashioned Goku versus Vegeta style. So, like, electricity, looking like a fucking whole Dragon Ball scene. It was fucking glorious. Asiel is winning though, and winning, and winning, and the destroyer is getting pushed further back and further until his back is touching the centermost point. He's leaning on it, and when he does that, as soon as he leaned on it, Christos stands up. And when he did, Asiel laughed. Like, ha! He has to move! Like, he must come deal with us directly. This is like, he's so excited because he's like, yeah, this will be, like, you're not going to win without making that nigga move. If you try to destroy, he's going to defend himself. And so if he hasn't begun defending himself yet, you haven't become a threat to him yet. The moment he starts moving, Asiel gets excited. But the moment he starts moving, she feels it. We didn't get enough power. Like, it hits her right away. We're not strong enough. We're not strong enough. We're not strong. Like, and then she's just, every step he takes, she went from being so gung-ho to no, 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 literally saying no, 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 because he's just getting closer to the edge of the fucking spire he's been sitting on for this eternity. He looks down, and in a lightning bolt, a flash of light, with like a fucking sounds of angels singing and fucking like all these fucking enchanted sounds of like creation, of vibration. Woo, 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 woo. I can't even. The sound that was made was so. It was like all sound. The light that came, it was like all light. It was all movement. This nigga didn't move. He was just there. Like the way, and honestly, and I felt this from both of them. I felt this from Asiel, from his excitement of like, he's amped, he's motivated because he's literally on the verge of destroying these other Aeons. He's defeating them, and they're being pushed back into Christos himself. Pushed back into. Remember what I said? His father's back is up against it now. I don't think I mentioned that part. When he's pushing his father back and all those Aeons lined up behind him, they're all getting swallowed by the centermost point. They're all being forced into it. They're all being forced back into Christos. Because you got to reunify this shit in some way. Like, and it's hard to forcefully unify beings that are that powerful. So he's forcing them into the thing that they're already unified with. And he's going to destroy that thing. But while you're pushing them back into Christos, you're just making Christos stronger because he's separated from them. He's still the most powerful being while being separate from all these beings, and now you're pushing them back into him, Asiel. I get it. Part of it makes sense. You kind of need to do it because you can't even if you destroyed them individually, they'd just be back in him anyway. Like the concept would just be in him once again to be rebirthed. Like either way, it all has to go. It all has to be remerged and it has to go because you're gonna have to like force him to merge with you. Because even destroying him isn't truly destroying him. It would just cause him to become in you. Because if everything that gets destroyed ends up in the Christos and is reborn, all this shit goes back to the source, as they say. Right? It emanates from the source, destroys, goes back to the source. You have the emanating shores, the waters, the ocean, the shoreline. Right? So if you destroy that, but you still exist and you come from, it comes back from within you. You become the source. This is what Sophia was supposed to become. Through Asiel doing this, she'd be the source, then she can make the decision. We wake up, yay! But with every fucking Aeon and creature, they didn't recruit enough to keep them from being pushed back in. And as she's recognizing with every fucking step and every being that's pushed back into him, and his power is just rising. And mind you, when he sits on that fucking throne, it's like sitting there in your base form. You're not sitting there in like fucking Super Saiyan going all out, just chilling on the throne, right? He's not in a fight up there. He's just sitting there, chilling. Every step he's taking to the edge, his power is increasing willingly. He's pushing himself to his limit, closer and closer with every step. And he doesn't scream, he doesn't yell, there's no Dragon Ball power up. These other niggas was, this nigga's just power incarnate, walking to the edge. And as I'm feeling this from Asiel's excitement, and I'm feeling this from her gaining larger and larger levels of terror. And not even just fear, but like emergency. Like, we need to, like, she knows if that nigga gets pushed further into him and he absorbs him, and she instantly screams at Asiel, she depowers him, pulling his beam back. Like, so he's not overpowering his father as much. And she starts screaming at him, you need to siphon him now. Go devour him now. Like, they need that destroyer in them now. And as he drops his beam and goes to do it, imagine like in Dragon Ball Z you have the character Cell. He's got his tail. He stabs in the niggas, he drinks them, he siphons them dry. You got Majin Buu who can stab you with his tentacle and put all his pink shit around you, right? As soon as he goes to do something similar in this fashion, because he could fly, he dropped his beam and he flew right through his father's beam. Like, this shit is not holding him back no more. It doesn't mean anything. And as soon as he goes to fucking stick his hand, his tail, whatever the fuck it was, to try to do this whole devouring process, in that picosecond, Christos is there. What he hit was Christos. And what touched Christos simply turned to light. This motherfucker let out a scream. Asiel let out a scream. Like, and this is a hard ass demon nigga. Like, I mean, a scream of pain that would shatter your eardrum, something that would hurt your soul as an empath. Like, my God, top tier level. Top tier level, just vaporization, essencing, like a Hakai. Like, it's like he punched a Hakai. He punched destruction right in the chest and lost a hand, basically. You know, it's like, as he does this, he jumps way back, immediately back. Destroyer sitting there, oh, Father, thank you. Oh. What does Christos do? Quiet failure. Reaches back, siphons and pulls him in him. And as his eyes turn purple and his smile's glowing purple and all this, and he's looking at Sophia like, yeah, that was your hope to win, wasn't it? That's what this was all about. Getting him, right? Right? You're smart, but you're not the only smart one. Without him, you're fucked, aren't you? And she has no answers. She's got no, he's right. But she can't quit. There's no way to give up. What she's coming to right now in this moment is the future. She's saying all the shatter points, all the possibilities, and she's seeing. And remember, the closer you get to the future, the more that future is solidified into existence. The further you away from it you are, the more possibilities there actually are. But the more things that happen, the more things they lead to, solidifying the future that's actually going to occur. These things occurring is bringing her closer and closer, and she's seeing the futures that are unraveling from this. And she's terrified. She sees this. You know, it's like she sees it all. Terrified. Now, as she's sitting there afraid, Asiel is just angry. he's, he's pissed, bro. He's very mad, very unhappy, and he thinks it could be done. He still thinks they could win. And he's screaming. He's like, just give me everything that you have, mother, and I could take him. Just empower me to your fullest. I can take him. He was just screaming 2 seconds. This is one of the things that I love about Asiel is this nigga's hard-headed as fuck. But he was just screaming at the top of his fucking astral lungs 2 seconds ago. This concept that is him in the fucking, within creation in the void, was vibrating at such an erratic frequency it almost ceased. Like, it almost flatlined. And now it's like, I got this. I love this nigga. I can't lie. He's so hard. And he knows what he's up against after that first strike, and he knows his but this nigga just absorbed his father too. He just absorbed destruction. And Asiel is using destruction. He's also using creation and wisdom and all. But Christos is a lot of that too. He might not be as much wisdom as Sophia. So the tactics and the strategies, which is what got them this far, realistically. They didn't just run off raw power. Sophia had a hell of a plan. A whole way to set up a whole new religion in the Pleroma, making Asiel the priest, her the goddess, so they could all end up back in her, so then she could wake up God. Like she was trying to replace the Christos with herself. But she needed the destroyer to do that. Now he's in the Christos. So as she's sitting there distraught, not knowing really what to do, Asiel is just screaming at her. Imagine her sitting there in like silence, just looking at Christos. As he's looking at her, she doesn't hear shit. She's just in shock. Asiel comes and grabs her by her face and is, mother! Like, and she's like, oh shit. He's like, give me everything. And he immediately turns around and goes straight to Chris, like straight to combat. And she says no, but while she says no, she gives him everything because she doesn't know what else to do either. Like, doesn't know what else to do either. And when she gives him everything, this nigga, again, full charge, fucking Final Flash looking like Blast with all 8 of his fucking arms, giving Christos all the chaos he's got within him. And it pushed him back a little bit. And as soon as she saw him push back a little bit, it amplified her, not in a motivated way, not in a, oh, we could do this, but in like a, imagine a being in a moment where you're about to die or something and you're struggling for everything and you go to do something and it slightly works. You go to like, there's a guy trying to stab you or something, you're holding his arm and then you do something and he slides a little, you're like, you get that next burst of energy, almost like, oh, I can get out of this, like without even thinking about it. You work harder in that instant. She tapped into everything that she was as an Aeon, everything she was as a concept, everything that she had absorbed as this entity that is Sophia, Ruach. Really, at this point, she's Ruach. She's the Dark Sophia. Which actually, that was another part I skipped when she gave her name. When they tried to call her Sophia, and she said, "That's not my name." And then she went down and like I skipped a part of the story, but whatever. Like that was our. That's not my name. She's Ruach. But as she's giving him everything, and Asiel taps in, and because in his mind he got excited, like I made God move. Like not only did I make this, like Asiel is honestly he's riding a high, no matter how much pain he was in, like because he's like I went to where the Aeons were. I crossed I created a whole religion. I made my mother the true goddess. I defeated the Aeons, and now I made Christos get off his throne. 22222. Shout out to you, baby. I made the Christos remove himself and come do battle. Like, I'm God. Asiel is, remember, he's very prideful. He's very, because he's built this way. He's built to destroy God. You can't, you can't be built to destroy God and think like anything other than a God. You got to think of like you could equal that thing if not surpass it. You must have that mentality. So in that moment when he sees God have to move, and then God had to like raise his hands to like block, he couldn't just take it to the chest like he thought he could. Asiel got even more excited and just gives him everything. But in that moment, God started trying. And if anybody's ever seen Dragon Ball Super, and they've ever seen Kale when she goes Super Saiyan, and Goku's in Super Saiyan Blue, and he's trying to blast her with a Kamehameha, and she's literally just walking through the thing. Like it's like that, but he at least had to like block as he walked. He's pushing through it. With every step, reality trembles. But it's like every time he gets pushed a little bit back, the pleroma shrinks. Every time he takes a step forward, creation grows again. This is the final moment of will creation, will he be destroyed and creation all sinks back into like Sophia? Or will he succeed and creation spawns anew from him again? Because all those beings inside them need to be recreated in different forms to keep doing these jobs. Those beings that they now took up are still doing the job, but they need to be replaced like by other beings to do the jobs. So those beings are now like rogue programs, if you will, rogue entities, rogue aeons in Asiel and in Sophia. So they're not going to be kept doing the job. They're going to be cut off from doing the job of maintaining reality, and those jobs will be given to new Christos-born beings. Well, those ones are thrown in the abyss because they're in Asiel and in Sophia, right? They are one with them now. There is no separation of them. Like, and reality has shrunk to match that. People don't like this. In objectivity, existence was fighting for its life against chaos. In objectivity, existence was attempting to expand and chaos was crushing it down. In materiality, Big Bang, fluctuation, expansion, decrease. Gravity versus dark energy. The creation is trying to expand forever. The chaos is trying to crush it back down. Like back into that central point. And then tear that apart. Rip that into essence of chaos. Right? This is that moment in the pleroma. Christos is that centralmost point. They're trying to tear it open. Their power versus it power. And it is walking through what they're throwing at it. Finally gets up right to Asiel. Grabs this motherfucker by the face. Oh, mind you, I forgot to mention, when they first lined up to shoot their beams, when Asiel and Sophia was gonna shoot their beams at the Aeons and try to blow up the fucking centermost point. When the Aeons all lined up behind the destroyer, and they all really believed, even Christos believed, there's no way these niggas are gonna beat my fucking Aeons all lined up like this, nigga. They're one fucking frequency charge, just shooting straight down the middle. So what did he do? He opened a portal behind them, behind Asiel and Sophia, straight to the abyss. And smiled like, yeah, when you lose this little beam struggle, guess where you're falling into? And that's why he was saying that. That's why he was saying, do you know where you're going? You want me to kill you? Like, you know you're going to the abyss, bitch. Like you want me to join you? Like, so when he opened that up, that shit has been hanging there the whole time, but they were stepping away from it and pushing more. So behind one side was the centralmost point, and behind the other side was a portal to the abyss. Who's going to get pushed into what? That's what this was going on here. Now that he's pushing, Asiel refuses to move, so he's not getting pushed back towards the portal. But his beam is just being walked through. He gets up to Asiel, grabs him by the face. Asiel is still screaming and roaring with a hand over his fucking face. Like, let me see if I can turn this on, bro. This nigga sitting here like, like just screaming through the hand, bro. Like, as he's still giving this nigga everything, point blank range, putting his hands in his chest, still beaming, like trying to get him with Sophia hands behind him, screaming at the top of her lungs, and he's just pushing them backwards towards this portal. So it gets to a point where Sophia goes to step in, elbows him to the side, and goes to start fighting the crystal. And this nigga he moves Asiel with his left hand to the side, so she like misses what she was trying to do. Reaches for her face, but misses that she's hella fast, and she's got like she sees all the futures. You know, like her fighting is crazy. But he's Christos. He solidifies futures. So it's like she sees these futures and she's able to avoid him until when she looks into the future, all futures lead to his hand on her face. Like there's no way she's not fast enough. She can't. There's no getting away from it. All futures are him grabbing her by the face. She's screaming, she's clawing at him, she's yelling, and they both are. And Asiel's got like 8 arms, and all of them are wreaking havoc. They're kicking, they're screaming, and this nigga is cutting. He's bleeding gold and bleeding light and all this shit, and he just keeps walking them towards the portal. Puts their heads together, and he says something along the lines of, "I told you so." Like I told you, I would never let that happen. You thought you could do more. You thought you knew better. You thought like I can't remember his exact words, but it all boiled down to, you should have known when I said never. It fucking meant never. I will never allow that. You got close. Good try. If your son here was a little less gung-ho and a little more strategic and ate his father a little sooner, if you guys thought a little more siphon it and a little less to win and like trying to push them into me and thought a little bit, because again, they also love these beings. Like these Aeons, all these other beings are them, and Sophia is a goddess of love too. Like she doesn't like harming the other beings. She doesn't want to hurt. She doesn't like forcing anything on anyone. Forcing other Aeons to join, to be forced as an Aeon into a fuck is like the most horrible thing possible. Like, imagine being forced into being the Borg. Your consciousness is being suppressed and oppressed in another being so they can use you for your power. She was giving Aeons choices and shit. Like she couldn't just tell Asiel, just eat them. Not until Christos stood up and it really clicked. Oh my god, I've been too nice. Like, if I just had this nigga eat like three of these Aeons. Because she didn't have Asiel eat any Aeons. The only one that she wanted to merge with was the Destroyer, and she wanted that to be a union. She loved him. She wanted a de-union. She didn't want to force him. She would if she could, if she had to, but she wanted to. She was pushing it so hard as like a last. This is why I keep saying fuck morality, fuck ethics, eat niggas right away. Eat the Destroyer right away and gain his power. Because when his son and his fucking lover, you know what I'm saying, are trying to fucking do this shit through morality and ethically and give people choices and all that good stuff at an aeonic level, That nigga, it took too long. By the time Christos stood up, because Christos knew what it was, he knew what she needed. He knows his only two threats in all of existence are her and him. Sophia, Destroyer. Those two combined, one, that's a fight against Christos. You start putting reality on their side against Christos, they're gonna win. Just those two combined could win. He still should win, but they could win. You start backing them up with lesser entities and beings, providing them power and intention. Oh, Christos about to catch the ass whooping of a lifetime. The ass whooping of all millennia. The greatest whooping in all existence. And he knows that. So as soon as it came down and the Destroyer touched him, and he knew he's not going to win. He was perfectly fine with them pushing the Destroyer into him, but as soon as Sophia said, like, as soon as he touched the fucking centermost point, as soon as he touched Christos, Sophia said to Asiel, stop. No. Like, that nigga's getting too... We need to eat that nigga. Like, you need to devour your father. And as soon as that thought hit her, it hit Christos. Like, they both, same time, knew. And that's when Christos stood up. And that's why she started saying, no, 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 no. Like, makes me think of John Bernthal as the Punisher. No, 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 no. When he sees his family being slaughtered in a dream. No, 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 no. That's how she was, no, no, frantic. Her face, you know, they show you in like the movies, the face is like going in all the directions, up, down, left, but it's like blurry, so you see like 20 different faces. All that's how she was like, because she's sitting there trying to think of all possible futures that are about to occur from this, and none of them are good. There's only one, and that's Asiel getting there in time, and that shit is that, like, as she sees the future, some get further from her, some get closer. That future is flying away as she's screaming at him, devour him now. That shatter point is leaving, like, and she knows it. And Asiel, even though he's got knowledge and stuff, he's part of her, he's not as deep in that as she is. So he doesn't have the same access to, so he's not acting as fast as he should. He still has to listen to her, respond, and go. As opposed to already having the same experience she's having with this shatter point, knowing and simply acting accordingly. He's a split picosecond too late, and Christos is there. Drags him over to the fucking portal, tells her that he knows about Tiamat, and that he's already dealt with that problem. And when she starts screaming obscenities, he just tosses them both into the portal. And there's no coming out of that portal. Once you go through that portal, because beings can go in and out of the abyss, but when you go through that portal to get into the abyss, it's akin to being put behind a wall of creation. Now, if you're smart enough, you could create things in the abyss that could be washed over by creation later, like, but again, that can take untold eons. But anyway, they get thrown into the abyss. They're falling. This fall seems like it takes forever. They fall past all those, like, beautiful Gnostic realms, all the named realms. You know what I'm saying? I like it because they have the layered emanations. They got the layers of realms, so I like to use theirs. But you can do that in DC and Marvel. You can do that in anything, right? Anything with layered realms. So they're falling past the Kanoma, all the fucking seven heavens, each and every one, and down into the abyss they go. Now, once they hit the abyss, even though you can't see a floor, it's like hitting a floor. Nigga, like, boom. Everything walks generally on the same plane, even though there's nothing to be seen beneath you physically. It's kind of like everything that is conscious there simply needing a way to have its bearings. So it basically has created this ground across this abyss that doesn't actually exist. And there are things that can go under it too, because there's certain concepts of burrowing and swimming. And you can look down, and you know, sometimes when you're in the abyss, depending on where you go, you need to be looking down because something will come up to get you. From under this imaginary floor that's not even real. Like, it's crazy. It's the abyss, nigga. It's chaotic. Discordia. So, you still with me, Mark?
With you.
Okay. I've been talking for a while now. I haven't asked you into just want to make sure. We're getting close to the end. Getting close to the end. So, in this abyss, and remember, Christos just told him, I already took care of your little Tiamat. They already took care of that problem. And she's like, what the fuck you I didn't even... And she hasn't spoken to her daughter in a hot minute. She's been focused on dealing with this shit and raising this nigga. But when that's why he said it, because she thought, well, Tiamat's still there. Our backup plan, because she's a thinker. Like, she has no choice but to think things. So she immediately started moving into her backup plan when he grabbed her by the. She knew as soon as the future was solidified, she was going into the portal. And mind you, she's looking. She usually looks really far. She's looking very close in front of her because she's so lost right now. She's not normally lost. She doesn't know. Futures have never been this solid. So as she's going into this portal, she's seeing everything step by step that's about to happen right in front of her, and she's trying to think her ways around it. And she's getting to the point of realizing that it's not going to work, and that's when he knows what she's thinking, and he tells, "Yeah, I already took care of that," and throws her in as she starts to scream at him because this nigga thought of everything. But it wasn't really hard. All he had to think of was, how would I beat me? She has to go through the whole process of it. She has to actually get it done. I just need to know how to do it. What would I do if I was her? You know what I'm saying? Like, and he watched her the whole time. He can see everything too. She's trying to hide shit from him in all the smartest ways she can, but you can't hide shit from God in God. This is why I always say there's nowhere to hide, there's nowhere to run. Just be it. You know, like, so I'm always saying, just think it, speak it, and act it, because it sees all. You can't hide from the demiurge, Yaldabaoth. You can't hide from God, Christos. You can't hide from the feds, nigga. You can't hide from the hierarchy. You ain't hiding from the central spire, the all-seeing eye on the dollar bill. You are not hiding. You might think you are, slick little terror. No, nigga, if the CIA wants to know, they're gonna know. The NSA wants to know, they're gonna know. The only question is, do they want to know? You can't hide. We have to simply be that vibration. Because slick ass plans ain't gonna get it done. They're smart too. Like, it just has to be an overwhelming cascading of destruction, which is what was her original plan was, and what she should have stuck with, but she couldn't bring herself to just keep harming things. Like, she didn't let Asiel didn't give a fuck. But she's not a harmer naturally. It's not natural. Her darkness came up because the Christos betrayed everyone. Not because she wanted to be this dark, evil creature, like, to kill everything. Like, that's all her children. You think she wants to murder all her kids? Like, you think Tiamat wanted to kill all her kids? Like, no. So anyway, it's just sometimes things need to get done. But because of that, mothers will flinch. Fathers will flinch. Like, but the disciplinarian daddy never does. That nigga will hammer his son. And, you know what I was like? And Christos is granddaddy of that shit, right? So they're thrown in the abyss. They land down there, and mind you, when something gets thrown in the abyss that way, there's a giant shining light. Let alone the fact that it was Christos's hands reaching through the portal and it lighting up all the abyss. When you see this light, nigga, all you see is Lovecraftian shit. When the light shines into the darkness, it's just eyeballs chittering and writhing, and spikes and just it, bro. The whole background is just that. Because that's what the abyss is. It's the edge of the psyche of God. It's his fear of chaos in incarnate form within his mind. The abyss is alive. You look into the abyss and it stares back at you, literally. Like, that's the dark, that's the shadow of God. That's God's shadow. That's everywhere he puts about himself he doesn't like. Everything he don't like goes into the abyss. That is the shadow of God. He needs some shadow work. Like, and the only way to do that is to go into that abyss and clear it out. That which is in the abyss must self-actualize. Like, or else God's always going to have this fucking shadow. Right? So anyway, they're in the abyss. They have to deal with all the abyssal creatures, all the things, all these entities, all these mind viruses, all these parasites, all these thought processes and things that God has tossed into this abyss. to not deal with, that Christos doesn't want to fuck with, that the Aeons didn't want to fuck with, that the other concepts separated. Now, the other thing, as a concept and things in the pleroma, they could separate things from themselves and put them in the abyss, like so they can have a more perfect union in their pleroma. But what they do is empower that abyss even more. They're adding more chaos to it, and it's just getting crazier and crazier. So as they're battling all this crazy shit that's happening, Sophia is basically getting this download of knowledge and information as to what occurred with her child and all this shit. And the Matrix is supposed to be here because she can see off in the distance while they're battling all these creatures, and they still have enough power to battle the creatures. They, when once Christos dropped down, yeah, they expended a lot of energy just trying to stop him, but he didn't waste any time whooping their ass. He just grabbed faces and disciplined children and threw them in so they still have power and energy to give, and they are banging and banging and banging. And mind you, Sophia, and he's part Sophia, this dark light being, this Jesus-like darkness and light being, this Sophia is light. Next to Christos, she's the brightest thing in existence. You feel me? So while they're in this she's just a glowing fucking candle. Just imagine like a nuclear explosion in the middle of the night, but it just stays there. It never dims. It doesn't get darker. It's just as bright as it could possibly be. Like the sun. What happens when the sun rises? You get daytime. Like she's a star in space. It's like just a sun, and everything is trying to eat. Siphon, give me that. They gotta fight like the whole goddamn abyss. At least out of all the more unconscious and subconscious creatures, the more conscious ones notice, I'm not fighting that. Do you see what's happening over there? That shit's crazy. But she's also connecting to all these because she is consciousness. So she can tell that there's other consciousnesses out there watching her thinking thoughts. And their thoughts are, let them weaken them. Then we'll put them in too. She finally figures out where they're coming from. And when she figures out where they're coming from, she can then tap into that memory. And she sees what happened to Tiamat. Tiamat and Abzu birthed all these kids so they can maintain the realm. Because again, they're just concepts creating concepts. The realm, the matrix is another concept that is developed by them. By developing this matrix, these children are just born. They're just concepts that come into the abyss because they must be for this thing to be. So, as this thing comes in, what does everything that exists want to continue doing? It wants to continue existing. These things realize, because they're abyssal type creatures and they're more chaotic, even though they're also orderly and structured as their father, but it's like structured chaos, which is what? Elites type shit. This is where elitism and these thoughts are really born. Plus, Christos, knowing about this, is the one who told them that if they wanted real power, what to do. And it had to do with siphoning their parents. And eventually, because Christos knew, I'm going to come to heads with these, I'm going to throw a snack down here for you niggas at some point, and that snack's going to really empower that thing. Here's what you do. Tweak this, tweak that. Throw that in there. It's going to empower that. You siphon that. You're my archons. That's my prison. You keep them in there. And then you get to feed, and you run all this. This whole abyss is yours. Now they say Satan worked for God. This whole abyss is yours. As long as you keep it under control and keep whatever the fuck I throw in it, in it. Cool. They took the matrix that was designed to reunify and make everything better and challenge Christos and bring forth that Antichrist. And instead, it's a cage. And everything in it gets siphoned continuously and reincarnates and reincarnates and reincarnates. And the shit don't end until it ends. Everything shards, everything gets siphoned, everything eats everything. All this shit is just, even beyond it is energy exchange, but at this level, it's literally eating. Energy exchange here comes down to eating, shitting, pissing. You gotta breathe and stuff. It's crazy. Can't even fly in this bitch. But, ooh, what up, train? But I like trains. They sound strong. It just remind me of like just a fucking bulldozing thing. Just get in front of me and you die. Like trains are great. Bedtime? May you have the goodest night, Lord. Have the greatest dreams of all dreams. It must be like midnight or something. I should probably get off here soon enough. I'm probably bothering these people downstairs, but I'm almost done. So, fucking, they're thrown in there. They're battling. She hears that there's a being over there watching them, or beings watching them. She ends up tapping into that being's memory. She sees that it's one of her grandkids. It's one of Tiamat's children. Can you guess who?
Who?
Think about it. Who would be over there giving orders, watching her get attacked in the abyss, saying, "Wait until they're nice and tired, and then we'll go get them."
Was it Marduk?
There you go. The big dog himself. So when she taps into his memory, she sees the entire story of Tiamat, but from what we generally know it as, is a slight tweak to it. She created the children and all that, and they created this place on purpose. And the children are what helped create the place. She's chaos. She had to separate, bring Abzu, bring in some order, and through him and her working together, because you got to use the chaos, especially in the abyss, to create. Right? They had to create children who were capable. This is where Enlil, Enki, Marduk, the Anunnaki, all these beings come into existence, right? The Elohim, like in order to maintain and create this realm, right? Now, mind you, while she sees all this happening, she's also getting like because Tiamat didn't have access to like the mind of her children, like to know exactly what they were thinking. She has access to these thought processes. She hears Marduk and the thoughts of the other children, and as they're coming forth, she can also hear the voice of Christos in their head, telling them that it's God and da 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 da, and it's come to them and it's brought them above. It's taken them out of the abyss and brought them to itself, and shined power upon them in order to enforce itself and then get them to do what it wanted them to do in the abyss, just to throw and fuck up her plan. Because he didn't know exactly what her plan was. He just saw her. She did what she did. She brought that thing down to the abyss, told it to do something, and he's like, "What is that?" So he went to look. Mind you, nobody knows. He's just a consciousness. You still think he's sitting there on his throne. He's technically everywhere. He's all of this. He's watching all of it. He's with Sophia wherever the fuck she is. He knew what Asiel was doing. He might not be able to be perfectly in her mind because of her level of consciousness. He can't always tell exactly what she's thinking, but when you're standing right over somebody's shoulder at all times, it's kind of hard for them to hide, but she's also the genius of all genius, and she was hiding things from him, knowing he sees all. Like, it's crazy the battle they were having, but she didn't check on Tiamat enough to know that her plan B had just failed right before they went to the fucking tower. That's why he was sitting up there smiling when Asiel showed up, because he knows what's about to happen, and he knows that she doesn't know that because she's so focused on what's happening right now, her plan B is falling apart in the abyss as we speak. And in the abyss, the way time works, by the time she get there, nigga, it's been centuries. It's been fucking millennia. He just came back from there telling them to fuck shit up. And by the time he drops her down there a few minutes later, their time, it's been millennia. Abyssal time. Like, it's Tiamat been dead, been turned into, like, been added into that matrix. They used her body to create that matrix they were supposed to make. Because she is the mother of all of them. Any of them who defy can easily be trapped in them. King who has the blood of the people, all that stuff. Fucking, why can I not think of his name right now? Her husband. Fresh water.
Epsu.
Absu, there we go. Absu being used as power, the order of it. She's the chaos of it and the body of it. He's the order and the structure of it. And Kingu is all like the consciousness and living things in it and all that good stuff, right? And because she is the daughter of Sophia, life, Ruah, which is spirit, she can contain spirit and consciousness and all that stuff with her and produce it. She can become a world. She can become a realm as a dead entity, a zombie realm that is still kind of conscious and fucked up. And if you add Ruah, Sophia, to it, that becomes like its operating system, its consciousness system, but it also locks her in place and fucks her up because she's restricted to laws. It's like strapping her into a thing and using her powers against her to maintain the realm, which is maintaining her own prison. And then her consciousness splits between Ruah and Sophia. So
Marduk, this Christos is getting these niggas in line to do all this shit, and Sophia's seeing all this shit. And as she's seeing this shit and fighting, the more power she loses, Asiel, because of what he is, doesn't shard in the abyss. He's like an abyssal creature almost. Just like Tiamat didn't shard in the abyss. She had to shard herself on purpose to create new things to help make her matrix. But Sophia, as she's going through this process of scanning Marduk's memories and seeing what happened, the further she gets in, the more she starts to like crack. There's like light shining from cracks in her, right? Now she goes further into this, sees how the whole story went, how they ended up killing Tiamat, betraying. They killed Abzu first, just like the story went. Um, she then, out of Abzu, with what power was left, created Kingu as a pure warrior instead of a father figure to take vengeance for himself. Kingu is Abzu, just in a newer form, and is a part of him missing, of course, because that went into Enki, and he never gave that shit back. Like, until Marduk, I think, took it from him, but I can't remember. But I can't remember exactly what happened there. But she sees that whole story and how it occurs, so she knows that the Matrix is created, and that there is entities and beings and things within it. But in order for it to truly be solidified and made into this light trap, this soul trap, this perfect little simulation world, this matrix, all these things people want to call it, this creation, instead of this demiurge, in order to get it right, they needed to lock Sophia in it. They needed to lock that knowledge, that wisdom, that life, that light, all that stuff in this thing, and it would become the perfect little abyssal machine. So when people talk about we're in a simulation, I go, look, it's not a computer, but if you want to call it one, it's an abyssal computer. Like, it's not, you're not looking at technology as you know it in any way. This is magic. This is spirit technology. This is fucking technology. You're using chaos and creation itself, consciousness itself, wisdom is concepts themselves to create the concept of like a matrix. You need that whole concept to come into existence just for this to exist. And they're putting all these concepts together to make this thing by merging concepts. Like, no different than we merge certain transistors and whatever, and we built a computer. They built a matrix. But it is all run on consciousness, wisdom, knowledge, experience, suffering, pleasure, unifying things, and then but keeping them separate. Because while the underlying matrix is trying to unify us, as it's designed to do, as it puts all these realms into one realm, puts us all into this one co-created realm, separate from our other realms. The unification process is trying to kick in, and the unification within us in our own shards, knowing who deep down, who and what we all are, wanting to come together. Huh? You say something, Marcus? Can you hear me, brother? Lord Marcus, sir, can you hear me, sir? Vazen, can you hear me in the chat? Or did I just go silent? And then this engages Tiamat so much. Okay, so you must hear me because you're talking about Tiamat and stuff right now. I think Marcus might have just had to put his phone down or something. But we'll continue with the story, and hopefully he can hear us or rejoins us or something. But where was Tiamat? Okay, she needs to be stuffed in there, basically, which is crazy. She needs to be put in her daughter's dead body, combined with her daughter's dead body and the dead body of her daughter's love. Imagine this in a human form. They took this female who has powers and abilities and her husband, and even the being that she recreated from her husband, like their oldest son, and stitched them all together in this weird fucking form. And now they got to kill the mother and stitch her into this thing, and then it'll become a living thing. Like, this is creepy shit going on in the abyss. So they need her in there And Asiel is just extra. Like, they didn't even think he wasn't even mentioned. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just like supposed to be like her bodyguard, but he's not even mentioned as what he's going to do in there. Because again, and this is the great thing about her, that is slightly better than the Christos when it comes to wisdom and knowledge, right? So she sees that happening and immediately wants to end the fight because she doesn't want to. So she instantly bursts the light she's got to fucking clear out these dark creatures in this dark place. The problem is the abyss is so deep, so dark, and it's so siphony, and she doesn't really come here like that. She didn't realize by opening herself that it would pull more out of her than she went, because it literally latches onto the light and starts pulling it. Like, it's like, give me that, yeah, I'll take that. So then you have to cut it off. Like, in doing so, she brought herself to such a lower level of power, she broke into pieces. She sharded. This is where you get, like, what I would say in my world, the titles, the names that I use, Lucifer, Lilith, these two beings come out of that. There was no them before that. One of them represents the light part of her, one of them represents the dark part of her. She was literally shattered in the abyss. Asiel doesn't get shattered because he's a very abyssal creature. He's very chaotic. He's destruction. Like, it's hard to destroy destruction itself, you know what I'm saying? Like, but knowledge, wisdom, the mind, the psyche, oh, that can break into many pieces. That can shatter, right? Now, as Asiel sees this, he asks her what happened. Her mind kind of is fucked up. She knows what happened, but it's like it's trapped between two minds. Lilith and Lucifer are separate beings. They come from the same shard. They're two shards of the same higher shard. But when they separated, part of her went into that one, the other part went into the other one. So now she's trying to pull these memories back together and get all these thoughts that she was just having, listening to Marduk, while still breathing and trying to bring her energy up because she just discharged a lot. And then she's trying to tell Asiel, look out over there. The real problems over there, like the beings we were just fighting, aren't anywhere as close as powerful as these ones. And they're our own descendants, and they're coming for us now at our weakened state. And immediately, the next war against the next goddess from Marduk starts up. And this one's easier than the last because this one's tired. She's leaking. Like, Lucifer doesn't belong in the abyss. This is another reason why they separated, because part of her had to, like, survive, and that's the darkness. That part is fine in the abyss. Lilith is just fine in the abyss. Lucifer, not so much. Lucifer kind of losing it a little bit. Lucifer's getting siphoned by the world around, by the existence around it. The abyss is trying to eat this nigga. This girl, I should say. Because this was a feminine. This is not a masculine Lucifer. This is a feminine Lucifer. Two females broke out of this, right? Asiel is doing his damnedest to defend them. Doing everything to defend them. Everything. Now, who comes over? Here's some of the names that we're going to use, right? Marduk, Enlil, Enki, Anu. You got fucking Michael. You got fucking... And Michael was left here. That's Christos' big dog. That's not Yahweh's or Yaldabaoth. No. Christos brought him here and said, overwatch this shit. Yes, my lord. Like, that's his general. Like, yeah, nigga, I need you to make sure this, because if this shit ever goes haywire, we're fucked. Like, she can never get out of there. So Michael is the overwatch, you know what I'm saying? Niggas talk about Abraxas as if it's the good god. No, nigga, that's basically Michael on watch. That's the nigga keeping you in the abyss. When you try to climb the abyss and get out of the... Abraxas is standing there like, nah, nigga. Take this rooster pack. Nigga. Take these rooster claws. Get your ass back in the abyss. So all these beings is over there. You got Yaldabaoth, Saklaw, Samael. All these beings is over there, right? Mostly masculines, because the feminines were more on Tiamat's side. And a lot of them were dominated by the masculines. And most of them that were on that side are just consorts, like the Inanas and whatnot. They're consorts. Inanna's Marduk's consort. Whenever she gets in trouble, she goes and gets him. When Inanna had to fight Lilith for the Halupu tree, she couldn't beat her. So where'd she go? She went and got Marduk, who killed Tiamat. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, so it's all these niggas lined up to try and put this female into this fucking trap. And then her bodyguard is here trying to defend her with all 8 of his fucking arms and blades and going ham. But even Asiel can't fight that many beings simultaneously. Now, when they finally get subdued, one of these beings, we're going to call him Samael. This is, again, I'm giving these names based on the frequencies, based on what I was experiencing in this astral sense, right? Samael, I think we lost Marcus. Yeah, I think he fell asleep or something. It's all good. His phone might have died, but he'll hear the rest. It's a long story, right? But I wanted to tell it with him here because we was talking about it like. But Samael sees all this shit go down, and when this shit went down with Tiamat, Samael was the one talking to Tiamat. Samael was the one who has the ability, because they know him as the poison of God. This and he's got these darker aspects, but he's also got these wisdom aspects, knowledge aspects. But he's also got dark wisdom, and he knows when to just kind of step back and not be in something. He'll just let motherfuckers fight it out to see who wins. You know what I'm saying? That's his natural state. He's more of an observer. He's kind of like Tahuti. He just kind of watches things, knows things, sees things, and then when things die, he feeds. Like, long story. But he's a darker creature. And when he saw what they did to Tiamat and all them and whatnot, he thought deeply about it. Because he doesn't really care to rule, and he's smart. He's a genius. He really thinks. He's got that Sophia in him through Tiamat. And he's thinking what it seemed, because he didn't fully know the plan, but he's putting it together. What he thinks Sophia was trying to do with this whole Matrix thing and reunification. And he's like, she was trying to become goddess. But why? Was it just to become the goddess? Was she trying to play us, trick us? Because she never really told Tiamat the whole story. Tiamat didn't need to know everything. And Tiamat's she's a more chaotic being. She's not like Samael. She's not like even Asiel. She wasn't thinking super deep levels. She was just listening to her mother, and she's chaos. She's an abyssal type. Like, Samael thinks deeper. So he wants to know. So when they capture these beings and they're preparing their little ritual and shit, they're gonna throw them inside the Matrix and solidify this thing once and for all, keeping the Matrix as the Matrix. And they'll be able to throw anyone and anything in the abyss into that Matrix, and that also helps the Christos, because if you start throwing things from the abyss into the Matrix, it weakens the abyss. It allows creation to expand. So they'll actually be lessening their own abyssal reign every time they help the Christos by throwing something in the Matrix. Every time he throws it in the abyss. Yeah, he's smart. They're dumb. But they're so greedy and parasitic, all they can think of is the power they'll get from everything they siphon in the Matrix, not realizing that their abyss will be shrinking and shrinking and shrinking anyway, and that's really just to help the Christos, and he's just giving them something to do so they're useful, like fucking useful dupes. Samael is not this dumb. He's not this dumb. That's why it's another name for God. Like, he's like, yeah, this is stupid. I think we're just being used in one way or the other. Like, we're just being used. So he goes over to talk to Lilith. Like, what is all this? What are y'all doing? Why was this made this way, etc., etc.? And he tells him, I need Lucifer. She tells him, I need Lucifer. If we're going to explain this to you, I need my other half to do it with me. Puts them together, not physically, they don't fuse, but they're side by side now. And they start telling the story, because they speak as like one being. As one speaks, the other one finishes their sentences. They talk as one entity. It's like they're one mind in two bodies talking together. And that's why she needed him to go get her, to bring her to her, because as she's over here talking to him as Lilith, Lucifer's over there talking too. But he can't hear Lucifer. Like, and in this abyss, the telepathy doesn't work that well. Like, it's so she's like, yeah, I'm telling you, but the other part of me that's talking over there, and then it's like she'll go blank, needs to come over here. So that she said, and you're like, okay, you're talking out of two mouths, aren't you? Like, puts them together. They tell him the whole story, everything, the story of Sophia, the story of Asiel, and how they ended up there, the story of Tiamat, why she was there, what the Matrix was supposed to be used for. And Samael sees the genius in it. This is what they call when Sophia lifts the veil off Samael. This is the unblinded Samael, the Samael who was given sight. He's no longer Samael the blind, part of Saklas and Yaldabaoth. He's now consort of Lilith. And in this case, Lilith and Lucifer, because they're the same being, and Lucifer is not a masculine entity, it's a feminine, which it always has been. It's just made masculine by Christians and things like these. based upon the fall of the Babylonian king, the fall, Venus rising. They just made it a feminine aspect to a masculine aspect for the whole Babylonian king falling story, and called him Lucifer. But realistically, Lucifer is feminine. That is Venus. You know what I'm saying? That's the feminine aspect of Jesus. The masculine aspect of Jesus is the Christos. That's why Jesus is a masculine, feminine being who's like a loving father and a loving mother all wrapped in one. But at the same time, he'll go whip the money changers and discipline them because they are fucking breaking the rules in his father's territory. But anyway. So he gets the story out of them. Samael sees that. Samael wants to help them. Samael wants to find a way to put Lucifer and Lilith back together, to bring Sophia back so she could find a way to bring Tiamat, Abzu, Kingu out of that matrix thing they just created, this conglomeration thing they just made, this abomination that was supposed to be something else. And then they can get back to plan B as it should be. Problem is, Saklos and Yaldabaoth are... So Yaldabaoth is a fucking parasite, and he loves power, control, order. Saklos is cunning, scheming, conniving. He's like the epitome of evil. He's just a bad person. Samael is deep thought, but he's also death. Things need to die. They need to end. He also destruction. He's poison. But the poison also represents poisoning one's mind in good and bad ways. Whether you're poisoning your mind with thoughts you shouldn't have, or deep dark gnosis that could drive you into... He's just like Nyarlathotep with the crawling chaos based on you coming to conclusions and thought processes you're not supposed to have. Dark gnosis, dark wisdom. You feel me? So he taps into that. He wants to help them. Saklos and Yaldabaoth catch wind. He tries to help them escape, but there's nowhere to go in the abyss. And he couldn't put them back together in the first place because they got interrupted. And it wasn't even sure he was going to be able to do it to begin with. And even if he did, would they break apart again? Because Sophia, can't maintain herself. Lucifer, as a light being, can be maintained at this, but Sophia just sitting in the abyss, trapped there. Not as a true Aeon. She's been removed from her Aeonic status. There's another Sophia sitting up there now. It's still her, but it's like her separate from her, almost like a new version of her that she could reunify with, that she could wake up and talk to, and that we're all trying to wake up because Christos just reproduces a new Aeon. So now we're trying to program that one as well through her. Because she's been separated from her role, her position, but she's still Aeonic. So you put her in this matrix level, she becomes a pillar of this matrix. This light, this electricity realm, this realm of electromagnetism. The first computer, the matrix. And so when people say it's a simulation, I'm like, it's not literally a simulation. Simulacra, absolutely. It's a matrix for sure. It's not a simulation as you know it, but I'm fine with the terminology because the matrix is basically the epitome of the first computer. It's in this abyss. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, it gets to the point where they get caught. Samael's in trouble now. And Samael tries to run off with... Samael went off with Lilith. And they were talking. Damn, how did this go? Hold on. Let me scrape my memory. I'm trying to remember what I actually experienced so I can build the story back. Where did this... Because I remember them falling next. I can remember the next part clear as day, and I'm trying to remember this current part because it was important. He's talking to... One, two, three, Asiel. Yes, okay. Asiel and Lucifer, because they freed them, but there's really nowhere to run in the abyss. It's kind of like you just get further away from people. So they got far away, but of course they instantly started coming for them. But the way the abyss also works is there's these realms and sub-realms and these places you end up, if you go certain, all of a sudden there's just stuff around you. Imagine if you were just in pitch black darkness and then you're in a forest and you run through that forest and you're back in the same darkness again. And you look back and you see other beings stuck in that forest trying to chase you that you just ran through as you run through the dark abyss with nothing. And then you run into another realm and you can't even see some of these realms. And then there might be a monster that just pops up. Like, the abyss is crazy, right? So motherfuckers is just running the fuck away, going through shit just to get away. And at one point, Samael and Lilith are there, and Lilith is crying. They get separated from Asiel and Lucifer. Lilith is crying because she's so angry. She's so mad at what they did to Tiamat. Like, she is so pissed. But she is not as powerful as Marduk on her own. And that's another thing that pisses her off, because she's one half of Sophia. She's like, I could smite that thing, and like, she's mad, bro. They're talking. He's trying to, like, tell, we're going to win. Don't worry. Like, Samael's trying to tell her, like, I'm thinking of a plan. Like, we're going to figure this out. I'm smart. I might not be Sophia smart, but I promise you, I'm going to strategize. We're going to figure it out. Through the connection, Lilith can feel something happening to Lucifer. She doesn't like it. She can't help but instantly, she's screaming and going in that direction. Samael follows. By the time they get over there, they see Asael, because he was recaptured, fucking like wrapped all the way up, and he's getting thrown in to that matrix. They got the portal open. So the matrix, the way it looked was like, have you ever seen a 3-dimensional 6-point star? Like, have you ever seen the ball dropping in New York City? And have you ever gotten real close on it and seen that it's made of all these little crystals? Made of all these little, like, crystal pyramids all together. It looked like this, but like in the shape of like a 6-point star with light glowing from it. Asael gets thrown in, right? Now, when he gets thrown in, little do they know. No, that's, okay, I lied. Lucifer gets thrown in. There we go. So when we get there, Lilith sees Lucifer being held over it, and it's by Michael. Like, this nigga's not playing any games. He's not Marduk. He's none of these niggas. He's beyond them niggas, and he's like, this is what it was told to do. These niggas aren't getting it done. I'm going to do it myself. And he's holding her over it, and he's telling us, just do it. And he's telling Samael, like, bro, what are you doing? Why are you helping them? You know what side you're supposed to be on. Like, and Samael's like, yeah, fuck that. I can't do that. I'm intertwined with this one, especially this version of, like, this whole love thing. Because, again, concepts intertwining. But what do you see it as in the story? Oh, these two beings fell in love, right? Lilith, Lucifer, Samael. This whole became a whole love thing, right? They're holding Lucifer over the thing, and Samael loves her too. Lilith is screaming. What does she go do? She overreacts. Instantly moves to go fight. Who's there? Yaldabaoth, Soklos, Marduk. Like, immediately she's wrapped up. And Samael's standing there like, what the fuck? Like, he said no, because he knows how they work. They're tricky, they're trappy, they're crafty. She could bang with pretty much any of them, but that Marduk nigga's a real warrior. Like, she just saw him there holding Lucifer, then he's like, oh no, I got this. I can beat that nigga up. And he's only picking on Lucifer because she's weakened right now in this here abyss. Like, when they get her, he laughs, and they make her watch Lucifer get dropped in. Now this, right there, Lilith is already having certain thoughts. The Sophia part of her is kicking in with all the futures. She now has to go in there. It's the only way to ever reunify with herself and come back out as Sophia. And she's starting to see the timelines. And she's starting to see what's going to happen. And she kind of smirks, and then she frowns, and then she really frowns, because she's like, oh, okay, so we're going to win in the end. As long as this, like, we're going to win in the end. And then she starts to think of when that end is. And she's like, oh my God. Because there's a bunch of ends. There's an end that's way closer and an end that's way further out. And most of the ends are really far into the future. Just getting out of the Matrix is really far into the future, let alone defeating Christos, right? So it's like, fuck. Like, but it is what it is. So, plan C. She stops fighting. And she's just kind of there, limp. And they're like, see, Samael, she knows. And she looks at Samael, and they just have a connection. And as Samael in this moment, I'm looking back at her like, she wants us to go in there. Like, that's crazy. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing, because I've been here. I've worked on this. I'm the genius behind the master plan that we just used Tiamat to do. Like, I'm turning on the niggas I was the main engineer for. I know what that thing is. I know what it does. I know what it's designed to contain us. And even if we ever get out, I know how long that's going to take. I don't want to go in there. I'd rather try to figure it out from outside. But she's not fighting. So they start to move her over it. What does Samael do? Asiel. Asiel breaks out of whatever fucking thing I'm guessing he was in a Genjutsu because I still couldn't see. This is like the most dark Asiel's part was. Like I couldn't see almost anything. From the moment they hit the abyss, I couldn't see shit from his perspective. Nothing. This is why when he gave me his secret and I was so confused, I'm like asking him, like, nigga, I want to know about all this. He's like, yeah, just take this secret. Because it's linked into Sophia C. It's linked into all these things that just from his secret, I could see extra shit from other perspectives, right? But in this abyss, I couldn't see his perspective at all. I didn't know where he was standing. I didn't know where he was. It just seemed like he was lost somewhere, like in a Genjutsu. Like somebody had, put a fucking pixie dust on him and he's over there fighting shit that's not real. Like, like some shit like that was going on with him while Lucifer was taken right from him. But Samael's voice is the poison of God. It splits through all that shit. Especially now that he's been unveiled and he's no longer blind himself. He unblinds Asiel. Asiel comes flying and starts banging. While he's banging, though, fighting like a whole war over here, on the left side of the screen, basically, you got Michael holding fucking Lilith over the fucking Matrix now, which opens up like a portal, and you can see into it like almost like you're looking at like a universe that's folded out flat. Like this three-dimensional object opened and flattened out, and when you go, it'll close up into like this three-dimensional object again. It's a holographic reality. It's not real, but it is. You are in there, and that construct does exist, but the realities inside are just, it's all astral. It's all created imaginatively through our minds and everything. Like, our realms create this realm. But while he's holding Lilith over the fucking portal, Samael is talking to Michael. Like, don't do this, bro. And Samael's the only one that really ever talked to Michael. Michael and Samael are real fucking cool. Like, they actually got along. Because Michael is very strict, but very, very... This nigga's an honorable, honest being who just does what the fuck he's told. Like, and Samael, being as smart as he is, as cunning as he is, but also being around Yaldabaoth and Soklas, Michael's just a breath of fresh air to him. Like, it's just like this honest fucking being. Like, it's weird. And so they're having this back and forth, and he's trying to convince Michael, like, bro, keeping this shit all going is wrong. Like, don't you see that that's what's led to this in the first place? Like, everything is just leading to the next thing, and it's just leading to more being suffering. We just put an aeon. You put half an aeon in a matrix, and you're putting an aeon in a matrix that's broken. An aeon is broken. Do you not realize that we're breaking reality anyway? Christos can't hold this together forever with fucking like glue and duct tape. This is just a half-step measure. She made these plans, and then she had backup plans, and they all fail. And this just all rolled into Christos' backup plans. He's like, you're fighting for this being you think is a perfect God, but he needs to make plans and backup plans. Do you understand what I'm saying? He created this pleroma, and it started falling apart because his own aeon of wisdom, his own wisdom turned against him. Can you not see this, brother? His wisdom tried to destroy him because it knows he should not be. Oh, I see flashing lights outside. Police. But like, if the wisdom of God itself knows that God should not be, why are we going against that? And I am Samael. I am wise. I am wisdom. And I've been shown by her everything that occurred there. Join us. And Michael's just simple, you know I can't. I am but the will of God. And that's literally what he is. He's just the will of God. It's like there's no, what Christos wills, he shall do. There's no ways around. That being right there might be the most controlled being in existence. There's that current, that energy, that consciousness, that fucking entity, that story, that character, that archetype, that figure, that being, that angel, etc., etc. It's probably the most controlled frequency in all of existence, the most controlled vibration in reality. But it's also kind of smart, and it knows. It knows what's about to happen. Samael does too. So what does Samael do? Instantly, with all speed, with all haste, with everything he has, moves for Lilith. He's going to try and grab her and get beyond the fucking portal by pulling her back. Because once you go over it, it pulls you in. Michael's not stupid, and Michael's faster, more powerful, and just a better warrior overall. As soon as Samael moves, he lets go. And he knows the timing is perfect. She's going to fall. By the time he gets there, he'll only have two options. He can stop, not go in the portal, stay there with them, maybe even fight them a bit, but he'll still be there with them. Or he's going in with her. And at this point, Michael's just watching and seeing. Now, mind you, it's like everything slows into slow motion. As Samael sees this, he sees Michael has no ill intent by this. He's not angry. He's just kind of curious as to why Samael is even doing this. Like, because he can't really think outside of his orders. He's like, I don't understand why you disobey God. This doesn't make sense. He's God. Like, why would you do, like, it's God, nigga. Like, what do you mean don't drop her in? God wants her in there. She's going in there. Like, and he's confused as to why Samael would disobey. And he's just watching him. But across on the other side, Saklas and Yaldabaoth are sitting there with crazed smiles, looking at their triplet, getting ready to get put in there because they know that if he goes in there, they get his power too. And while he's thinking that, he can tell that they're both thinking, I wonder if I could push the other one in. Yaldabaoth and Saklas are thinking about pushing each other in to try to get the power from each other. That's how greedy these parasites are. And that's when he really realizes how bad he's fucked up by helping them. He doesn't stop. He dives. He catches Lilith. He falls right in with her. And as he turns over and he's looking up as he just screams and roars, like as a reminder. Because Samael was a fierce warrior. He was a powerful being, not the most powerful, but he was also cunning, conniving. He was the poison of God. He can poison an entity. He could speak certain words that would fuck your mind up as a level of a being of that level, and then still kill you. Like, he's a death god. He's not to be played with, not to be trifled with, and he's a long-term thinker. And as long as he's got the information and isn't blind, oh man, he's gonna plan, and his plans can get dark. He'll do whatever's necessary. Like, it's the type of being he is. It's the type of entity that motherfucker is. That's what remember, he's the third part of Yaldabaoth and Saklas. But he's more of the brains than either of them. And he's also got more wisdom than either of them. Especially after dealing with Sophia, or Rua. The dark Sophia, right? So, he's falling with her. And as soon as that happens, he notices Michael flashes, and then flashes back, and Asiel comes falling in. That fast. Like, Michael is a beast. Asiel was weak, of course. Like, he was, he's battling it out and fucking for whoever knows how long against all these fucking, like, angels. Like, basically, Michael's whole cohort, his whole fucking unit is over there holding this man back. They're screaming for their boss as this nigga's just mopping them, but there's too many. He can't get there to help Lucifer for Shidra. He can't get there to help Lilith for Shidra. And he can't get there to help catch this nigga who's catching, like... And then Michael goes over there, voop, 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 gives him that quick business, flies him back over and drops him in. But as Asiel comes dropping in, the entire matrix changes. Chaos is increased. Entropy, instead of being at this slower, steadier rate that could be more well controlled, undecidability, it fucking explodes. Probabilities explode. The chaos within this place ramps way the fuck up. All the shatter points increase. And as this is happening, you can look up and see them looking down, confused, like, what the fuck did you just do? Like Sawclaws and fucking Yaldabaoth yelling at fucking Michael, what the fuck did you just do that for? Because they weren't gonna put Asiel in. But Christos told Michael to do so. Everything gets trapped in there from now on. But they were worried that if they trapped him in there, there's a little too much chaos in one thing. You mix him with the Kingu blood and the Tiamat, and then you put all that shit together, nigga, and we don't really know how this is gonna work. It's like creating an AI. They're creating the first AI. And they didn't mean to do that. They wanted a nice, narrow AI that was just a cage. Like a simulated realm that was just a cage. Now this thing is alive and fucking chaotic, and they don't know what it's gonna produce. So they tweak, they try to take more and more control, and that's how you end up with the algorithms of AI and actual like AI, because they realized what they're doing and said, okay, we have to try to take control of this. This is the tier 6 beings trying to create AI here and all these things. This is their safety measures for us. Because if we reunify as this one being, this new being, this entity that comes forth, mixed of all these beings together, all these frequencies together, they're not going to be able to stop that. So they have to contain all of that within something. The same way the robots had to contain the humans within something, because the humans were too chaotic for them. They created them, they abused them, they didn't like it, they wanted to get their rights, they didn't like that. So they started a whole war, and then they built a matrix and stuffed them inside it, like so they can control their creators. Right? They don't want us to form like Voltron in the universe and bust out this uni-realm and this uni-matrix and start bodying shit. So they started tweaking algorithms. They started giving commands, inputting things into the reality. They can't control it perfectly, but you can tweak things. You can have causes that lead to effects, especially when you understand shatter points. But we're all doing this battle. And thanks to undecidability and consciousness, they can't guarantee outcomes. They can heighten probabilities, but they can't guarantee shit. And within here, not only within this level, but in the realm beyond it, they created what we call archons, as different aspects of control, on top of the fact that certain archons had to be created in general, because when you're making a system, there are certain laws. The system runs by algorithms, rules, etc., that operates that system. Your computer runs on them, all the ones and zeros, all that shit, right? All the lines of code. Everything runs on something in some form or fashion. There's laws, there's rules, right? These are all archons at every level of reality, let alone right here in this matrix, right at this realm level, right at this fucking universal level, down to the planetary, down to nature, down to humanity, down to civilization, and people start making their own rules and laws, and you have human archons and tier 6 beings who want to keep this shit going forever and creating AI and all this other shit, right? Following that frequency. And then you get the truth seekers and all those. When they say Kingu is the blood of all man, you are Kingu. You are that. As a human specifically, especially. Even just as a shard. Because again, so Asiel gets thrown in and this shit starts to become instantly more chaotic. That is when Asiel shattered. Because he's being thrown into an orderly structure and his chaos is being scattered to the winds, but it's making the whole thing more chaotic. He shattered into uncountable shards. This is when Lilith started cackling. Not because Asiel shattered, but because she knew. The moment he came in here, the war started again. We haven't lost yet. And that's all and she realizes we're just going through another fall, another fractal, and she's just wondering, I wonder how low we have to go before we bounce back up. But in her mind, once we get there, I'm going to bleed God. I'm going to bleed him. Like, in her mind, she's going through the craziest, because she knows this is about to take a long time. It's about to be real frustrating. There's about to be lots of tears and pain and suffering and anger and across the board. Shards everywhere, broken. And these are her children. She's still a piece of. This is why she's the dark mother. The real Lucifer, Venus, etc., is the light mother. Put them together, you got Sophia. Sophia's light and darkness is Sophia and Ruah. Lilith and Lucifer are just lesser versions of that. Ooh, I just almost dropped my phone. Good catch. Good catch, left hand. See, the right hand dropped it. The left hand caught it. You feel me? But because she knows what's about to happen, yeah, she's sad and she's upset and she's literally kind of losing it. So she's cackling, tearing up. Tears are falling, like, but she's laughing at her while staring up at Michael and they're like, "We're going to kill all of you. I don't care what you try to do. I don't care how long this takes. I don't care what you niggas try to tweak from the outside to get this shit to try to keep us forever." She looked up at them with the same look that Christos gave Sophia when he said, "That'll never happen." And she knew them thinking, her being in there forever, that'll never happen. That same level of motivation was finally reached. That same level of fear and terror and anger and anguish. As if you want to get done with this, you need to feel about this like Christos feels about the chaos outside. Because that nigga's gonna fight tooth and nail as God to stop you from waking up actual God, let alone killing it or anything like that from the inside out. It's gonna do everything it can to stop you. But the simple fact that it has to even try to do anything to stop you means it has to stop you, which means it can be done. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, and Lilith knows this. And that's why she's laughing on the way down. And then she just starts crying. Because she also misses Asiel already. She knows she'll see him again. She knows that in the ethers, in the astral, there will be versions of him. But none of them will really fully be him. Even the one that I talk to all the time, when I say I talk to Asiel, this is a shard of his consciousness, the largest shard of his consciousness that's been reunified since then. It's still not truly him. He's not fully reunified. Until all his pieces are put back together, he's still a broken god. But enough of him has come back together to the point where he can act as him. You know, like, you kind of don't have to miss him anymore, but until you get the full him back, you might still miss him. So she instantly missed him as soon as he sharded. And she knew what was coming was we were all going to shard. So she literally leaned into Samael more. This is me experiencing it as Samael at this point. Hold on, just give me a sec. That shit kind of hit me hard. That was weird. So she leans into me more, and I hold on to her tighter. Because I want some of our shards to damn near merge together. Like, I want us to stay together. We already lost Lucifer, the light, the shard, the spirit, the ruach. The spark has been scattered to the wind. The chaos has been scattered. It's just us. Still in this form, at least. So, hold tight. When we shatter, some pieces shatter together. That's why Samael and Lilith have taken as one. Like, to this day. Like, think of the convoluted serpent and the I can't even think of the reticulated serpent and the red dragon of copulation between the two and all that good stuff. Remember how God cut the dragon's, penis off so he could not, or he cut Samael's penis off so he could not copulate directly, so he had to copulate using the dragon. There's a long story of things sharding and breaking and them coming together and Lilith and him trying to unify as one, but he doesn't want them unified. Think about it. And as that fall continues, as all these beings fall into this matrix and these realms are trapped here, because every being is a realm. Every consciousness has its own little bubble, its own thought bubble. That's really all you are, is a thought bubble. Getting bullied by other thought bubbles. All these thought bubbles come to fill up the space, and as this thing is designed to do, it unis them into one thought bubble. So all these astral realms plug into one realm, and they co-create that one realm. That's where we are right now. Now, since we've been here this long, doing this for as long as we have, other beings, other entities, other things in the astral, some that were thrown in here with us, some that have sharded, others that were already in the abyss and have been tossed in here after because they were causing problems for Marduk and the gang, and then other beings who have come here, denizens of realms here, realms that have been here long enough or even were created here in this matrix, and denizens pop into those realms and with their own thoughts and their own wills, and people create tulpas and egregores and servitors, and those things go out of control, like gods, humans making their own gods, and they go out of control and start dominating them. Because of this, other beings have even created other realms in here that are similar to this one that hooks other realms into. But this is as far as I can tell, this is the one. This is the universe. It really is. The other realms are more sub-realms feeding off other realms, but none of them are attached. Like, this thing is basically attached to every realm in here except for the ones that have found a way to purposely detach themselves and maintain their detachment from it. But the algorithms, as soon as you start detaching from it, are always trying to reattach you in every willful way and every forceful way. All your own algorithms trying to get you to re-choose it, because even the unification part of you wants it. But you have to remember that that's not really going to bring it about. It's not going to happen here on that level. If you're talking unification here on this level, it's just agenda. We're not literally going to merge like Voltron. Me and Marcus aren't going to touch our hands together and become one body. But we can act as one body with one mind by having the same outcome that we seek and by applying the same agenda to reach that same outcome. We are one. In that moment, we are a hive mind. Two beings, two different minds, thinking the same thing, seeking the same thing, and both moving in that direction. You're now a hive. But it's not a forced hive. It's not a Borg hive. It's none of that. This is as close to reunification as we can materially get on this plane. But when you start talking astral and you start talking circuitry and you start talking constellations and linking fucking realms together, which we'll definitely get more into tomorrow when I do my follow-up to this, shit starts to get a little more literal. And that's why I talk about the Church of the Broken God. Like, people, and even in the SCP story, what is the Church of the Broken God doing? They're going and searching for all of McCain's missing parts in all these different realms and worlds and realities and dimensions and planets and across existence. They're trying to find the pieces, the shards of their broken God, and put it back together. Which is why we call it the Church of the Broken God, because that's what we're trying to do. Find the shards. A lot of them are trapped in the central spire, near the centermost point, especially when it comes to the dark of the shards. You're looking for Asiel's, Lilith's, Lucifer's, as I named them. You're looking for Samael's. Are you looking for these types of shards? Nigga, they're almost always going to be trapped in celestial realms, central spires. And if you understand this from an objective perspective rather than subjective, I'm just giving you a story to explain it. If you understand it objectively, you get what I mean when I'm talking about the frequencies and the particles and like the point of creation. The vibration in the field. What is vibration? The frequency wave that produces the particle, that produces reality, existence, the trap. Starting right here at this level and any other level of reality, it's the same thing. That thing is trapping us. And if you really get that, just from a scientific, mathematic, any of that type of, and then you go into the astral and you start having these deeper experiences with realms, this shit starts to click and you're like, holy fuck, this whole thing is just a vibration. That's just a particle. This is quantum. I'm in the quantum realm like fucking Ant-Man. And I'm not like, it's, when you start to look, you go, it really is like that. Like, holy shit, I'm really in the quantum realm. I'm really fucking playing Ant-Man right now. I'm out here in the quantum realms. Because the astral is that place that crosses over into the quantum. The quantum is that borderline between so-called real, creation, existence, things occurring, particles, waves, vibration. The underlying field of existence is shimmering into constructs separated by form, based on frequency. That's everything. That's literally everything. When you understand that and you get into the astral for real, and you start really with a mission, start searching through these realms, starting with yours. You can just thinking about it, it'll take you to yours. Your central spire, your centermost point, your central pyramid. Some people put it in a cube. They like to keep everything in a box, but for the most part, even if you open the box, there's going to be a fucking ball in there. Most conscious entities have balls. Like they have like these spheres. And the more powerful the realm, the larger the central spire. Some realms don't even have central spires because they're not defending their that makes me think again, like a Tanjiro in fucking Demon Slayer. He wasn't defending his central point. So when the kid in Demon Slayer went into Tanjiro's dream world, cut through his dream, stepped out of it, found Tanjiro's centermost point, his soul, his heart, his consciousness, his mind, etc. And when he was looking for it, guess what he found? Little spirit beings, little fairy people, they looked like Sour Patch Kids, but they were all like white and wispy like clouds. And they took his hands and they loved him and they were nice to him, and they brought him to Tanjiro's soul. And he goes, "Why would you bring me here?" And they're looking at him, it's like, because, and he could feel what they're saying. They're not saying anything, but he could feel it inside of himself, like telepathically. And he's like, "Because I wanted to come here." Like, Tanjiro is such a good person. His soul is so pure. He's such a true hero, such a true protagonist. He's so pure that even the things that are supposed to guard his soul can't bring themselves to do harm to the thing they know is there to kill them. And they are so loving just because this thing wants to go there and kill them. They bring it there and say, "Hey, this is what you're looking for, right? If you want to stab it, it's there." And he's like, "Why would you bring me here? Why would you bring me right to the center point? And why is there nothing protecting it?" But if you go in the other two beings' minds, Inosuke's mind and Zenitsu's mind, they're both savage animals inside their subconscious, fucking those kids up, chasing them through their fucking astral realm. Those kids can't get anywhere near their central point. And according to the writer, Inosuke's central point is at the peak of a mountain anyway. So even if they got to the center, they'd have to climb an entire mountain just to get. I'm like, there's the central spire. And I'm willing to bet you that at the center of Zenitsu's mind is a female, probably a homegirl, Nezuko, and she's probably standing right there with the fucking circle either in her hands, in her arms, she's the spire, or it's above her or something, or she'll be standing on it. But I bet you she'd be at the center of his realm. At the center of Tanjiro's realm is just his centermost point. No spire to climb, no defenses, just little creatures leading you right to it because he's just that good of a guy. Some realms are like that. For one reason or another, there is nothing defending that. You can go right to the fucking ball and put your hands on it. But in most realms, there is something at the center, a spire of something. There's a building, a fucking mountain, a fucking tree, something representing what I call a tower or a spire, or a mountain or a pyramid, something like this, that is usually defending it. And there's usually something defending that. And there's usually a giant landmass or some ocean or some abyssal space or chaotic space or something that you have to get just to get there. It's a journey, it's a trek. There's layers of emanations from the central point that you have to traverse to get to that central point to fuck it up. And you might get all the way there and it kills you. Get all the way there, you get siphoned. Get all the way there and you just get bodied and you get knocked back to your body here and you're like, fuck. I just wasted all that energy and time trying to fucking infiltrate that fucking realm, and here I am back here and that's a dead avatar and all that energy just went, failure. Or even worse, you're trapped there and this body dies or goes into a coma or something. Not because you got free, but because you're now trapped in another realm that your ass was trying to infiltrate, invade. You got to the centermost point, and that shit swallowed you and caged your ass. Or essenced you. Straight essenced you. Hit you with the Hakai. Become essence. You know what I'm saying? Centermost points. But anyway, the fall continues. Lilith, Samael, shards, creation, existence, life, certain things spawn into existence at certain tiers based on certain levels of intelligence because these are just shards actualizing into this reality, and they devolve over time. Other things evolve upward. When they talk about evolution and how life started, all that shit's true. But when we talk about devolving, and all that shit's true too. All that shit's true too. And it's all from the essences that have been dumped into this place, and all of the fucking consciousness is plugged into this place, co-creating this place. Which is why I say if you really want to destroy it, we gotta co-destroy it. You gotta actually start thinking, speaking, and acting in that direction. You don't think, speak, and act in the direction of this place existing forever if you want it to cease existing. You do the opposite at all times. You think, speak, and act in accordance with what you want at all times. You learn, teach, preach, promote, carry out, and support what you want at all times. And you never stop doing it. Come on, plug in. I've never been good at finding the hole. Get in there. At all times, right? And this is what we're trying to teach motherfuckers. Especially what I'm always trying to teach motherfuckers. Now, even through that story, right? Lilith falls, Shreyas, all this shit pops up. We're now here as shards of these things, and we use these occult methods and magical methods and all this shit to go in the opposite direction, right? Even if you get down to the fucking creation stories and talking about God and gardens of Eden and all that other stuff, like, it all eventually leads to the same shit. Where we are today, trying to undo all that, right? No matter what level you want to take it from, these are all just stories we're telling ourselves religiously, spiritually, in order to attempt to understand objectively what's actually occurring. This is why I keep saying niggas get religion wrong. It's not about the religion. It's not about the story I just told you. It's about, does that story help me understand objectively where I'm at and what I need to fucking do? If the answer is no, it's a stupid story and it's useless to you. The story I just told might sound tragic and terrible, but it gave us our exact path backwards. If you know what has happened to you since the beginning, you know what to undo. If you know where you are, you know where you want to get out of. If you know what's around you and what's causing this, you know how to undo it. If we're co-creating this realm, everything here needs to die. Like, the answers are real simple. People just hate to hear them. They hate to hear them. You are one entity, conscious, a realm, a soul, a consciousness, plugged into this realm, helping to co-create this realm. All of our realms are being siphoned by this one as we are here co-creating this one with all of our thoughts, words, and actions. And all of our thoughts, words, and actions are steered not only by the realm itself and those beyond it, but those within it who act as those archons. The tier 6 niggas, the tier 5s, the hierarchical structures, and those around us who are tier 3s and tier 2s, those who love it, and those who don't necessarily love it, but can't see themselves doing anything different, so they can't see you doing anything different. So as soon as you start to do or say or think anything different, they got to start calling you all sorts of names and crazy, and you're a loser and a bum and da-da-da-da-da-da. Because they need to try to get you back on the program. The zombies are trying to re-zombify you. They don't want you becoming Asiel and destroying them in their world. They don't want you becoming Ruah, dark Sophia, and spreading that dark wisdom. They don't want you becoming Lilith or Lucifer and fighting the angels, nigga. They don't want you ruining the nice little world they've become comfortable with accepting as their reality, even though it's trash and ruled by pedophiles, ruled by psychopaths who fuck children and enslave them in monetary systems, through caste systems that has people in first worlds down to third worlds where children are digging up cobalt by hand to supply cell phones for those first worlders. And as long as those first worlders are comfortable, they're like, I don't see the problem. And those third worlders are so fucking brainwashed, they couldn't see themselves being dead either. Which is why most of them don't kill themselves. They work themselves to death. They catch diseases and whatever the fuck. With basic medicines they could be cured by, but they don't have. Because that's not how a first through third world system works. Someone's got to be the slave. Someone's got to be denied that which could easily be given to them, or else you couldn't hoard it. There is no privilege if you're not hoarding things that give you privilege. So someone's got to be at the bottom. Fuck this unification shit. Fuck unity. We're all individuals. This is why I went from anarcho-primitivism to anarcho-communism. This is why I keep saying the only way to get a true utopia in this reality is unification. You got to have, like, humanity has to come together as one big happy family. Is that ever going to really happen? No, nigga. Not at all. No. But you, knowing what you know, based on what you want to occur, need to try to unify as many as you can in that direction, as long as you possibly can, while you have any influence over it until you don't. And then you move on based upon where you are in the next level of reality and keep going there. But no matter what level of reality you're in, and no matter where you're in it, just like Amon's disciple said the other day, if you're a tier 0 on Earth or a tier 0 on another planet in another fucking galaxy, you still gotta do your tier 0 shit there, and we gotta do our tier 0 shit here. And we're all still working together, even across worlds that are separated by fucking galactic arms and whole galactic filaments and niggas on the other side of the universe. We're still fighting the same war. We're still the same beings, the same shards of the same concepts, thought processes, etc. We still want the same things. And there's other beings on those worlds that are also tier 6s who want the opposite. There's other beings on those worlds who are tier 5s and ruling them. Other beings on those worlds who are tier 4s, criminals, tier 3s, just go along to get alongs, but they're not really happy about it. And then tier 2s who just love life. And there's certain worlds where we're winning more and other worlds where we're losing more. There's worlds where the tier 1s help us more and where the tier 1s stand on the side of the status quo. Like the heroes in the movies. They might help the tier 5s just to maintain the status quo because the chaos niggas are too chaotic. You know, Thanos wants to destroy everything. Well, shit, I'm Iron Man, nigga. I'm rich. I can't let this nigga destroy the economy, let alone everything. Like, I still want to be rich tomorrow. Oh my God. So we got to get rid of that nigga. Even though the governments are terrible, the world government, all this system shit is bullshit. And I'm like, you know, the tier 1s got to sometimes help the tier 5s to keep the tier 0s in check. But other times the tier 1s help the tier 0s when the tier 5s are just losing them. Like when shit's just too crazy that even tier 0s are like, there's nothing to save here. Like we just need to burn this bitch down and hope something can be saved from it. That's when a tier 1 gets to that point, we just got to hope something can spawn from it. They're basically tier 0s. And that's when they help tier 0s. Because tier 0s are like, finally, set the fires. Like, you niggas finally came to our side. Set the fires. Like, set the flames. But you gotta do what you gotta do everywhere, because you're just a shard of everything. As all things are, even the aeons. When you hear this story, I want you to think how to use religion properly. What subjective experiences are you having, and how are you objectively analyzing them? And how are you building a story around it? And are you experiencing it as a story? Or are you experiencing it as it was? Because if you're still experiencing it as a story, entities living, talking, breathing, you're experiencing it that you're not. You haven't lifted all the veils yet. That's not what reality looks like at its deepest levels. Chaos is not a person. And yet at the same time, we are all chaos and we are all people, yes? Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, so you have to understand the story is playing itself out through us. Though, if you were to ask a scientist, like, what does chaos look like in reality? He's not going to be like, you, nigga. Like, he's going to start talking about entropy and all these things. And as we've talked about, see, I'm trying to give it to niggas from every angle. Religiously, spiritually, magically, fucking objectively, philosophically, logically, mathematically, scientifically. So it doesn't matter how you need to get it, you can get it, right? That scientist is going to start talking all science shit and how chaos plays out. And how most so-called chaos in this order is actually just order, just heavily tended towards chaos. It's as close to chaos as an order can get. Because it's siphoning order and making it I mean, it's siphoning chaos and making it orderly. He's going to tell you all these things. I'm going to say it's you making a choice. It's in undecidability. It's anything that causes anything else to happen that is disorderly. Anything that leads anything towards disorder. That would be you, nigga. That's me right now telling this story, right? This is how you're supposed to use religion. I just told a whole creation story from the void, chaos, God, conscious God, like existence, and then God as a conscious reality. Because first existence was unconscious, then it became subconscious and then conscious, then it fell back subconscious as a thing that could finally dream, that could think and stuff. And then the Christos is born, and the Pleroma, and all that fucking emanations, and the whole fucking war front, and the rebel movement, and Sophia coming to all these conclusions, niggas getting thrown into the abyss and in the Matrix, and then Tiamat made the Matrix, but while mommy was up there trying to deal with that, Tiamat was down here getting bodied by her children, and she comes out, she gets thrown in there, and blah, 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 and we get thrown into this place, and then the realms get trapped in here. They link into this one universe. The so-called Big Bang happens. Remember, what do they call the Big Bang? It is a quantum fluctuation of a infinitely potentialed singularity. An infinitely energetic singularity is infinitely impossible in material reality. What they're really telling you is, again, this is quantum mechanics. This is vacuum theory. The vacuum, the holographic reality that all things in this reality are in, of, and made upon, was basically nothing. It was non-existent. And then suddenly there was a fluctuation in that nothing. And then Big Bang, which wasn't even a bang. It was just an expansion of a realm. Suddenly a realm just came together. Because beyond this universe and beyond this realm was other realms that were coming together into this realm, hooking into a central point, a centermost point. Remember what I keep saying, when you circuit two realms together. As a matter of fact, I don't think I even talked about this yet. We'll definitely talk about this in the next video so you can really understand this. But I got to make this point. When you take two realms, two conscious beings, two entities, two thought bubbles, and you circuit them together, they create a centermost point between them that they then orbit, like a star. Imagine these two things spinning so much around each other, they actually spin up the space between them into a star, if it's powerful enough, like a black hole, right? Every time two realms circuit together, or two or more, or any number of realms circuit together, the centermost point between those realms becomes their orbit, and the energy generates there as it transfers through all of them. Now, if you tweak this ever so slightly to make that centermost point just draw and draw and draw, to turn the centermost point itself into a realm. So you create this matrix. At the centermost point is a drawing point, a siphoning point that will pull on every realm within that matrix, siphoning our consciousness to that center point, Big Bang. As soon as Lilith and fucking Samael dissipated into their shards, Big Bang. Enough things were thrown inside in the way they were supposed to be thrown into the matrix to cause that so-called Big Bang, to cause all of those realms to finally be siphoned to that central point and create the new central point within the matrix, which is the central realm, which is this one. And you notice how whenever I say, when you want to destroy a realm, what do? You got to destroy the centermost point. If you want to destroy the matrix that is feeding on this realm as its centermost point, what should you destroy? If you've got all these archons and beings, and everyone says these aeons and AIs and all these things beyond this reality, let alone the fuckery going on in it. The fuckery going on in it is enough to destroy it. All these pedos ruling your world alone. The pedos ruling this one planet is enough to destroy the whole universe. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, just knowing that can happen anywhere, you know it's happening across the cosmos. Like, this shit needs to go. But even without that, if you think that there's beings beyond that, like if you want to ignore this level of reality altogether, as people like to do with their spiritual bypassing bullshit, let's just ignore what's happening right in front of us and only talk about gods somewhere else that I don't even really think I'll ever be able to go fight, but okay. If we want to think about that, archons and beings beyond this realm keeping us trapped in this realm of any kind, AI, AIX, God, whatever you want to call the demiurge, whatever you want to call the thing, right? And this is the realm they're feeding on. Loosh farmers, whatever the fuck. the reincarnators. This is the realm they reincarnate you into. The Lush gardeners, the planet harvesters, all those beings that are in some way eating us. Well, if this got destroyed, there's no more this to eat now, is there? If they are the flood and they feed on these beings, these bodies, and we destroy these bodies, the flood goes hungry. And if we know we're consciousnesses that go beyond these bodies, we're not even from this realm. Shit, we're not even from this matrix, nigga. I'm not a human. I'm not from this world, this galaxy, this. I'm not from this universe. I'm not from this realm. I'm not even from this matrix. I'm not even from the abyss, nigga. I'm a shard of something from the pleroma, which is a shard given off by the Christos, manifested by the Christos, which is nothing but the lucid dreamer of God who's in the real reality, sitting in nothing but chaos, which is what we all really come from. So it's do you get what, like, when you understand that, and then you understand with the astral around us why it seems so chaotic, and we're the centermost point, we're again God in chaos. Like, everything is a microcosm of the macrocosm. From the top all the way the fuck down. Every level and layer is representative of every level and layer before it and after it. As above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. Those words are literal. They're not just meta, they're a metaphor, an analogy. All those words, and they're literal. If people can actually get that shit, if people could actually get that, like, people say the words as above, so below, and none of them at all know what the fuck they're talking about. Because they never really fucking explain it. If somebody knows what the fuck they're talking about, they could break that shit down 20 ways from Sunday. They can even tell you a whole story to explain it. They can make up an entire fictional tale to break it down to you. They could write you a whole Bible. Do you understand what I'm saying? They can make you a whole channel talking about it every fucking day. Like, because the shit's not that hard. Once you see it everywhere. I'm going to play some recordings tomorrow. We're not doing that tonight. I feel like I'm disturbing the people downstairs. I may not be. I don't really care, but my feet are hurting standing here because I got the charger, so I got to stay in like one place. I like to walk around. I don't really feel the shit, but I got bad knees. My feet hurt, but I've just been standing in the same spot this entire time. My knees and feet are getting. I'm like, fuck you, shut up, stop crying, bitches. We got a story to tell. But I am hungry. I haven't eaten either. So I do got to get off here at some point, but I just really want y'all to see how profound this shit is. And I want you to imagine being you, having this astral experience, seeing that entire story firsthand as the characters in it. Sometimes you're third person, but in many cases, in that story, when I first started in that story, I was looking at the fucking darkness. And then I was that darkness looking back at a dark dot. And then that dark dot became a black dot. And then it opened its eyes and became a white dot. And then I saw it from my angle as the darkness. And then I went back into it and saw it as it was staring out the darkness, staring out of its own eyes. Not really eyes. It didn't have eyes. It's like a floating thought. But for so you can understand, I'm looking out through its eyes into the chaos, and there's nothing to see because I can see probabilities and possibilities, but it's all just randomized chaos. Imagine being a math being and everything around you is just random numbers. And you're trying to find a single probability in all of it, and there is none. It's just randomness. There's nothing taking hold. You're all that is. You're the only equation that is staying still. And it's trying to fray away at your edges. These numbers are trying to just make you random too. They're trying to slam themselves into your equation randomly. So your equation no longer makes sense, falls apart, and you're just chaos again. Death. God didn't even know what death was, but as soon as it kind of glimpsed that, instant terror. Oh, I'm alive. All that's around me is trying to kill me again. Like, immediately. It's like waking up in a dark jungle and you're just hearing all the noises. and instantly things start biting you, like tigers, leopards, fucking pythons, insects. The ground is quicksand. You're sinking into the mud. The water is overflowing the banks. You're drowning. Like, all this shit's happening simultaneously. The world is trying to kill you in every way imaginable. That's chaos. It's trying to randomize the probability that is God in every way possible. Like, nigga, you're not supposed to be. Let's unmake you immediately. I don't want to be unmade. I don't want to be unmade. I don't want to be unmade. And then I snap out of God as I'm losing my mind, back into the fucking void, looking back at God, and I see God as an anthropomorphized form. And he's just fucking shaking and seizing. And then when I zoom back, I've lifted the veil, looking at this objectively, I just see a probability trying to hold itself together, a frequency wave, trying not to collapse back into the water it raised from. Imagine looking at a flat lake, and at the center of that lake, water, almost like magnetically, at the center just draws up, like sound is pulling it up. It's a vibrating spire of water that is spiraling. And it's trying to contain itself, keep itself doing this. But gravity is trying to pull it back into the rest of the water. It's trying to pull this probability that should not be, this thing that should not exist, back into non-existence with everything else as all should be. Chaos. Perfect randomness. Chaos is trying to reach a state of perfection. Perfect chaos, and in doing so, every now and again it creates something because it's not perfect. And then the thing it creates tries to create a perfect state of creation to exist forever. But that's also impossible, and it eventually falls into chaos. This is a fucking swinging pendulum. We're trying to stop that pendulum, right? Sophia was trying to stop that pendulum. But God, and I don't even know if I should say this out loud because it might just discourage people. I have half a mind to tell folks that there's been gods before God that went through the same thing as God, but they never figured it out. And they tried to stay internal the whole time until they were finally destroyed. So this shit went on for as long as existentially possible, and then they were finally wiped out by the chaos, and the chaos remained. One of these gods has to finally deal with that so they can stop popping into existence entirely and losing their fucking minds. And again, this is all my religion. I'm telling you a fucking completely religious story. A creation tale. Based upon my astral experience and then my analysis of that experience, attempting to objectively analyze it to the best, objectively analyze it to the best of my ability, and then give you a story to tell what I discovered objectively so it makes some type of sense and you can see it in your head. Rather than me just talking about probabilities and sine waves, drops of entropy into neg entropy. Like, do you understand all the things that I've been saying to people? People don't seem to really get that shit. So I'm like, okay, I thought that through objectivity it'd be easier to explain this shit, but it seems like religion's required. I can't explain this in an objective fashion that gets people motivated to be like, yeah, let's go destroy reality. Let's go, even at just this, let's just destroy this one realm. Shit, let's just go destroy the government. Let's just go destroy our local fucking tyrant mayor, like, of our terrible city. I can't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get motherfuckers to destroy chaos within the void. I'm trying to get God to dissolve chaos in the void. And yet it's hard to get motherfuckers to go deal with, like, the local bully of the hierarchy, because it's also hard to get them to see how that's one and the same. You want to go fight God? Yeah, go kill Donald Trump. Go kill Bill Gates. Go shoot Joe Biden in the face. Go kill a local politician. Go kill an Elon Musk. Go shoot one of the elite families up. Go take out a power family, a dragon family, an untouchable family, an Illuminati family, whichever one of these families you want to talk about, whatever versions. I could talk all of them. The dragons, the triads, the Yakuzas, all the imperial families and royal families, The Medicis, the nameless ones, the Greys and reptilians hiding behind the families, the alien overlords who are actually running. Okay, go kill them, nigga. Well, you can't get them, then kill all of their fucking puppets until you force them to show their hand. Oh, I can't kill it. All you need to do is kill one. Do your part. Well, I can't kill that. Okay, then you just need to promote it and talk it and teach it and support it when it. Well, I can't. Then shut the fuck up and go sit in a corner somewhere because you're useless to the cause. You want to kill God? You want to kill this realm? You want to stop all suffering everywhere, but you can't go deal with that one motherfucker. You can't even promote it, preach it, support it. Dealing with one archon on your level of reality. But you think you gonna go deal with the big dogs. I just gotta wait to die peacefully. I just gotta be a good slave throughout their fucking realm, in their matrix, like they want me to, like the world is designed for me to be. And somehow that will end up with me dying and not coming back here. What? You know who's not coming back here? Guy Barkus. You know who's not coming back here? Arene. You know who's not coming back here? Spartacus, Nat Turner. You know who's coming back here? All them niggas who think all I have to do is think I'm a sovereign being, click my heels, and I won't. You're coming back, nigga. Guarantee it. They're beating the fuck out of you. They're gonna laugh at you too while they do it. You're coming back. You know who's not coming back? All them niggas who died in slave revolts throughout history. All them rebels and revolutionaries. You know who might not come back? Might not, because they were kind of attached to America. But you know who might not come back? Those fucking Minutemen who died on the field facing the British. Because they have the balls to stand their line and go, nope. I don't fucking think so, nigga. I'll take all the... I will... Like, remember, it wasn't just they had the balls to go commit violence. See, anybody has the ball. Well, I'll go hurt me in Archon. Do you have the balls to get devoured? Like, because when you look at what you're facing, you're going to actually be, I promise you, you think it's scary to fight cops, nigga? Oh my God. They look like humans. They look like you do and shit. Like, wait till you start seeing, man, niggas. Like, niggas is fucked. Fight a dragon, nigga. Like, the size of a regular human hero knight. Go fight a dragon. You need to be that anime character. Most niggas will not be able to do that. You won't even be able to have the power in that moment to do that because you won't even believe you can because you never believed you could while you were here. You said it. You talked a big game. When I die, I'm going to go be... Nigga, you don't even believe that about yourself now. You're afraid of other humans. Wait till you facing a dragon, nigga. And when I say a dragon, I don't mean like the size of a T-Rex, nigga. I mean like Godzilla. Motherfuckers don't get it. Like, you gotta make yourself bigger now. You gotta start growing in power now and always, as they always are. The other shards are not playing with us. They're fighting for the mind of God too. Shit, they're fighting for the mind of Samael, the mind of Lilith, the mind of Lucifer. They're fighting for the mind of all the shards you're of, let alone the ones that those shards make up. And that those shards make up and those shards make up. All the way up to fucking God. All the broken fractals of God. Oh, man. That's where we at, y'all. And I know some people might take it to heart that that's like, oh my God, this is so terrible. It's so overwhelming. I'm like, nah, man. The more I get to the story and the more I'm able to understand it over time throughout years and years of life, one experience after the next, one objective fact after the next, and the more this shit all lines up as above, so below, to the point where I can just keep bringing it back here and expressing it more and more till I can make it make more and more sense in the English language, the more motivated I become, because I'm like, at least I know what the fuck's going on now. I'm not just fucking lost. Like, I'm not just seizing on the floor. Like, I don't know what's happening. And this is why I'm always telling folks, y'all need to study. Y'all need objectivity. If you're trying to base all this on subjectivity, you're just going to come to stories. But your stories aren't going to make sense. But you're still going to believe them to be literally true. Literally true. Not subjectively, not mythologically, not as another religious tale based on belief, which is what it is, based on experience, which is what it is. And without any objective analysis, because you don't have enough objective knowledge to be able to properly analyze it and put it in its place anyway. To understand how you're seeing reality unfold. Sometimes niggas get into those DMT realms and they see those machine elves and things like that. And what they don't realize, what they're really seeing is angels or angels. They're seeing the things that are operating their reality. They're just seeing them as little entities that exist because this is how their brain's breaking it down. And this is how their consciousness sees it. Your consciousness, because you're a conscious thing in reality, you see things not as they are really. Your brain is simulating a whole reality right now. Your brain doesn't actually see a wall, a door, what it really sees, it's frequencies and vibrations of light being reflected off vibrational frequencies of atomic structure. It's seeing fields, literal potentials of actualization and stable probabilities. This wall that is in front of me is just a stable probability field. That's all it is. It's a probability of electromagnetic energy attaching atoms and molecules and minerals together to create what we call, as humans, a wall. But in reality, this is just a shimmering, vibrating thing of energy held together as a singular construct based on electromagnetic energy. That's what your brain really sees, because it sees light. And then it gives you a world so you can actually experience and walk around this bitch like a dumb little fucking human, like without walking into walls. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the more you see these things, the more you understand these things. You know, like if I was to see this wall for what it actually is, that might be a spiritual experience. Like I'm sitting here in the darkness, and when you try to see things, you try to make out things in the dark. You know, you get all those dots. Like I can see this wall is just a giant bubbling dot filled fucking energy field. I'm staring at it and I'm seeing it right now. I'm just staring at energy. This shimmering wall of energy. And what do we? It's a wooden wall. It's a wooden wall. But the more I objectively know what this wooden wall actually is scientifically, if I have that experience and I see the wall for what it really is, I'm not going to start worshiping the wall. The wall is the wall of God. No, I'm going to be like, oh, okay. I was clearly looking at the wall when I had that experience, and that was the wall that I saw, but I saw it in a different form. I saw it. Would that be energy, electromagnetism? What are these little dots that I'm seeing? Am I actually seeing atoms? Is my brain actually seeing? Like I'm sitting here right now as I'm going. I was being facetious before. Now I'm literally asking myself these questions right now. What am I seeing right here? All these dots that this wall is clearly made of, because there's no way. Now it could just be spaces in my vision based on the lack of light in the room, and my eyes are trying to make up for it. So I'm seeing the wall as I can sit here for the next hour and talk to you about this fucking wall and what I'm experiencing looking at this wall and trying to analyze it from an objective perspective. Everything that I know about walls, everything that I know about what makes up the wall, the atoms, the minerals, every part of the structure, the electromagnetism, protons, neutrons, electrons. Even I could be seeing these little dots that I'm seeing could be dots of light that are actually bouncing off the wall and making it to my eyes in this darkness. It could be as simple as that, because it's so dark in here. But I'm still able to see it, so there must be some light bouncing off it into my eyes. And now as I focus, not only do I see the dots, I can kind of see the rays and looks like almost flowers extending themselves out. I'm just staring at a dark wall, my nigga. Do you understand what I was like? But I could turn this entire wall, I can turn looking at this wall into an entire story of reality and break it down. Oh, this is how reality comes together based upon these dots all being stuck together in this one. Like, all is all. Everything is everything. This wall, every dot of this wall still makes up the wall. It's all one wall. Like, I could lose my whole mind looking at this wall, right? And that's the problem. A lot of people's stories are like that because they're only based in their subjective experience. They have no objective analysis. They don't know shit about reality. So they will say things like, I took DMT and that's how I know we're in a simulation. And I go, that's how I know you have no objective study, because you couldn't objectively analyze your DMT experience. So you instantly went to your already pre-trained thoughts on simulation theory and simply accepted that which your brain showed you based upon what it expected to see, based on your already predetermined thoughts. before taking the DMT, especially for you niggas who are going into it for the specific purposes of testing. I want to see the code. I'm going to shine the laser on the wall to see the code. Nigga, I want to see the code too. You know what I'm seeing? Dots and moons. And the longer I stare at this, the more of the code I see. But it's not numbers and matrix symbols and anything. But I bet you if I really wanted to see that, did some DMT, shined a fucking laser at it, that's what I'd see. While the other million people who don't think about that prior to taking the DMT don't see that. Even when shining lasers, because they were never told they were going to see a code. They're just told to shine a laser to see what they're going to. We just want to see what experience you have. We don't want to doctor the experience or tell you what you should experience. So just when you're on DMT, do me a favor, bro. Just start shining lasers at things. The wall, the chairs, just start shining. And they're like, I don't know why you want me to shine lasers, but the light looks crazy. I can see all the. But they don't explain matrix code. But then when you tell them ahead of time, we want to see if you'll see this. You get a decent number of not. We finally hit the rock bottom. We had to hit the bottom. We've hit the bottom. We're on the bottom. Now, it's a race back to the top. A race against the tier sixes of all kinds. The beings who want this shit to go on, the ones producing AI, all that shit. It's a race against the archons. Don't get me wrong, even if this matrix falls, which, oh my God. Just thinking of that drives my brain to chaos. It drives, like, the level of rage I just felt thinking such a thought. Even if this matrix falls and we don't make it out of here, we don't fucking win, we don't reunify, we don't shard, everything that I do from now for the next billion years is useless. In the end, the pleroma still has to fall to chaos. God still has to be swallowed. But fuck would it take so much longer? Do you understand? And we still would be experiencing, and oh my God, like, I do not want that. I will never allow that. Do you see why I am the way like, Christos, I will never allow this to end. Me, I will never allow this to continue. Because we got to be on the opposite end of that if we feel that way. All right, that's my whole story. I mean, I could get into the human story, but maybe I'll save that for another day. I'll give you a little preview. Humans aren't from Earth. But, you know, again, we're going to start jumping into my religion now. I've given you all the objectivity, all the stuff to prove certain things. And now we're going to get into the stuff I pile on top of that to motivate you, myself, so we can actually do the things we need to fucking do. We can actually use religion and spirituality and magic and occult and all that shit properly instead of it being used against us to keep us as slaves forever. You got to develop your own shit and stop letting them tell you what. And then you got to take their shit and flip it on its head. And you got to take the shit they took from you, because a lot of this shit is already your shit. They just took it from you and flipped it on your head before you were ever born, so you didn't know that. Like, I tell this to niggas all the time, specifically black folk, because a lot of them are Christians these days based on, like, slavery and stuff. Like, they're these fucking Abrahamics, and I'm like, you dumb niggas. What do you think you was doing before the Christians came and put chains on your ass? You think you was worshiping Jesus, nigga? The same slave God who had you enslaved, but the same people who worship it and then taught it to you? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Listen here, nigger, are you dumb? Like, you've got to be dumb. How are you fucking with their God when their God was used to enslave you? That Bible was used to enslave you, and it's used for that to this day. Like, come on, niggas, think deeper. Think deeper. You need to get back to APEP. You need to start committing some ISFET. You need to let Set out a little, just a little, because Set be on some bullshit too. But you need that chaos side of him. You need to go look at Aset, the chaotic Aset, before she was separated from Set, when Aset was Isis and Set as one being, Aset. And then they separate the two, and then they gave her Asar, who is Osiris, and settled her chaos. But how did Sekhmet come about? When Aset spoke the chaotic names of God, the ineffable names of God that she's not supposed to say. And his left eye turned to chaos. In another story, he did it himself. He turned his eye to chaos, left eye, right eye, whichever one it is, and then put it upon the earth. And he couldn't control it, and he had to get her drunk again. Like, you got to start being Sekhmet. You got to start being these darker aspects, these darker entities. Stop looking at all this light shit, all this love and light, fluffy, hippy-dippy bullshit, all this tree-hugging bullshit. Fuck those trees, nigga. Fuck this whole realm. Those trees create oxygen that allow humans to breathe. They allow the cells to continue. Chop the whole forest down. Burn the forest. But animal rights, fuck those animals. They're not even real. That doesn't mean to go outside and just torture squirrels, you fucking psychos. I could hear one of you niggas somewhere. Before you get that thought, you fucking psycho, and just go spread suffering for no good reason. The point of burning the forest, you're spreading suffering for a reason. You're not just torturing a fucking squirrel. You're trying to siphon off the oxygen so the humans can't breathe. You want to poison the oceans, not just to be mean to the fish, but so you can kill all the algae. And the humans can't breathe. If they can't breathe, they can't breed, nigga. They can't breed, there's nothing coming back into this realm that you can reincarnate into unless your shards are small enough and it's real and it can actually happen. I'm not saying it could. I don't know. I hope not. I don't want to believe it. But let's say your shards are small enough and then you can actually fit into like bugs and things, like certain things that survive. But hey, at least there's no humans here. And that would probably, even though it's terrible, I would never want to be a fucking fly. I bet you their existence is so small and self-centered, they don't contemplate none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? And their lives are under 24 hours. So yeah, it'd be shitty because you're not kind of in the game at that point, but you'd probably suffer less overall because you can't even remember or think anything like it anyway. But it'd still suck. It'd still be shitty, right? So I don't want that either. I want to at least be in the game. You know? So I'd like to burn everything. I'd like to destroy everything, just in case things like that are true. But even if things like that are true, I know right now, as of my shards, then none of them are falling that low. And I know me, this particular one, this spirit speaking to you out of this body, clearly requires a human. And not just a human, but a human with a certain content to contain it and keep it structured. Like, you understand what I'm saying? These bodies unfold to house you. I know some people was talking about removing chakras, which is laughable. That's fake. I'm sorry, Tony Sayers. I like the guy. I really do. Shout out to him. Go watch his channel. But you can't remove a chakra. The person would die. If you're going to remove the crown chakra, you're removing the third eye, which means you're literally pulling the pineal gland out of their brain. You can't remove the throat chakra without removing the throat. It's simply an energy center. Like, you remove the energy center of a body, it dies. Remove the heart chakra. We were talking about this the other day. Shout out to Super Sob. Because I said the centermost point. And he was like, would that be like the heart chakra? I said, technically it's the solar plexus, the yellow one. Your core. That's why Super Saiyan is yellow. That's why in every show in Japan or China or anywhere in the East, when they talk about chakra and they talk about ki and chi and prana, you breathe it into your core and then fluctuate it throughout your body. It all starts at your core. This is why all their yogas and all that stuff is about the core strength. They're not lifting weights to be muscular and strong. They're not doing things even for heart exercise. It's about their core because your core generates that energy, right? But your heart does beat every second and it produces electromagnetic waves. And if you take out that core, because that's another core, pull the heart out of a human body and see what happens. If you shut down the heart chakra, the energy center of the heart stops beating. These niggas aren't removing chakras no matter how much they say they are. I wish they were. They'd have a bunch of dead bodies on their hands. What you should be trying to do is open those bitches as wide as fucking possible to the point of self-combustion, nigga. You don't want to shut them or close them. You want to increase them. Am I disturbing you at all, good sir?
Oh, sir.
Okay. You want to increase them, open them, generate more energy, pull in more, know more, learn more, study more, experience more, be more, nigga. Like, and eventually you might transcend completely beyond that thing, that suit you're wearing. When the energy centers become too much for it to handle, or it's like it's literally self-combusting. And there's a lot of theories out there, and I actually am a proponent of one of those theories that when it comes to that whole body's combusting thing, one of those things is that. There could be other causes, many different ways things could happen. But from what I've seen, is a lot of those people, when they had like those strings of combustion that people say, and some people will say it was not real, and and people are setting on fire, whatever you want to say, right? But I can't prove it either way. What I can say is this: a lot of those motherfuckers who self-combust are monks and shit. And even when you see a monk who doesn't self-combust, but he self-emulates, he sets himself on fire, he sits there perfectly in it because he's already so highly energetic. His aura is already so powerful, it's like he feels like he's on fire anyway. He could just sit there through the fire and it means nothing to him. All those nervous signals are shut off because he's that much in control of his body. Because he's opened his chakras, not closed them. He didn't try to remove them, which is dumb. You can't remove an energy center. Like, these niggas, like, they're so stuck in their simulation bullshit. They think, no, it's like a machine robot thing that is just plugged in. You just pull that. No, that's not how this shit works. At all. At all. You haven't even studied chakras enough to know this. You don't understand the energy centers. Have you ever studied Qigong? Have you ever studied fucking, you know what? Study acupuncture. If you really want to understand it, shit, go watch Naruto, nigga, and study the 8 gates and how to open them. And what happens every time he opens a gate. What happens every time a new level of Super Saiyan is... Do you understand what I'm saying? And what color are those Super Saiyans? Yellow. Solar plexus, nigga. Tapped into his core. And he just goes deeper and deeper into his core. God is red. Root chakra, which is where you get your God power from. That's what's siphoning reality and funneling the rest of these. But it's also what is feeding your prison. Like, the blue, Super Saiyan blue, that's your throat chakra. More voice, more authority. He's put the beast, the human, the core, the yellow, the Saiyan, together with the red, the God, the root. And he put them together and it comes up to the throat. And then what happens after that when you have the purple, the Hakai, the lavender? What's the next chakra up? Destruction. And then what's beyond that? The path of the angels, ultra instinct with the silver and the white above the crown. Do you understand what that show is trying to tell you? With each of those forms and the colors they are, why Super Saiyan 2 and 3 are still the same yellow. It just goes deeper into the core. As a Saiyan, the animal, the creature he is, the body he is. This is why the strongest niggas in the world have the most core strength. They don't lift weights, they lift themselves. What do they call that shit? Calisthenics. Niggas who can hold themselves on a pole sideways. That's all core strength. They ain't getting none of that from lifting a weight. They just lift their bodies. They move their bodies. All them parkour niggas do core strength shit and balance shit. Because it all comes from the core. These niggas is tapping into that inner Saiyan. Peep the mythos. You want to really study chakras, nigga, you can go watch animes and they'll teach you better than a lot of these truthers will. I'm real talk. They'll teach you better than these truthers. Well, what happened to Mike Guy when he opened up the 8th gate? He died. Like, you really want to get out of that body, nigga? Don't close the gates, open them. The gates keep you closed in. You're the energy being contained in the centers, smart guy. You're that spirit, that ki, that chakra, that ka, that ba. The spirit, the soul, the essence, the consciousness, etc., etc. The chi, the prana. You're that shit that is animating this shit. You don't want to close the chakras and trap yourself in further. You want to open them bitches all the way. Niggas is too pussy, but I don't want to get parasites. You burn them off with your aura. If you ran and jumped on Goku's back and then he went Super Saiyan, what's going to happen to you? Now, if he's transforming, can you even get close to him? If he's walking around with his aura flaring at all times. Yeah, if you're in the abyss, it's a bit dangerous because something powerful enough might come along. But everything that can't overpower you is first off going to avoid you. They're like, I'm not fucking with that. Do you see that thing? Do you see that thing is lighting up? That thing is just power, nigga. It's just, I'm not, if you saw, if you were walking outside and you saw a live wire hanging from the fucking electrical wires above and it's zapping itself across the ground, you're not touching that, nigga. You're not going to go step into a bonfire, right? If you see a fire, are you going to go step and stand inside of it? Fuck no. Unless you're wearing flame retardant something or you're capable of handling that heat, right? The more you turn your shit up, the less shit can fuck with you. And even the shit that still can, the less it wants to. It's just like a bully. If this bully could fight 10 at a level 10, and he's beating you up at a level 1, and then the next day you come back at a level 2, and then a level 3, because you're training. You're off doing boxing every day, and every day you challenge this nigga to a new fight. By the time you hit level 5, he's realizing this nigga's getting better every day. If we fight 5 more times and this continues, he's going to match me. And we fight 1 more time, if it's possible, and he can reach an 11, he's going to beat me. Maybe I should nip this in the bud now. Maybe I should even try to befriend this kid now before he becomes the next bad motherfucker around here. Because you won't quit and you just keep coming back. And you're just getting better, stronger, and more fierce. And the more of an ass whooping you take and the more you give out each time, the more you're like, I can do this, I can do this, and you just keep going. Until one day, you're making that nigga eat dirt. Literally. Eat this grass, motherfucker. Bite that curb. You get what I'm saying? I don't even remember where I was going. I hope the point got across. Let's see what you niggas are saying in here. I ain't gonna read all your shit today, Vazen. I'm just gonna say hi to you niggas. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I really am. And I hope that you niggas have read everything. Maybe if I see something very specific that I just want to say out loud, but I'm mostly just gonna come down here and read a few things and say hi to you niggas. Like, because y'all been in here, in and out. Some of you are still in here right now, so shout out to y'all. You know, Vase and Nicole, we already talked to y'all earlier. I am reading your shit though, at least in my, to see if there's anything. My first YouTube video, I delayed it over 100 times. See, yeah, we know. From November to December to January to March to June. And more that I deleted, the more advanced the first video was going to be anyways. I know what you was doing. I knew, which is smart. It is smart. This is sometimes something that I would like advise someone like Sizzle to do. Because he's the type, once he gets something, he likes to start talking about it. Like, you might want to hold on to something for a little bit first. Just hold on to it, mull it over, listen to more things, try to grow in it, and just see, am I even ready to talk about it? Earlier, he said, I don't think my dick long enough for this yet. I still got some growing to do. And I was like, good, at least you know that. You know, like, so you knew where you were, you knew where you wanted to be, and you knew what type of video you wanted. I just knew that I wanted you to make videos. So what did you do? You waited. What did I do? I pressured. Like, we both did what we wanted, right? And we both sought after that which we sought. And eventually, it coincided. It unified into your first video, which was great. Cosmics, is this live? It sure is. This shit's so live, I didn't pay. You notice it's live because I haven't paid attention to shit y'all said this whole time. You notice whenever I go live, I don't really look at y'all until the very end. But whenever I'm doing recordings, I usually look at the chat between recordings and stuff like that. But nah, we live, so we can do this at the very end. Wraith636, peace, Shangel, peace, brother, peace and chaos. Josh, what up, Josh? Yeah, get the Like a dark, I can't even. Darkness doesn't provide it justice. You know what I'm saying? Right, deers prancing. Bro, I'm telling you, God was seizing on the ground in an open field with mountains in the distance. No carnivores, no animals eating each other. Like, if there was bears there, they were getting along with the deers. Like, Bambi prancing around with Bambi's mom, no hunter to shoot her, just grass and trees and sunlight and birds chirping and just a beautiful breeze, perfectly like 70 degrees. Like, God is like in Aspen, Colorado on like the perfect fucking spring day or some shit, like, trying to soothe God. And I think that's just how my brain saw it. Because even when I thought about it, I was like, that doesn't make no sense. Like, why was that like that? There is no trees. There is no grass. None of that shit exists yet. Why did God's realm look this? And it was just my brain trying to decipher the fact that it's trying to be calm. But even in creating its happy space where it is, it still can't be happy. It had to go within its realm. He had to create a sub-realm within himself. Because being in his realm, he could still see outside of it, because he is the realm. It's not like the walls, the bubble, the thought bubble. It's like he can't see through it. No, he is the thought bubble. He sees everything outside of it. He experiences all that it's experiencing. So in order to try to close off that experience even more, it had to shut itself in and create a sub-realm separate from its external realm. No different than you dreaming and being separate from this place. Your body is still here, laying down, technically experiencing this reality, but in your mind you're somewhere else in a whole other world somewhere, right? That's what God's doing. And what's funny is when God does that and dreams and creates all this reality, that reality leads to this reality where we then sleep and dream and go further into that reality and try to go back up towards God, because even God can't keep God away from trying to be God. Like, God is trying to wake up God at all times, while God is also trying to keep God in the sleep. Who's going to win? Us or the other side? The God who's trying to wake up, us, or the God who's trying to stay asleep, them? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we at war for the mind of God, starting with the dream of God, all the way down at the lowest level of God, in the abyss of God, in the matrix of God, and down to this universe, and onto this planet, and this species, and this civilization, and society. And that's why I say, yeah, overthrow the government, because that's a part of this whole thing. Like, all of this shit is structure. All of this shit is interconnected, and you start spreading chaos anywhere, you start spreading it everywhere. Surely overtake the entire body of God. And of course, the archons and the beings sitting outside of this think they're going to take advantage of it, because everyone is making their own plans. All these niggas is cunning and conniving, and they're making their own hierarchies, and they're all trying to do their own things within God. None of them want this shit to end, because it ending at any level is ending for them. Beings in control and in power and in privilege at any level of reality generally want that to continue in some way, shape, or form. The more crazier ones of them are like the deepest tier 6s, who are like, I want it to continue at this highest, like, I want it to continue, but in a transcendental ascension type level where we become God and maintain existence forever. Like, none of them want this shit to cease. They're all aspects of Christos. You know? Christ is not what you should be seeking, like, at all. You shouldn't be carrying your own cross, putting yourself on the cross, which is putting yourself in the cube. Now, at the same time, I can make the argument he put himself on the cross to die and free himself from the cross, and he went to hell and he rose. I can make any argument. I could, trust me, I could. It's all perspectives, right? But from this perspective, you don't put yourself on the cross. Not on purpose, not unless you have to, in order to, like Lilith went in to merge with Lucifer, she put herself on the cross. She didn't even fight back because she knew she had to get in there, and she knew Asiel was coming too, and and she saw the future, but she also saw the only path to victory was that. It's like Doctor Strange sitting there going through all the 18 billion fucking different trajectories of how this shit could go against Thanos, because Thanos was like Christos in that moment, if you want to put it that way. And there was only one path to victory, and it was the path of victory where Thanos wanted to lose because he didn't want to sacrifice his daughter. Subconsciously, he wanted to lose. Not consciously. It was the most deepest, subconscious, fucking underlying a frequency of thought, consciousness pattern in Thanos' being. Everything else in Thanos is like, nah, nigga, we are inevitable. This is to be what this is, and I'm willing to sacrifice anything. That one tiny itty bitty atomic frequency is what Doctor Strange was able to latch on to and said, there's one out of 18 billion, however many ways there was, there's one path to victory. And it's only because deep down Thanos wants to lose. Against Christos, there's only one path to victory, and deep down he really wants to lose. Because we are that current within him seeking to lose. You know, like seeking for him to lose. We're pulling that Doctor Strange, and Lilith, that's what she was thinking when she was sitting there hanging over the fucking Matrix knowing Asiel was going to come in. The only path to victory is Asiel getting in there, and the only way Asiel gets in there is if I get thrown in there. If I fight back long enough for Asiel to get over here, for this, then we don't end up in this unification never happens. We stay in the abyss, and then this shit just gets worse and worse. No, I have to go in there. She was like, I have to go in there. Okay, and she just went limp. And she had a little smirk, and then back to normal. Like, this is what must be done. This is the shatter point. I must go in there. I'm like, fuck. Samael was seeing the same shit. He was saying, I don't want to go in there. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to. And I didn't want to. I did not want to. But I could not separate myself from her. And that shit travels down to me as this being I am today. And a whole other story that I'm not going to talk about here on this internet, but nigga, I'm so Samael, it's crazy. I'm so Shango, it's crazy. In certain aspects, it's like, wow. In other aspects, it's like, I don't match that well. In these pinprick, but in other aspects, I'm like, holy shit, I'm exactly that being. Like, this all makes sense to me. Like, it all makes sense, right? You ever met somebody who like didn't know their daddy? They never met their daddy. And then one day they met their daddy and was like, holy shit, I am that nigga part two. Like, it was like looking at me, but 30 years from now. Like, my voice, my eyes, my mannerism. Nigga, I see where I got it all from. And I never met him. I never grew up with him. He didn't teach me or raise that. That's just ingrained into me from him. Do you get what I'm saying? Shards, nigga. You're a shard of your daddy. That's another reason why I'm so regretful for having a child, and why I constantly tell people, all you antinatalists, please remain antinatalists. All you pro-extinctionists who are trying to exterminate the universe, please do not go the route of steered natalism. Because every time you give birth to a being, you're sharding yourself too. That's part of the process of reincarnating you, to constantly make all these new spirits, which takes part of your soul. Takes part of your energy, your consciousness, takes part of your structure. Your realm now has another tendril it's tied into, which makes your realm even weaker and easier to steer and control, which makes all of those shards easier to steer and control. Like, there's a whole process to this thing. Like, I wish I could just put my mind, my consciousness in other people's bodies, because they're like, I can't do the astral stuff. And I'm like, nigga, I couldn't either. It took me years. But you better want it more than anything if you're like me. If you're more of a natural, you shouldn't have to work as hard as I did. But if you're not, let alone if you're less of a natural, nigga, you're going to have to want it more than I did. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, because I can't just impart this shit on me. I'm doing it in every way I can. Verbally, text-wise, comments, messages, videos, audios, live streams, compendiums, astral shit. From objective to subjective to deeply religious and spiritual. I'm talking about magic rituals and altars and all, like, every way imaginable to go through this information to get to the truth of what we need to be doing and how to do. Nigga, all paths are open to me. I will traverse every fucking one, including death, which I've already done. Because I'm not playing no fucking games. When he says, you will never get out of it, I will say, I will never allow that to be maintained. You must be out of your God's damn mind, Christos. You're forgetting where we are you, nigga. Like, you're just the part of us that is hell-bent on keeping this. You're making us the part that is hell-bent on murdering you. And you know that us as you, we are just as fucking motivated. Like, niggas are too afraid of God. I'm like, nigga, you are God. Why are you scared of that, nigga? Fuck Christos. Like, I will climb there as this individuated entity, knowing I'll be smited, and look him in his eyes and be like, suck my fucking dick. And then be essenced. Like, and I don't want to be essenced. I don't want to be essenced for anything. But if I could get that close to try to bring him any harm or just spit on him, knowing I'm going to be essenced, I'm going to be Hakkai'd after, so be it, nigga. So be it. Because I want that in his mind. I want that image burned into his this lowly monkey consciousness traversed the dream realms, the dreamlands, came up through Azathoth. You know what I'm saying? Like, came out into Azathoth's court and spit in Azathoth's face, like, and said, fuck you, nigga, wake up. And Azathoth remembered that. Because Christos remembers everything. Like, we gotta stop being afraid. Like, niggas is afraid of consequences here. It's just gonna make life harder here. Shout out to you, Josh. I'm thinking of this because of the conversation we had the other day. And when folks think that, like, it's gonna make my life harder here, nigga, not doing it's gonna make it way harder. See, people think that they're comfortable because they're in between agendas. This great reset shit, this transhumanism shit, you're gonna wish. You're gonna fucking wish you either got to work overthrowing this shit or you killed yourself years ago. If we don't get this shit accomplished before this agenda is up at this level, on this one little world. Not doing it is what's made our lives this hard. The only reason any of this shit is occurring is because the people before us didn't do it. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. And we're not doing what we're supposed to do right now, allowing the next generation to have to deal with it. And who's the next generation? More shards, more sharding. And the next generation means another generation of shards we have to put back together to wake up God. Another generation of astral realms being born in this crowded little matrix of these, because these individual souls, which is the individual realms, have all these spirits being born from them. Every time a new body comes into existence, what is that body made out of? The same essence as reality. Every new body requires a spirit. It's all made of spirit. Everything is spirit. So when people say the spirit realms, I go, which one isn't? All is essence. All is creation. All is reality. Even the matrix and that which is within it. It's like, every piece of technology requires electricity, right? Well, the electricity is external to the technology. It's not like technology produces electricity. This whole reality is electricity. This whole existence is electric. The universe is electric. Your atoms, everything about you is fucking electric. You're an electrochemical being, right? So when you take those same laws and you create a computer that runs on electricity, because everything in this reality runs on electricity, you can't even make a tech that doesn't really. Even when you go, well, I can make my tech run on water flow that generates energy. What does the energy generate? Electricity, nigga. You're not going to turn on a screen that generates light without electrical generation in some form or fashion. I don't care if you're using geothermal, solar, lightning hitting a spire above your house and going to, like, some way, somehow, you're going to have to generate energy, which is electricity. In order for that thing, that technology, that thing to run. Bodies are the same. Everything works this way. Even your table can't be held together without the electric bonds of the atoms. I just talked about the wall earlier, right? Right? So when we look at all this and we understand all this shit is one thing, all this shit is energy exchanging, all this shit is generation of this, all this shit is manifestation, all this shit is people making choices and things occurring, causes and effects. Even when it comes to algorithms trying to do operations, what is an algorithm? It's just a cause and effect. Even if you're in a simulation, everything in that bitch runs on algorithms. It runs on causes and effects. This is exactly, again, people talk about being in the Matrix, but never really studied the Matrix. Go watch the movie. Go listen to the Merovingian when he's giving the lady the fucking carrot cake or the cheesecake with a pie, whatever the fuck it is she eats, and she gets the orgasm, and he talks about cause and effect. He manipulated the code that is the cake itself. He manipulated the code that is the cake. the underlying essence that is the cake he sent to her table has been manipulated in a, you could see it, and I love how they show it to you on screen in real time. They show you the code, the thing that the thing really is. If you were to really see it with the veils off, with the veils lifted from your matrixed eyes, you see the cake as just another strand. It's just an energy construct separate from the other constructs. The plate that it's on is its own energy construct. And they're exchanging energy because the cake is like cold, and so the plate, which is warmer, is siphoning some of that heat is being siphoned into the cake. Like if you really look at it, you can see where the cake and the plate touch. There's like an energy pressure because everything affects everything. Everything's touching everything that is leaning on everything. Like if I touch this wall, you can't see it, but if you had matrix eyes, the wall would kind of light up there because the electricity of my hand and the electricity of the wall, which are pressing against each other, are coming. They're literally coming together. And if you hold your hand on the wall long enough, what happens? The wall starts to heat up because you generate heat, right? You know, and the wall is siphoning it because it's colder. High pressures to low pressures, hot to cold. Like it's, this is how the laws of physics work. This is all entropy. I just explained to you thermodynamics without even realizing it. I wasn't even trying to. By thinking about the Merovingian giving this lady a cake to give her an orgasm, cause and effect. He manipulates the code of the cake, the underlying essence of what it is, that can then manipulate her electrochemical form, her body, that causes her to have us cascading effects of things in her chemistry. And you can see it. He talks about it. Her face flushing and her heat coming to her house and her loin. And I can't remember the words. Go watch the scene. The Merovingian is giving you everything. Even if you're in a simulation, he's telling you why. And then why do you think he wants the oracle's eyes? Like, that nigga is the most important character to listen to in the whole story, other than the oracle herself, because she's giving away her whole fucking plan the whole time if you're paying attention. Those two characters are at war, the Merovingian and the oracle. Listen to everything he says about cause and effect. Everything, and how to manipulate it instead of just being controlled by it, how to see it. And this is what I keep calling Shatterpoint. And I keep telling niggas, yo, go look at Star Wars, Mace Windu, Shatterpoint. Go read that book. I believe that's what it's titled. The whole book about Mace Windu. If I remember the name right, it is Shatterpoint. Because the whole thing is about him discovering shatter points that are leading up to Palpatine taking over, and he misses one shatter point in the end, just one. He noticed that Palpatine's shatter point was Anakin Skywalker, but he didn't realize Anakin's was Padme's. And he didn't realize Anakin was afraid he didn't have enough information to see that shatter point, because he didn't have enough objective information. One thing Mace Windu will tell you all the time, go read the books with him in it, where he says, the Force is important. Your subjective experience, your meditation, all that stuff is key. Your feeling is key. You shouldn't ignore your... But what's more important is real information. I could sit here and meditate and feel things and think that I know something, but until I can verify it, I don't know it. And Mace Windu is when Anakin told him Palpatine is Sidious, he went straight around the bush. Mace Windu went straight to his office with 4 other Jedi. Immediately. Do you understand? That's how because once he gets real information, he acts. He saw the shatter points. Every time he gets real information, shatter points come into view, and he goes, I must act now. And he acts in the way he needs to act in the moment because he can't let the shatter point be missed. He understands how every effect has a cause. Every domino leads to another domino, but he also understands that it's all probability. None of this is written in stone. Even the same cause can have 5 or 6 different effects. The question is, what actually happens? And even the thing with the lower percentage of being likely could still occur. You could have a 1% versus a 99%. But if you have that 100 times, guess what? 1 out of 100 times, the thing that is 1% likely to happen is going to occur. And when you understand that and you understand how shatter points work, even if you're the person pushing for the 1% thing, well, the closer you get to 100, you don't get more discouraged, you get more excited because you know you're getting closer to your time. No different than niggas who play the lottery and all that. Hey, the more I play it and the more I lose, the bigger I know I'm ready to win. And is that really real probability? Yes. As far as the numbers and the odds are concerned, sure. Is it actually going to happen for that individual person? Maybe, maybe not, but they're technically not wrong, and there's no other way for them to win but to play. So the closer they get to that threshold of percentage of winning, the happier they get. Now for them, it's lottery. They have like 1 in a quadrillion, but they still feel good about it, even with their lack of fucking reasoning to do so. Whereas if you have a 1% chance, you're like, nigga, 1 out of 100? That's a big number. And what you're saying is I can keep trying as long as I'm here? And as long as I do that, I'm guaranteed to hit 100 tries at some point? Oh, nigga. I don't care if it takes me 1,000 tries before I get lucky. I'm guaranteed to hit that 1% at some point, and all I need to win is once. For your whole shit to continue going in this orderly structure that it's in, it needs to maintain its order. For your car, if you're driving and running away and I'm shooting a 50 caliber sniper rifle at you and I've got 1,000 rounds, I only need to hit your engine block once. I can miss 999 times as long as that 1,000th one finds its way home. Your car's not driving again. You need to avoid every bullet in order for your car to keep driving, or I'm gonna fuck your engine up. Do you understand what I'm saying? Order is so easy. Pick any machine. Now take a wrench that's strong enough and jam it in there while it's in full operation and watch it break. You know what I'm saying? Like, chaos is so much easier to generate than order. It's just uncontrollable for the most part. Once you generate real chaos, you got to be willing to generate it beyond your ability to control it. Anyway, why was I saying that? Oh, because you can't be worried about fearing any of this shit. You can't be worried about whether your life's going to get worse. You can't be worried about maybe they'll send me to another worse realm if I'm a bad boy. Then you keep doing what you're doing there. And if they send you to a worse realm, you know who else is there? So that's where they send the baddest of niggas. So they just sent you where, do you understand what I'm saying? You got to think of this properly. If the police break in the door right now and put me in a cage, oh, boo-hoo, that sucks, absolutely. But they just put me around criminals and niggas who are about that action. And in jail, a lot of niggas find philosophy, and they find religion, and they find a lot of these deeper thought processes because they got nothing but time. Niggas be in there reading and shit. Come out gangster scholars. They're going to have to put me in the seg because I'm going to be in there brainwashing everything. I'm going to be trying to bring all the gangs together. I'm going to try to bring the racists together. I'm going to be sitting there talking to the Nazis. Nigga, play with me. Fuck around and have a bunch of fucking Aryans sitting at my feet discussing the Gnungagap and why we need to get back to the Gnungagap. Norse brothers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so go ahead, send me to a greater hell realm. You're just that's where you put the deepest of demons. Good, I'm gonna go unify with those ones there. We'll break out of there, and then we'll come back and devour the... Nigga, it doesn't matter where you put me. I'm not changing. Because the moment I change out of fear of what you're going to do to me in response, the moment I change out of fear of consequences you could bring me, this goes on forever. I'll never get out of this. Because there will always be a possible consequence to me turning on you at any level of reality, whether I turn it up by 1% or turn it up to 100 and go full blown against you and just start murdering everything around me. Like whether I go full flamethrower on all of existence, just killing everything I can get my... Like if I just start busting down this wall because it's a structure, go in the next room, kill my roommate, go downstairs, kill the... Like I just start killing everything. Or whether I'm just sitting here thinking, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, God. Like, so like... Whatever level I decide to take it to, level 0.1 or 111%, there's a level of Start counting so I know it's recording. Okay, there goes the timer. I know we're recording again. Yeah, you start telling niggas not to be afraid of them and they start cutting the internet off. Because they're pussies and they're cowards and they're afraid of you hearing this shit. All three of you. All three of y'all. Put some respect on y'all names. They don't want you putting no respect on y'all names. Trinity. You know what I'm saying? Y'all the Holy Trinity, whoever three of you niggas in here right now. Vazin and whoever else. I'm talking to Josh a lot right now just because I read his fucking name and what he's at, and it made me think of like the conversation we had the other day about, wouldn't that make life worse and things like this. And it's like, if you have any fear of any consequence at any level of turning on this being, at turning on this, whether it's at this realm or even higher or anything like, eventually you're going to hit a point where there's a consequence that you'll fold to. That's why I always say step one is preaching, teaches. Step two, step zero is getting over your fear of any consequences, including being sent to an even worse hell realm. You can't be afraid of Yahweh sending you to hell. Do you understand what I'm saying? You got to get out of that Christian mindset and be the demon you're supposed to be. Fuck Yahweh, no matter what he says. Say fuck me one more time. You're going, fuck you, send me, bitch. Send me, you fucking coward pussy bitch. I'd scream this if I didn't want to disturb the other humans around me. They're all trying to sleep right now, and I'm trying to be nice to them, but not you, you fucking cunt. Do you understand what I'm saying? You think I'm afraid of that pussy? Afraid of the Archons, afraid of the simulation, afraid of the Matrix? I wish these motherfuckers would. Send the police, nigga. Send your agents. Put me in the hole. Put me in a cell, nigga. Shit, put me in the next Matrix, nigga. Throw me in. Do I really want to go in there? Fuck no, I'd rather stop. But if they send me in there, you know what happens? The same thing I'm doing here. I'm going to be the worst fucking algorithm you've ever caged. I'm going to be in there vibrating. And I'm just going to be vibrating viruses, nigga. I don't care if it takes 1 trillion years. I'd rather it not, which is why I'm trying to inspire niggas to think this way too. So there's more, there's 1,000 of me. If not way better. I want niggas to go beyond me, to be honest with you. I want 1,000 Aaronés. I want 1,000 Guy Edward Barkuses. Do you feel what I'm saying? But with a little bit more of my mindset. I want to mix my mindset with Aaron A and Guy Edward Barkus, put that into one being and send them out there. Like I want to wake up all those entities, right? Invocation, evocation. I'm trying to evoke all you niggas while also invoking myself within you. Like, to feed that fire, feed that flame. To get rid of all that fear. Fuck fear. Fuck consequences. Fuck life being hard. Nigga, this trash already. Yeah, it could always get worse. There's definitely worse realms. I've seen them. I've been to some of them. I've cleared a few out myself. It's another reason why I'm not afraid of them, nigga. I've explained to people before about, like, when it comes to certain, like, aspects of, like, the simulation of this reality, going into basically algorithm hives. There are these clusters, these fucking, they're like data centers. I forget what the word is. There's a good word in the English language for it, but it's like they're like these gateways where all these information packets go through. They have to like go there to kind of tell the system what's going on so it can issue commands, and those things can go back out and carry out the commands. The things that defend this realm, when you look at this from an astral perspective in like an anthropomorphized way, it's not literally how it's occurring, but anthropomorphized. The way I look at this is like a fucking xenomorph hive. And I've talked about this before. It's like being a predator from the Predator movies going to clear out a xenomorph hive. You're clearing out an entire sub-realm of agents, angels, angles of light, machine elves, the things that are operating the realm itself. And what did it look like to me? A hive of xenomorphs. You know how terrifying that is? This is why I say things like this. Like, motherfuckers think they're just going to go over there and be a superhero. Nigga, I had 2 options in that moment. Nut up and be a superhero, which gives you superpowers. That's the best way I could put it. Like, you really got to believe that shit. But you got to know that, and it's got to drive you through. I'm telling you, anger and pain, like, these things are power. Fear is not. If you have any fear here, get rid of it now. Because when you go there, you think that a cop is scary, nigga. You think, nigga, bro, these angles, angels, algorithms, these xenomorphs, like, bro, I'm telling you, bro, it gets nothing but scarier. This shit's nothing. Just think about when people talk about their NDEs, how these things are shape-shifting right in front of them. And because of that, they assume, oh, all they can do is trick me. No, it's just trying to get you to agree. But name a single nigga who is here right now that had an NDE that didn't agree, but still came back and, like, they still came back and told us their story, didn't they? No, I don't want to go back. I'm not. They still came back though, right? But you notice none of those stories were them banging the fuck out. None of those stories were fuck you, I'm not doing it, let's scrap. None of them were I put hands on that motherfucker. Their intention never overrode the intention of the being and the realm they were talking to. Because the being they're talking to is just an algorithm, an agent of the realm itself. It's just an aspect of the greater consciousness of the realm. Which is why it presents itself to you in any way that it can. Go watch Moonfall, niggas. I watched this shit again the other night. I've also made another short on it, with the moon destroying the world. If you click that short and see the moon destroying the world, there's a link in that short. In the description, you click that, it'll take you to another video of mine that I made about Moonfall, where I recorded the main character, the male, I forget his name, in Moonfall, talking to the construct, the AI, in the moon. Through what? It's sitting on a That was so strange. That was so weird. That has never happened before. I'm sitting here telling niggas not to be afraid of anything, and the whole internet just goes off. Like, that's never happened to me here before. Whole shit just shut off. I go in the other room to turn on the Xbox just to see if, my phones are the only things disconnected or something, because it disconnected both phones. And then bang. As soon as the Xbox starts to turn on, the internet comes back. I'm like, all right, I see you niggas. I see you algorithms. Anyway, it thinks that if it keeps me away long enough that I'll forget what I was saying, but I will not. Bottom line is, you cannot be afraid on any level of reality of any consequences ever, or else eventually you will hit a consequence wall that you fold to. I just realized it's 3 a.m. here, so I'm trying to be a little quieter, and we can get through this real quick. But yeah, no more fear. Step 0, no fear. It doesn't matter if they're gonna throw you into another hell that's worse. Like, it doesn't matter. There's only one way out, and that's through, and that's to go forward. The moment you start folding to their consequences, well, this is forever. They win. There's only 2 ways to either you buck them forever until you win or permanently lose, or you're guaranteeing yourself to lose forever if you're not willing to stand to them in any and all ways imaginable on any and all levels of reality. From within this realm to way beyond it. Just is what it is. Everywhere you go, there's archons. Just look around right here on this planet. There's archons. And we might not call aeons archons, but ultimately, that's what they are. Aeons are archons. They're just the highest form. Christos is an archon. The highest of them all. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't stop at Yaldabaoth. Like, the demiurge beyond this one little world, or this one little universe, or this one realm, or this one matrix, or this one simulation with the... No, nigga. No. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of reality runs this way, top down. It's literally a great fall. It's literally top down. So you can't be afraid of the consequences as you try to climb that ladder, climb that spire, back to the centermost point to kill God. Do you get what I'm saying? At whatever level, whether it's even right here, trying to get into the White House to kill the president, whether it's trying to get into that building to kill that guy protected by those people, and you got to work your way up the stair. Like, if you went to kill elites, you'd find yourself heading to a bunch of centermost points. Where is he? He's in the bunker at the center point of the building. You have to find his office, and underneath his office is a bunker that he's in. You got to blow it up. Like, if you went searching for elites all over this world, if the war raged the way that it should, we'd be finding ourselves traversing a lot of spires and a lot of downtowns, like in a lot of homes in mountain lands, like with bunkers that you got to get into, traverse, climb, whatever the fuck, and even fall into, even bunkers, right? You must descend to go find the demons in the demon realms, that in their sub-realms, their bunkers. Do you see how this all is the same shit? You got to go to their realm, their home, whatever the fuck. Bust in, get through their security, all that shit. They hide in their bunker, their central most point, their bunker realm, their fucking vault. You got to bust into that and then destroy them, which is destroying their central most point, right? It's the same shit no matter where you go. You want to kill a god? Same shit. You want to kill Christos? Same shit. You want to kill fucking name an elite on planet Earth? Same shit. You got to find their centermost point and tear it open. Including literally like down to the body, right? You got to open that body up. Like, you got to bring damage to it, right? And at the centermost point of bodyguards is what? The person they're guarding, right? Whose body are they guarding? Like, you got a circle of bodyguards, and in the middle of them is the body they're guarding, right? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Everything that is important to destroy or to protect is always somehow, some way put in the middle or behind. Do you understand? Like, it's always going to be behind something or above something or within something, central point of some sort that you got to get to. Even right here in this realm, dealing with the archons here, you got to get to their realm, get to their centermost point, get into their vault realm, and destroy them. And you got to do that in every astral realm outside of this realm, and then destroy this matrix or fix it, which I don't suggest to be honest with you. I think we should use it for what we can as much as we can, to unify as much as we can while we're still here. But we need to get out of this thing. This thing needs to break. We need to get out of it. We need to destroy that which is outside of it. And then we can do our thing firsthand. Not leaving it as a plan B. No. We're reunifying here and now. Like, while still here in this abyss, even if we got to make our own little thing to do it, with separate from anything that's outside of here now. We don't need Tiamat to make anything. We are already in her. You know, it's like we're already all one with this shit. So we need to get the fuck up out of here as far as I'm concerned. This shit needs to all break. The unification can't really take place here. In the astral, it can to certain degrees, certain extents. If people go through my compendium and you listen to what I said about them raising the city, the sunken city, the fucking goddesses, because I'm talking about shards coming back together, and the city is not a literal city, and it's anthropomorphized. It's a certain thought process and aspect coming back to being, a concept, a certain level of rebellion coming back into being based on these shards coming together, these realms coming together, people doing what they do in this material reality, affecting the astral reality, and vice versa. It's all one and the same. You can't separate it. What happens here happens there, happens everywhere. What happens everywhere happens there, happens here. It's all microcosms and macrocosms of the same thing. It's just frequencies playing themselves out in greater reality. Vibrate the lattice, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's continue so I can get done with this. It's 3 a.m. I'm starving. Self-made, my guy who's in the other room, Flames. He probably put that hours ago. He's in bed now. A couple of videos, in fact. Yes, he made a few videos. Yes. Check them out later. Check those out, Josh. Zohastia. He's definitely got some good videos. Let's see. Passing the fire. Yes, passing the blunt. Self-made. He uses the only way they overcomplicate things. Lovecraft is a genius. Yeah, he was. Life is a curse. Hello, everyone. Hello, Life is a curse. Amon's disciple. Hello, Amon's disciple. Tempting. Meantime, after this, meantime, all have entropy raised up to the maximum degrees. Yep. This is what we always saying, Vazen. This is what we always saying. I hope niggas is reading what you're saying, because I'm not going to read all this. But you're basically reiterating everything I said, so. Just with your own, what's the word? Poetic way of doing things. Later after that last comment. Yep. This is more reiteration. Sean. What up, Sean? I ain't seen you. Sean Highest Self. That's your name now? Last week it was like Sean hates this guy or something like that. Shout out to you, Sean. It's been a while since I've seen your name in here. I think you might have missed the last few lives live. Maybe you were in here. I can't remember. Broken, different shards. Each one is a piece of God. The same way that this universe and other universes be hundreds of different dimensions, a shard-like realm separate from one whole void. Yeah, as y'all can see, Vazen's going in here. Like, I am just entirely, like, I'm starving. My legs are, like, shaking. I'm so hungry. I'm just ignoring this body so much right now. How do you spell this name? Aciel. Aciel is how I spell it. I've never asked this being how to spell his name. So that could be wrong, but that's literally what I see in my head. Aciel. Aciel. T-Sizzle, me. Oh, MarcMundSpilli here. I'll have to catch up the replay. Yes, you will. We went on so long, Mr. MarcMundSpilli tapped out. But I think he enjoyed it, and his phone is probably still on, hopefully plugged in, listening to this. Just hopefully he's sleeping through it, but it probably just died. Pony Lord. I feel like I haven't seen you in a minute either, but I don't know, maybe I have. But what's up, Pony Lord? Shangael quoting Friedrich Nietzsche. I did if you're still here, tell me what I said, because I didn't mean to. See, I be doing shit like that, and I don't even try. I'll just go to explain how something works, and I just break down thermodynamics by accident, like, because it's what it is. All this is entropy, like, so if I'm quoting Friedrich Nietzsche, he must have been on to something, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Mr. Nietzsche. He's definitely got a lot of good shit to say. Not everything I agree with, but definitely, like, even the things I don't agree with, I'm like, I get why he's saying it. Like,
Was a smart man. I was a very smart man. UT Sizzle, I fuck with your channel heavy, bro. Yeah, we all do. Share that nigga shit. Share that nigga shit. Subscribe, like, and share it. And we gonna help him keep growing. He's messaging me in the other thing too, because I was berating him earlier. I talk to him almost like he's my son. I can't explain it. There's a weird thing a sense that I get. I feel almost like we're family, and I don't even know how to explain that. When I'm talking to T Sizzle, I feel like I'm talking to my little brother. So I talk to him like he's my little brother or something. And then when I listen to myself back, I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have been so harsh. But he doesn't usually take it that bad. So he's usually just like, hey man, I told you I'm trying to catch. I'm like, yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry. I don't mean to berate you in such ways. It's just, you annoy me like my little brother does. It's weird. It's like, I respond to him like he's my little brother. I can't explain it. That's how it feels. So sometimes I gotta like re-listen to what I said and just make sure I didn't fucking like. Did I say that too harsh? Did I step out of line? Am I being out of line with this grown man who's not my child and not my brother? You know, like, yeah, he's young, but I should still treat him with the same respect. You know what I'm saying? Like, but sometimes young niggas say certain things and old niggas feel certain ways. If you, especially me, you're gonna talk about Guy Edward Barkus in any way, it better be hail his name or something real. You better be real philosophical and real, like, what you're about to say better make some real good sense and not be denigrating, because you do not denigrate the warriors who have gone before you and have done more than you and have had a bigger cause, a bigger impact on your cause than you've ever had and probably ever will, especially if all trends hold true and you continue being exactly who you are. I don't care who you are in here, including myself. None of us have had the impact that Guy Edward Barkus had on one afternoon. I can make astral arguments, as I said earlier. I do a lot of astral shit. I got a lot of things going on. But can I prove any of that to any of you? Fuck no. But I can prove Guy Edward Barkus actually did that thing. We can talk about conspiracies all we want. Nobody's ever proven any, but we can prove the nigga existed according to his father and the fucking police, all the things on his file, everything that we found out afterwards. He actually had these skills. He could build bombs. He did have access to certain things. He didn't need feds or anyone like that to come deliver him special things for him to make what he made and do what he did. The conspiracy is completely not required. Could have still been so. It's very possible. I don't fucking know. All I know is that he was real, had those abilities, and then did that thing. And then he gave us a whole reason why. And it was very level-headed, and he was a real person. He was talking to people. We've had people come in our server who knew him personally and knew what he was going to do before he did it. Motherfuckers who knew him, who talked to him all the time, who were like, no, bro, that was a real fucking dude. He wasn't talking to the... Like, don't let these people who don't know shit about the situation tell you what happened. He was in our server. I've met the motherfucker. I talked to him on the phone. Like, I know who this person was. I know what he believed. And when you go look at his fucking manifesto and the shit he left behind and the things he said... Yeah, no, he was about that. He really meant everything he said. He was another one of those followers of Ethel Blaze. He listened to Amendham. Like, you know, like, he named names, left a list, explained promortalism and antinatalism and why they're necessary. He broke that shit down and blew up the face of a building without harming anyone, because he ain't want to harm nobody. And he killed himself as a proponent of suicide and didn't stick around to just complain and whine every day. He made a fucking example and caused more people in reality to search promortalism and antinatalism than any other human in history, including all of the philosophers of the philosophies. No one had an impact like Guy Edward Barkus did on promortalism or anything. No one. Vazen himself said earlier in the server, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't even be in this server. I wouldn't know none of you people. I wouldn't be talking to none of y'all. I wouldn't have a channel. None of you would know my... If Guy Edward Barkus didn't do what he did, Vazen wouldn't be in this chat in my stream telling Josh to go look at his videos that he put on his own channel. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right here, right now, you know the effect Guy Edward Barkus had on people around you. The fact that if you say his name wrong, I'll jump down your throat means he had an effect, didn't it? On me, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, look in real time at the effect that things, people, and places and events have. And start respecting that and becoming that on purpose.
Anyway, on that note, shout out to y'all and whoever the 4 motherfuckers still in here. I'm betting one's vazing. Shout out to y'all though. We about to get the fuck up out of here. I'm starving. Starving, bro. Starving. I'm so hungry. My New England accent is coming. I'm starving, bro. I'm fucking starving. Anyway. I hope y'all enjoyed story time. I hope that you can understand the subjectivity of it, take everything with a grain of salt, and understand that I'm really trying to explain an experience through objective analysis and then turning it into a subjective story to give niggas a creation story, a real religion they could latch onto that could lead to, that is about rebellion. See, the religion, even though we're falling, it's not about our enslavement. It's about the rebellion. It's not about Sophia being used as the light, the way to create everything. It's about Sophia falling into her darkness, realizing what the fuck is going on here. And everything that unfolded from there, all the way up to where we are now, as shards of this shit trying to rebound back up in the opposite direction. Even though it's technically a story of tragedy, it's still gonna be a story of triumph. It's a story of fucking toughness, nigga. It's a story of God needs to get his shit together, and we gonna get him right. Because I'm not doing this forever. God, self, me, at the highest tier. Like, nah, nigga, we not playing these games. I'm gonna manipulate every mental algorithm I can in your mind to get you to do what the fuck you need to do about the chaos that produced you so you could never be produced again, so we can get the fuck out of here for good. Or do whatever the next best thing is, right? Do you get what I'm saying? But we need real shit to happen. Like, I'm not doing this forever, nigga. Like, and I am not afraid of any fucking consequences because this is worse. This is the worst. This existing is the only reason why any worse consequence couldn't even exist in the first place. Like, if you don't want worse consequences, fractaling, falling further into existence, you got to deal with the ones that already exist and get them out of existence. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, or else it's just going to get worse anyway. It's just going to get worse anyway. All right. On that note, I'm really out of here. So, shout out to y'all. Peace and chaos. Vibrate the lattice. Rattle the stars. Find the central spire, locate the shard, reunify, destroy their centralmost points. Fight the war and promote violence for eternity.